Chapter 1, Giant God. Chapter 1 Titan. At 7:30 in the morning, the faint white mist still enveloped the Potomac River and has not cleared. Fisher, wearing a blue short sleeve, was paddling his rented rubber boat in the river. The thin water vapor wetted his clothes, but he didn't notice it. After driving the kayak for more than an hour, the white mist completely dissipated, and Fisher slowly rowed the kayak to the shore, and then carried the kayak to the store not far away. "Mr. Fisher, don't you row?" The muscular lady boss lay on the counter with a smile and watched Fisher walk into the shop and piled the kayaks on the clearing. "Yes, it's time to go to work. After all, just exercise is not enough to feed your stomach." Fisher smiled and walked into the dressing room next door. "I can raise you," the lady boss whispered, looking at Fisher's back. "5 me." Fisher forced a smile in the locker room. The owner's rental shop can rent hundreds of kayaks a day. If you calculate it at $10 for 45 minutes, you can earn thousands of dollars a day. In the peak tourist season, it sounds like a lot, but here is nothing else. Washington, D.C., the heart of the United States, although not as good as an inch of money in New York, the cost of a day is also very high, so the proprietress is a year the income is just a middle class. "But how many billions of hand sanitizer I have in a year?" Taking off his damp short sleeves, Fisher was naked and looking at himself in the mirror. How long has it been? For more than 20 years, he almost forgot what he used to look like. Standing on the spot for more than 10 seconds, Fisher reacted. He looked at his sturdy body in the mirror, then smiled, took out the towel from his cabinet, and walked to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Fisher, wearing a neat suit, walked out of the locker room with a big bag, said hello to the proprietress, and left. He is a regular customer of this store, and the expenses are all settled in the first quarter. After walking out of the store, Fisher stood on the side of the road and looked around for a while. A black Mercedes stopped on the side of the road. The co-pilot jumped off, a slender brunette with a white shirt and white upper body. The suit and the lower part of the body are also the same white straight skirt. The beauty skillfully opened the rear door to let Fisher get in the car, and she took the bag in Fisher's hand and put it into the trunk. "Morning, boss." "Good morning, Kate. Are there any arrangements for today?" After getting on the bus, Fisher asked after taking the mineral water that Kate had handed over. "There are 2 things in total. You want to see Colonel Rod of the Air Force at 9:30. He is here to urge us and the Air Force for the drone order, and then at 3 p.m. on the anniversary of the first anniversary of the reconstruction of New Baghdad. Give a speech. New Baghdad has been built for a year? Time is so fast." Fisher was a little surprised. "This is all your credit," the female secretary complimented. "No, this is the credit of each of us." Fisher leaned on the leather seat, eyes full of memories. How fast time is. The Mercedes-Benz drove across Pennsylvania Avenue, and finally slowed down in front of a building that was only 30 stories high, and then turned into the underground parking lot on the side. In the middle of the building, there is a string of letters Atlas, of which letter A is the largest, and the horizontal bar at A is still red. Atlas, in Greek mythology, Atlas is the of the Titans. He was punished by Zeus to shoulder the sky with his shoulders. He was also called the Giant God. Therefore, Atlas was also called the Titan Company by outsiders. And Fisher himself felt that the Titan was better than Atlas. Unlike most groups that set up their headquarters in New York or Los Angeles, Seattle, Atlas is headquartered in Washington, D.C. One of the major reasons is the business objects of Titan. As a responsible security contractor and defense service company, Titan's biggest customers are the U.S. Department of Defense and the U.S. Joint Special Operations Command. Of course, there are occasional National Guards, so it's more in Washington than in New York. It is much more convenient. After walking into the office, Fisher made himself a cup of protein powder. After a sip, he sat back in front of the computer leisurely, moused over dozens of confidential documents, and finally stopped in Google Chrome. Forward. It's still early, let's go to the tubing to watch the sand sculpture video. Checked the time, it was almost 9:30, anyway, Colonel Rhodes won't arrive until 10 o'clock, and I can still fish for a while. At 10:15, Kate pushed open the door of the office on time, and then a black officer in an Air Force uniform with a briefcase walked in. "Welcome, Colonel Rhodes, what would you like to drink?" Fisher looked at the other person's familiar face with emotion in his heart. "Pure water is good." Colonel Rhodes sat across from Fisher, and after a few words of greeting, he entered the topic. "That's it, Mr. Fisher, regarding our newly purchased batch of MQ drones, the Air Force hopes to get the goods within 3 months. This. I know that time is tight, we can add money, but the time must be fast. Is the situation in the Middle East worsening again?" "Yes, a very powerful local armed forces suddenly emerged over there. Their equipment is much more advanced than those tribes, and they have become a pot of porridge, and we have to help those tribes armed, so, you know." "Okay, I understand, I will let them hurry up and try to complete the order in the shortest time." "Thank you very much, then I'm leaving." After solving the problem, Rhodes is about to leave. "Would you not stay for lunch? Our company canteen is very good." "No, I have to rush to New York to see Stark Industries." Rhodes waved his hand as he was about to go out, and suddenly stopped. "What's the matter, Mr. Colonel? Have you changed your mind?" "No, Mr. Fisher, next Sunday, there will be a party in New York for Mr. Stark. Would you like to come?" "I'd like to say it, I have met Mr. Stark quite a few times, but we haven't talked much. He, except for beautiful women and good wine, basically no one can talk to him, don't take it to heart." After watching Colonel Rhodes leave, Fisher looked at the wall calendar. It was 2010. After being in this world for so long, the wonderful story slowly unfolded. When he thought of this, Fisher still had something eager to try. Then, superheroes and purple sweet potato essence, let them go. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Ceremony Speech. Chapter 2 Ceremony Speech. After sending off Colonel Rhodes, the female secretary Kate walked into the office carrying a newly made suit. "Boss, your clothes." "Thank you." Fisher did not twitch, he took off his jacket and changed it on the spot. The thousands of dollars in customized suits set off his tall figure even more heroic and extraordinary. In addition, he had been trained for his military career. With a resolute face, a standard tough guy in a suit appeared. "How about it, okay?" Flicking his sleeves, and looking at himself in the mirror, Fisher asked the female secretary. "It's great, just like a professional male model. Hollywood doesn't ask you to be the male lead, but it's a big mistake." The female secretary couldn't help but laughed and whispered a compliment. "It's fine to be a leading actor. My acting skills are not professional, but the image is perfect. After all, it is estimated that a lot of people will come to see me at that time, and we can't be ashamed of the giant god." Fisher touched his hazelnut hairstyle, and then looked at the time. "Well, the celebration ceremony is about to begin. The reconstruction plan of New Baghdad, this is the largest order taken by the Titans so far, involving hundreds of billions of dollars. The original order received this order, which also abolished the efforts of the boss of Fisher. Not long after the end of the Iraq War, in order to promote the U.S. seed oil pig, the U.S. President and Congress launched a Baghdad reconstruction plan to rebuild the war-torn Baghdad city into an international metropolis. In order to buy people's hearts. This plan seems to be a kindness from the United States, but in fact, the various industrial products and technical personnel rebuilt are all from the United States. On the contrary, it has revitalized the U.S. economy. Many large and medium-sized enterprises are full of mouthfuls. Of course, in fact, This plan also greatly swelled Fisher's pockets. The Iraqi government, which is extremely satisfied with the reconstruction project, even intends to sign a series of follow-up contracts with Titan, including ordering weapons and equipment, training officers and the National Guard, and even including a series of cooperation in oil and mineral exploration. The Congress is also happy to see the continuous expansion of domestic capital abroad, giving Titan a lot of preferential policies. Even the military has also ordered a large number of advanced equipment from Titan. Other consortiums and enterprises looking at various favorable treatments are jealous. However, they do not have this ability, and capable consortia like Stark Industries cannot intervene. After all, many of their products are forbidden to export. Next, let's have Atlas Group President, Mr. Fisher Adams. As the beauty host exited, the camera just set up pointed at Fisher, who was sitting at the desk, sitting in jeopardy. First of all, I have to apologize to the residents of New Baghdad. Today is the anniversary of the first anniversary of the establishment of New Baghdad, but I was not able to participate in this event. After that, Fisher stood up and confronted. The camera bowed deeply. In addition, I also wish that other cities in Iraq can live and prosper like New Baghdad. In the past few years, there have been countless engineers, workers, soldiers, and even farmers. Day after day with all his hard work, New Baghdad has become today, and the Titan is just a small drop in this majestic power. When Fisher talked to the camera, many people were watching him. Speech. In a very shabby skyscraper in New York, a shaggy middle-aged man is holding a wrench to fix the motorcycle in front of him, while listening to Fisher's speech, still muttering words. Conscience? Who believes it? An arms company that provides private mercenaries, but it is doing charity here. Jarvis, do you believe there is such a company? Sorry, sir, but according to online data, Titan's operations in Iraq have provided tens of thousands of jobs there. A stupid robotic arm carried a box of tools and turned around. Shut up, what do you know about a broken machine? Hand me the wrench. Okay, Mr. Stark. While Stark was busy repairing his beloved locomotive, the door of the workshop opened dripping, and then Secretary Pepper Potts, who was wearing a brown t-shirt with a long ponytail, walked in. Mr. Stark, Colonel Rhodes called just now, and he said that he will let you make a special time in 2 days to come out and give you a trophy. In addition, there are a bunch of documents here that you need to sign. Awarding? What kind of award? Why don't you go to Las Vegas to hold a private party, when the time is full of champagne and beautiful women? That will be my favorite. Instead of talking in front of a bunch of people like someone. What contribution? Oh, are you jealous? Pepper saw Fisher speaking on the screen, and he was talking about Titan's future expansion plan in Iraq. Jealous of him? What's the jealousy? Rhodes is going to give me an award, right? Tell him it's okay, but you must invite this guy over. Stark sullenly changed the subject without a trace. Okay, Mr. Stark, I will personally send the invitation over. Pepper did not expose Mr. Stark's final prowess. After all, compared with Fisher, Stark's ethos at this time is really different. How about it? You must know that in the eyes of ordinary people, the standard for evaluating a person's good or bad is entirely based on the person's reputation, and he does not care whether you are a millionaire or what. For example, when you talk about Stark, everyone will say, oh, it's the who has chartered a cruise ship with dozens of beautiful women for fun, not the inventor who made some technological products. As for Fisher, everyone would say that he is a technological pioneer dedicated to the development of new energy and new industries, instead of saying that he is a mercenary leader with blood on his hands. Unfortunately, such remarks also make Stark himself heard it. To be honest, I think Mr. Fisher himself is quite good, at least much better than that of Justin Hammer, who likes yin and yang. Of course, they are incomparable to Mr. Stark. Seeing his boss's expression on his face, Pepper hurriedly added another sentence. Yes, this is my good assistant. Stark nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, after more than an hour of talking, the part of the ceremony that belonged to Fisher was also over. After all, the establishment of New Baghdad theoretically also mixed with the US government, so in the end, it was necessary to let the official big figures come out. Make an end. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Great Age, Coming Force. Chapter 3 The Great Era, Coming Force. Tonight's New York, the stars are shining, the stars gather, there are only female stars. Stark Industries leader Tony Stark will be awarded the top prize soon. News spread throughout the capital circle, countless luxurious cars filled the parking lot of the Hilton Hotel, and jewels and ladies of all colors were anxiously waiting at the hotel entrance with various limited edition bags in their hands, just waiting for the arrival of the spicy man. Under the shining lights of various colors on the side of the street, a convoy of limousines slowly drove towards the door of the hotel, and waiters in red hurried forward to wait. Next, in a flash of light, a big bald head wearing a neat suit and a grey beard walked out of the Lincoln Stretch sedan in the center of the convoy. Tony, Tony! A crowd of ladies rushed forward frantically, they squeezed their bald heads, and the bodyguards beside him crowded in front of the car door and shouted frantically. "Sir, do you want to drive them away?" The bodyguard glanced at the crazy crowd and asked for instructions from the bald head. "No, Stark isn't here anyway, let's go in." The bald head waved his hand, and he adjusted the suit that had been deformed because of the crowd squeezing, and then with a smile on his face, he waved to the flashing camera. Obadiah Stanney, CEO of Stark Industries, a major shareholder, Tony Stark's daddy Howard Stark's close partner and colleague, he and Howard worked together to make Stark Industries bigger and stronger, and more. It was after Howard Stark's accident that he alone propped up the Stark industry until Tony Stark became an adult. Such a tireless old man was finally thrown into the reactor by the ungrateful Tony Stark, laughs, unfortunately be killed. Of course, Obadiah Stanney has not torn off his disguise at this time. He still behaves like Tony Stark's elders, sheltering Stark from the wind and rain. "Sorry, girls, Tony is not here, you are going to be disappointed." Obadi rolled up his sleeves, turned and walked into the hotel. There was a wailing sound behind him. Nor can it be blamed on the snobbish celebrities. Guys like Tony Stark in their eyes are the proper diamond celebrities. If you have some social relations with him, even if you want to fly into the sky, especially the cover girls of those magazines, as long as Stark makes a phone call, their worth will instantly double, but now they are looking forward to Stark not showing up. It is undoubtedly to pour cold water on them. But there are also some celebrities who are active. Stark did not show up. Isn't the Obadiah in front of him different? And this old guy is more than 60. Isn't it what you want to marry yourself, so some consciously cannot compete with others? The ladies of the people surrounded Obadi again. The bad old man also happily walked into the hotel's casino with the two beauties on the ring. The award ceremony will take a while, and he can play two of them easily. Some people are happy and some are worried. For example, Colonel Rhodes has a black face like the bottom of a pot. Oh, he was originally black. The colonel in the Air Force dress looked at the precise series of tactical watches produced by the Titan, and couldn't help but sigh. Damn Stark! The colonel vowed that he would kick Starks with his boots after the next meeting, because Stark once again let go of his pigeons. Who else hasn't come? The colonel asked the staff on the side. Only Mr. Stark and Mr. Fisher left. The staff swiped across the PDA. Don't these guys like to release pigeons? When Rhodes took out his cell phone and was about to urge the two again, there was a roar in the sky. What's that? Rhodes raised his head and saw a black and red Bell 429 twin-engine helicopter landing leisurely on the open space in front of the hotel. The gusty wind caused by the rotation of the helicopter's rotor suddenly blew away a lot of jeweled skirts, and at the same time, there was a sound of shouting and swallowing saliva. "Hope I'm not late, Colonel Rhodes." The neatly dressed Fisher jumped out of the plane and reached out to Rhodes with his right hand. "It's just right, everyone is almost there." "That's good, after all, punctuality is the king's courtesy." Fisher waved to the pilot and motioned him to take off. "That said, you are no worse than the king in this battle." "That's still incomparable, after all, we have 2 people here." Fisher pointed to the other big guys. They were followed by a dozen bodyguards behind their buttocks, and he was carrying a secretary. "Let's go, Kate." Fisher stretched out his right hand to the little secretary, motioning for her to reach into her arm. The little secretary is equally beautiful today, with a new Italian-style hairstyle, with dark eye shadows and bright red lipstick on her face, wearing a pure white knit dress, revealing her smooth back. Coupled with the crystal high heels on the feet, the fierce queen's aura instantly overwhelmed many celebrities on the court who were eager to try. In terms of reputation, the Titan Company basically does not exist in the daily lives of ordinary citizens. Of course, in the eyes of the top business leaders, the Titan is a role that they have to work hard to deal with. After all, in the United States, there are 2 kinds of people you can't provoke: the rich and the guns. The former controls all aspects of society. The latter serves the former. The Titan is different. He has both money and guns. Although due to legal issues, the Titan's most of the private troops under his command are deployed abroad, but everyone knows the laws and regulations of the United States. If you really want to take advantage of the loopholes, there are more ways to go. Therefore, as soon as Fisher entered the hall, a bunch of entrepreneurs who were up to his father's age surrounded him. What is Mr. Fisher's young and promising country? All sorts of flattering came over. After seeing this, Badia snorted, "A bunch of flatterers, if Tony is here, you will all come around." As he said, Obadi also put on a smiling face and squeezed into the crowd, and Faye Shear started talking. "Mr. Stark, why didn't he come? I am his fan." "Tony, he is a bit shy, he doesn't like attending such occasions, but he should be here, probably in which corner to stay, and he will show up when he is awarded the prize." "Oh, it turns out to be like this." Mr. Obadiah really broke his heart for Mr. Stark. "Your relationship is like a father and son. It's really touching." Yes, I treat Tony as my own child." The 2 chatted for a while, and the topic instantly turned to their respective businesses. "Mr. Fisher, I would like to purchase a batch of desert specialized equipment from you for use in the mining department of Stark Industries in the Middle East. You know, the environment over there is terrible. This way, Mr. Obadi can directly contact the person in charge of our company. For the sake of the face of both of us, it will be free for you." "Thank you so much." Obadiah was overjoyed. Now he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Playboy Debut. Chapter 4, The Playboy Appears. The awards ceremony in the evening is actually to give awards to many people, and Stark is just the finale. Because this is regarded as an official event, there will be some members of the National Defense Committee and military generals, so there is no red carpet or other process. As the host, Colonel Rhodes first told a few American jokes and ridiculed it. The political party then began the process of the ceremony. The first person who came to the stage to receive the award was a New York mounted policeman. This man lay down 6 gangsters alone in the Hell's Kitchen. Of course, this was also thanks to the KF-5 submachine gun produced by Titan, 10mm subsonic bullets, and every with a rate of fire of 550 minutes. This is the defender of American democracy. Looking at the mounted policeman with a blushing face taking over his own medal, everyone present clapped, and only Obadi and Rhodes were looking around. What are they looking at? Kate puzzled. Waiting for a man to make them dream of. Fisher whispered. In fact, Tony Stark has already arrived at the scene. He drove his Audi R8 sports car and went directly to the hotel's casino after getting off the car. As for the award ceremony, there is no good girl and ticket for a broken trophy. Come on with a martini, this makes me a little nervous. Stark, who was wearing red sunglasses with a pouch even indoors, snapped his fingers and ordered to the waiter who came by. Okay, Mr. Stark. The waiter looked at the $100 bill that stretched out in front of him, and immediately left the other guests in the casino behind, and trot all the way to bring Stark's drinks. It's great, then someone will help me blow the chips, maybe it will bring good luck. After taking a sip of the sweet and sour martini, Stark said frivolously to the two beauties next to him. I. The two beauties who wished to stick directly to Stark were about to fight. Okay, blow it all by yourself. Stark hurriedly discouraged. The chips made of transparent crystal were thrown to the gambling table. After seeing the points, the gamblers who followed Stark's bet immediately cheered. Awesome, baby, these are for you, so, what about the next batch of challengers? Stark triumphantly grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed it into the arms of the woman next to him, screaming, and at the same time those who lost the unlucky ones with chips can only leave the gaming table cursingly and go elsewhere to try their luck, and their vacancies are quickly filled by others. While Stark himself was enjoying the good night sensually, he did not know that there were two other people upstairs because he was embarrassingly trying his best to warm up the field. The award ceremony has reached the final step at this moment, awarding the United States' Most Outstanding Arms Dealer, a symbol of freedom and democracy, and the defender of world peace Tony Stark, but Stark himself still disappeared, leaving only Colonel Rhodes. Dryly holding the trophy on the stage, Rhodes was full of grief and indignation. Just now, he grabbed Tony Stark and blew it. He also quietly edited a small film that set off Stark's own achievements, but the other party simply if he didn't cooperate, Rhodes's rainbow fart was shot in the empty space. However, it is not surprising that the people off the court including Fisher, this is Tony Stark. Fisher knows that even after becoming a superhero, Tony's problems have not changed. Gun, let alone now, Fisher originally wanted to give Tony Stark a wake-up, but now think about it, it's okay to let him suffer a bit. When Rhodes was embarrassed and did not know what to do, Obadiah got up and helped Rhodes step down. Actually, Tony is really busy. As you know, the safety of America and the world is inseparable from him. For this reason, he often stays up late and sometimes even forgets to eat. A few tears squeezed out, I often persuade him to make him pay attention to his body. After all, the world still needs him, and the American people need him even more, but he just doesn't listen. Obadiah's eloquent narration made all the guests in the audience weep. I didn't expect it to look like Stark, but in the end he put in so much effort, he deserves to be a conscientious entrepreneur of the United States. Like you. Even Kate believed it to be true, thinking that Stark was really a person who was out of low-level tastes, it's all the boss, it can't be compared. As he said, Kate slapped the hand on his thigh, and then White gave Fisher a glance. Woman, you are seeking your own death. Fisher made a grimace at the little secretary, and then planned to take the little secretary to see Stark's true face after the ceremony was over. After the speech was over, the ceremony was almost over, and Fisher saw Obadiah leave without worry, and hurriedly followed. Oh, look, who is this, my good brother, Tony Stark, my good friend, the good brother who released my pigeons today. It can be seen that Colonel Rhodes attaches great importance to him and Stark. Friendship. After seeing Stark, who was looking for fun in the casino, he used 4 or 5 FAKs to express his inner joy. Hey, brother, it's been a long time. Tony was embarrassed when he saw Rhodes angrily. Doesn't it mean that ceremony is not as important as gambling? Actually, there is still wine. Stark took 2 wine glasses and handed one to a good friend. Drink, your favorite Old Tom gin. I don't drink, I'm so flustered, I can't drink anything. Rhodes was about to push the glass aside, and after seeing the faint liquor in the glass, he immediately changed his mouth. What wine? Old Tom gin. Stark repeated with accent. Then I can drink it. After a glass of wine, Rhodes's anger instantly extinguished a lot, and then he took the trophy in Obadiah's hand and looked at it for a while. Why don't this trophy use pure gold? After you go back, you can re-engrave one with pure gold and put it on your cabinet. Obadiah intimately embraced Stark's shoulder and said, "Good idea, Happy, put it away." Stark threw the trophy to the driver and bodyguard who was ready for a snack. After losing the trophy, Obadiah wanted to say a few more words, but it happened that Fisher appeared in the casino. After Stark saw Kate next to Fisher, he immediately became interested. "This beauty, have we met somewhere?" Stark pushed up his sunglasses and greeted him. "Of course, Mr. Stark, about 2 years ago, in Miami, I followed the boss and saw you and 7 or 8 swimsuit beauties at a party on the beach. You almost vomited when you were drinking and drinking," Kate said with a smile. Push Street Diary, as the saying goes, falling at the bottom has one advantage, that is, it won't fall anymore, and the rest is to slowly climb up. There will be collections, recommendations will be available, but I don't know the year of the monkey. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Reporters and Emergencies. Chapter 5, Reporters and Emergencies. That's a fate. Stark, who had eaten, turned his gaze back to Fisher, who was staring at him. The two shook hands, and then used force at the same time. "You did it on purpose," Fisher said with a smile. "Yes, it was on purpose." Stark flushed, and his hands would feel like being stuck by an iron hub. "Damn, why is this guy so powerful?" Stark thought. After holding it for almost 30 seconds, Fisher let go of his palm when he saw Stark almost yelling out, joking, he was kicked by the old man in the family to the 4th class for 2 years before founding the Titan. "Can't pinch you? Look, young people are so energetic." The silent contest between the two did not hide from Obadiah and Rhodes. They were still very happy to see Stark suffered a loss. "I heard that your company is doing a good job in Iraq, so there must be a lot of financial gaps. Since the flesh is incapable, then change to what he is good at," and Stark assumes a rich posture. It's okay. The Iraqi government has handed over several oil-producing areas to us. At present, crude oil production there has already begun, and the financial gap is not enough." Fisher faintly smiled. "Oh, so, that's really good news, but, Harpy, do you remember, it looks like Justin Hammer's company has imitated a drone called something called MQ, right?" Star, seeing that this breakthrough was useless, K immediately changed another one. "Oh, what you are talking about is our MQ-99 drone. If Hammer Industries makes a copy, it can be copied. Anyway, we have already received a large order from the Air Force. Thanks to Colonel Rhodes. It's all trivial things, not worth mentioning." Rhodes was very humble. Damn. Stark could only curse secretly, giving up his plan to find a place and turning the topic to normal business cooperation. "I saw Titan's New Baghdad on the news that day. I am going to set up an education foundation and run several schools in your city. I wonder what Mr. Fisher wants. This is a good thing. Although we rebuilt New Baghdad, due to the war, the population loss there is still very serious. At present, Titan can only give priority to ensuring the daily life of the city, such as education and commerce, and it has to be introduced. With more companies, with Stark Industries taking the lead, I think all aspects of New Baghdad will soon be restored to its pre-war state." "Oh, what you said, I think Stark Industries can also build an industrial park there to help solve the employment problem of a large number of local people, and it can also expand the Middle East market." The more they talked, the more excited they got. Fisher has already started to talk about how he plans to plan the urban area of New Baghdad, and Stark also offers 2 of his own opinions from time to time. Now the 2 of them are completely different from what they just did. It looks like a rivalry. Tony. Seeing Stark, who was battling with Fisher, the Colonel Rhodes who followed him shouted for several times before he reacted. "What's the matter?" Stark puzzled. "Don't forget that we are going to Afghanistan tomorrow." "Oh, of course I won't forget, you will be waiting for me at the airport then, I will definitely be there on time," Stark vowed. "You swear?" "I swear." Looking at Stark's firm eyes, Rhodes chose to believe him again. Then he got on the Hummer and left. Stark watched Rhodes's car disappear on the other side of the street. When he was about to continue discussing with Fisher about the future of clean energy, he saw the other person staring at his chest. "What happened?" "Nothing, you are going to Afghanistan?" Fisher asked knowingly. "Yes, go over there to show off my new invention." "Oh, then you should be careful. It is not very safe there. The Titan has several security forces at the Phoenix firebase. If there is any problem, you can go to them. After all, soldiers can't stare at you 24 hours. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe the military will definitely not go wrong." "Better so." The two walked down the steps, and Stark's car had stopped by the side of the road. "If you are waiting for your car, I can lend you mine," Stark said triumphantly. "No, thank you, my car is already on the road. It will drive by itself." Fisher raised the key in his hand and shook it. "Excuse me, can I interview you a few words?" Just as Stark was about to see what car Fisher was driving, a female voice rang behind him. Stark turned around and found that it was a beautiful blonde woman in a women's suit. "I'm Kristen, a reporter from Vanity Fair, Mr. Stark and Mr. Fisher, can I ask you some questions?" "Of course, my dear, please." Stark took off his sunglasses and said solemnly. Then the female reporter asked a few sharp questions about Stark's military industry, but Stark himself responded fluently, and even back-pressured the female reporter. Fisher didn't intend to pay attention to the reporter, but the other party had already stretched the recorder over, and it was really boring when waiting for the bus, so Fisher agreed. Only the first question of the female reporter made Fisher's face cold. "Mr. Fisher, as far as I know, your Atlas company has a private army of nearly 10,000 people, and they have performed a lot of offensive missions in the Middle East, causing a lot of casualties, and at the same time you rebuilding the city in the local area has won a lot of prestige. What do you think of this problem? This is not a contradiction. There are countless innocent civilians in that land who only want to live a stable life. The giant will protect them. At the same time, there are many terrorists who bombed and assassinated, and the giant attacked them. This is all to maintain the stability of this area. But in the attack, the Titan's army often abused lynching, beating and even massacring the captured militants, and some even called you an executioner. Is this too inhumane?" "Humanity?" Fisher chuckled. "Then tell me what humanity is. We send those guys back to the United States for trial? This is humanity? Madam, you think war is too simple. We get our hands dirty in exchange for the peace of this world. The giant saved millions of lives on that land and kept them away from death and war. If killing one person can save 100 people, then this is our choice. You think you can now? What's the reason for wearing beautiful clothes here? The US government started the war, and what we are doing is just ending the war." As soon as the voice fell, two sci-fi-shaped unmanned suspension motorcycles buzzed on. "Come here." "Sorry, the car is here, let's go first." Push Street Diary. If there is still no recommended ticket and collection today, don't be sad, because tomorrow will be the same TT. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Strength. Chapter 6 Power. After setting the goal to Long Island, Fisher disappeared at the end of the road without looking back, leaving only the female reporter and Stark looking at each other. "Actually, you can come and give me an interview or something, right at my house, how about it?" Stark patted his car. "My bed is amazing." Half an hour later, there was a sound of applauding for love in Stark's own luxury villa. And Fisher is the same. His parents live on Long Island, so every time he goes back to New York, Fisher does not go to the hotel, but goes straight home. For this reason, he also repaired the apron in the yard by himself to park him. Daddy's Bell helicopter. Boss, do you want me to block that reporter? Kate asked, seeing Fisher upset. Why, because she told a couple of truths. I am not a dollar, everyone likes it, why should you care about her? If you want to say that killing people is like hemp, black water is much darker in the Middle East than us, massacre, prisoner abuser, who has never done it before, don't care about her. Yes. To be honest, if he was afraid of public opinion, Fisher would never create a giant. When he just took over the mess left by the US Army, the surrender of the giant had secretly killed hundreds of tribal armed forces, just because of this. The guy likes to harass the logistics line. After arriving home, Fisher found that there was no one in the house, so he remembered that it seemed that the old man had taken his mother and bodyguards to go fishing at sea, and he and Kate were the only ones at home. As for the cleaning maid, he would not come until tomorrow morning. Boss, this is not good. Really? I think it's good. Fisher directly carried the little secretary to his room. And Kate looks like he can't resist, but in fact, if Kate from the Navy Diving Search and Rescue Team is really unwilling, then she can completely break free with her skill. In the dead of night, Fisher walked shirtless from the bedroom to the open-air balcony outside, with a cigarette in his mouth, lying comfortably on a wicker chair. Strands of golden flames appeared in his hands from time to time. In the indefinite light, Fisher seemed to close his eyes and meditate. In fact, in the sea of consciousness, he was staring at a bright golden psychic flame. Fisher didn't know when this thing appeared on him, but it is beyond doubt that the Chinook flame he named the Star Torch helped him many times. The first time he was still serving in the Marine Corps, when he was fighting the enemy in close hands, he just stared at him like this, and the guy who pinched his neck was bleeding to death. At that time, Fisher was very scared, thinking that he was a mutant, although he had never heard of any mutants in this world. Of course, after careful study, Fisher found that this thing can also allow him to travel through other worlds, which is why Fisher named this thing Star Torch. Of course, psychic energy can not only travel through time and space, but also has many different abilities, such as interfering with other people's psychology, releasing elemental attacks such as flames and lightning, or using mind power to pinch a guy who is shorter than yourself. In addition to these, this energy extracted from the subspace can also strengthen the user's body, heal injuries, and even manipulate the time in a local area. The most powerful alpha-level Shinicist can even use a single gesture to combine the god's creation, as tall as mountains and rivers, was crushed into scrap iron, provided that he was not crushed. This is why Fisher is so confident. Anyway, GW's armored vehicles can't drive to my house. After confirming that the Star Torch can randomly travel through time and space, Fisher took an action and ran to the world of Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. After ENS began to attack the United States, relying on his military exploits, he climbed to the position of Iron's deputy step by step, and mastered many of the secrets of the giant gods. On the eve of the Titan's failure, Fisher even swept away almost all of the Titan's technical data. Anyway, Irons was dead at the time, and the technicians did not suspect him, and hurriedly threw the information to Fisher and evacuated the base. After the return, relying on full technical information and funds from the Boston Consortium, Fisher established the Titan Company again within 3 months of his retirement. Relying on his connections in the military, Fisher was the first to gain the favor of the military in light weapons and armored vehicles, and then Fisher used this as a springboard to gradually rank among the international arms dealers in heavy equipment. For the second crossing, Fisher went to the overhead world of Ace Air Combat. There, Fisher even jumped back and forth between various camps, and obtained a series of data related to super weapons. It's just a pity that Fisher has not been able to digest these information thoroughly. One is because Titan currently has too few technical staff and lack of scientists to carry the lead. Second, Fisher considers that this is not the time when superheroes are flooding. The sudden emergence of giants is easy to become a thorn in the eyes of the US government, just as they forced Stark to hand over his steel suit technology. Human greed is endless. Maybe the Boston Consortium will stand on its own side, but the consortium certainly wouldn't. Even Fisher knew that the giant anti-revolutionary department he had established had secretly executed more than 30 spies who had been infiltrated by other forces. There is a long way to go. Squeezing out the cigarette butts, Fisher looked at the sky. The sky was full of stars, and compared with the entire universe, human beings are really small and can't be small. Billions of human beings stay on the earth. I just lived my life quietly and didn't try to provoke anyone, but the disaster of extinction has come. In Fisher's view, making humans stronger is the right way. Superheroes are brave. But the number is still too small. If everyone in the world is Captain America or Iron Man, the director of the Family Planning Office, Thanos, dare to come to Earth? What are you thinking? Kate woke up somehow, leaning on the balcony door frame, looking at Fisher with a smile. Men, you must have a cigarette afterwards. Fisher stood up, took the beautiful woman into his arms, bent his head and kissed it. Really? But I don't think it's over yet. Kate gently blew into Fisher's chin. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Welcome to Afghanistan. Chapter 7 Welcome to Afghanistan. At 8 o'clock in the morning, when the alarm clock went off, Colonel Rhodes had changed into his stiff uniform. His military cap was upright, his tie was meticulous, and even his shoes were spotlessly polished. Then he was like a tower. Standing at the door of Tony Stark's private jet, a modified Boeing 737-800. When the time pointed to 8:15, Colonel Rhodes looked at the deserted airport runway and instantly understood that he, once again, was released by Tony Stark. It didn't count, after all, they went there this time. Afghanistan came by Stark's plane, so strictly speaking, this is not a pigeon release. When he thought of this, Colonel Rhodes suddenly felt that his life was sad. The world was full of discrimination against dogs. He decided yes, and waited until Stark arrived and didn't talk to him for 5 minutes. When the time changed to 9 o'clock, Rhodes decided not to talk to Stark for half an hour. When the pointer freezes at 10 o'clock in the morning, Rhodes decides that in the next second, as long as Stark appears, he can call him Dad. As for calling the other party to urge the other party, Rhodes said Tony Stark will only choose to answer when he wants to answer the phone. If he doesn't want to answer, then it doesn't matter how many calls you make. Rhodes waited until 11 o'clock, the stewardess had already delivered lunch on the plane, and Tony Stark, who had been fighting with the beauty all night and repairing the car for a whole morning, drove his sports car to the airport leisurely. You came really early. Rhodes finally broke his vow and took the initiative to speak to Stark. An XIN, brother, this plane is very fast, as long as you sleep, we will be in Afghanistan. I have already slept. Then have 2 glasses, come on, don't be shy, hurry up, girls, get music and wine. Stark ran past Rhodes and ran into the plane. No, today is an official business. You can't touch a drop of wine. Rhodes tried to break away. Not negotiable. No. 5 minutes later, Rhodes, who unbuttoned his shirt, was holding a wine glass and Stark. You came and I pushed the glass to change. It was so happy, the world's best music even passed through the thick glass to the outside of the cabin, even the flight attendants serving them also lifted their skirts and danced with their small waists. When Stark flew to the Middle East, Stark Industries was in a mineral exploration camp in Afghanistan. More than a dozen domineering heavy-duty APC armored vehicles swept through bursts of wild sand and then steadily parked in the center of the camp. Get out of the car. Fast. Arthur Morgan, wearing a sand-colored combat uniform, jumped out of the car, smashed his right fist on the body of the armored car twice, and then another 4 or 5 people jumped out from the rear hatch of the armored car. Dressed up armed soldiers. Who is in charge? Behind Arthur, a soldier with a big beard shouted at the crowd that came by Stark Industries. I am, are you here to deliver? A tall black man walked out of the crowd. His upper body was wearing a white vest, his dark skin gleaming in the sun. Yes, the weapons you want. Arthur pointed to the armored car behind him, and then dozens of huge weapon boxes were carried out of the armored car by these soldiers. 1,000 rifles, 60 rocket launchers, grenades, and bullets are all desert specialized versions. You can bury them in the sand for a day and you can use them again. It is too urgent for you to urge them. Some of these weapons they are in stock, and others are for our own use, so they look a bit old, but the quality is absolutely okay. Also, according to your requirements, we have removed the fingerprint identification device and the IFF identification friend or friend system. Let's check it. No way, this is what the boss requested, but it's great for you to get everything together in a day. The black man opened a box, took a weapon painted in desert color and looked at it, then nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Compared with your giants, our weapons are like expensive artworks, not murderous weapons. That's the big guy, you haven't seen us. Arthur kicked the box with his foot. Okay, the goods are delivered, we are goodbye. Walk slowly. After the giant's convoy left, the black man asked his subordinates to carry the weapon into the warehouse while taking out the mobile phone. Sir, it's me, Hamas, the weapon you want has arrived. Is it the same as the old one? Yes, it's not worth it. I spent 3 times the price. You took a few people into the car and pulled the arms up to the mountain for a round, understand? Okay, sir. After hanging up, Obadi looked at the photo of him and Stark on the table, a trace of struggle flashed across his face, and finally he took a deep breath and made a decision. Mr. Hamill, I have all the goods you want. You will see him on the GPS, but I have one more request. Of course, Mr. Obadiah, we are friends, so please do not hesitate to give orders. A middle-aged man with a heavy accent came over the phone. Kill Tony Stark. Tony Stark. The voice on the other end of the phone paused. No problem. Goodbye then, friend. After speaking, Obadi hung up the phone. After a while, the computer screen in front of him showed that he had transferred another large sum of funds to his offshore account in the Cayman Islands. Tony, don't worry, I will carry forward the Stark industry. Obadiah said, and a few tears came out. On the other side, the Middle Eastern terrorists that Obadi contacted are also muttering at the moment, aren't Obadi and Stark very close uncles and nephews, why did he kill him? Even the terrorist boss is muttering, isn't Tony Stark America's most powerful arms dealer? Is it wasteful to kill him? The purpose of our 10 Commandments group is to dominate the Middle East. How about kidnapping him to make weapons? As soon as this idea came out, it was out of control. The boss thought carefully for half an hour and found that this plan was really feasible. Abdullah, pack up, let's go to the city. The terrorist leader took his attention, and immediately called out a more clever fellow of his own. Head, why are we going to the city? Those Americans and their lackeys are offering us a reward. A thin man was puzzled. Let's dig for treasure. Remember to take that tablet. Treasure? How about bringing a few more brothers? No, we are just going to investigate. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Ambush. Chapter 8 Ambush. Gentlemen, welcome to the future. The violent mushroom cloud mixed with violent wind swept the whole mountain range, and the strong wind could be felt even more than 10 kilometers away. The leader of the 10 Rings gang frantically looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the distant sky, muttering words, "This is the miracle of God, this is the miracle of God." The men on the side were also very scared. The most powerful explosion they had ever seen in their life was the Hellfire or calf dropped by a US drone. Stark's Jericho missile was a multi-charged bomb, which caused damage. The effect is not comparable to those gadgets. I want him, I must want him. The leader of the 10 Commandments gang can even see him, with the help of the arms made by Stark, unifying the entire Arab world and rebuilding the grand vision of the great Ottoman Empire. He is the Sultan and the Pasha, Saladin is reborn. When the time comes, use the whip of God to slap these whiteskins to death. Now that he was determined to get Stark in his hands, the boss of the 10 Rings immediately took out the phone and began to gather the staff. Anyway, Obadiah would keep telling him about Stark's location. They could just wait and wait. Of course, before doing it, they need to get the goods sent by Obadiah. Although Obadiah has business dealings with the 10 Rings, he still has to do what he should do. After all, the 10 Rings are on the American blacklist, and Stark Industries is the designated supplier of the American military, so Obadiah the weapons Daya sent over were all done by his hands in Afghanistan who were responsible for mineral exploration. Either a bunch of people drunk and slept at the base all the time, and then no one looked after the gates and weapon depots, or several people drove a truck full of munitions in the mountains, but they were accidentally robbed by terrorists and the truck was released. In short, these were accidents and were uncontrollable. Stark Industries would not sell weapons to the enemies of the United States. If Fisher is here, he must have a good laugh at Obadiah. You sell a weapon and you're still haggling. Find him 10 or 8 middlemen and open 7 or 8 leather bag companies. Even if something goes wrong, check it down layer by layer, you can still push the matter to the leather bag company. Isn't it good to get it clean? In addition, Fisher has to complain about a habit of Stark Industries, that is, all weapons must be marked with Stark Industries mark. Of course, this is done to start the brand, but the consequence is that these are sold everywhere. Yes, everything will eventually become Stark's problem. This kind of problem won't happen to giants. Except for the Atlas logo sold to the military of various countries, the gadgets sold to the civilian population are either only marked with a production location or marked with the Hammer Industry logo. Anyway, Justin Hammer likes to produce fan money very much, so Fisher doesn't mind making more for him. After learning that Stark would leave the Phoenix Firebase in a ground vehicle for an investigation in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, the 10 Commandments immediately began operations. The mountainous terrain of Afghanistan provided them with powerful cover. Under the nose, the militants of the 10 Commandments successfully set up an ambush position. Amir, it's up to you then. The boss of the 10 Rings gang with G36 in his hand looked at his men with a serious face. Don't worry, boss, there is this guy, I guarantee that none of those vehicles can run away. The militant named Amir held the PIN M7 transmitter tightly in his arms. This is a 4-in-1 produced by Titan. The multifunctional launcher made by the launch has a range of up to 3 kilometers, and there is no problem in hitting the aircraft or tanks. The built-in intelligent fire control system can control the missile's flight direction and automatically attack the weak points of the enemy. Okay, get me accurate. You are the only one who has gone to elementary school here. If you don't hit, you can go back to herding sheep. The boss warned with worry. The M7 transmitter they got this time is just 10, the ammunition is a base reserve, but there are a lot of unguided Stark rocket launchers. They are coming. The smoke and dust from the vehicle is so conspicuous among the desert hills, which can be seen from a few kilometers away. In order to a big man like Stark, the military dispatched 6 vehicles, 2 mine-proof and anti-ambush armored vehicles one after the other, and 3 Hummers in the middle. As for Stark himself, he was sitting in the APC heavy armored vehicle produced by Titan. Here, although this armored vehicle is a bit larger, it has an active defense system and an infrared warning system. The huge crew compartment can accommodate 12 fully armed infantry. Of course, it can also be modified to turn the crew compartment into an operating room or command room. In terms of weapons, it has 4 weapon stations, which can mount all weapons from 7.62 mm machine guns to 25 mm machine guns. Ready? Give me a fight. Watching the convoy enter the ambush circle, the boss of the Ten Rings gang stood up and raised the G-36 in his hand as a shuttle. The pin M7 held in the hands of the terrorists immediately locked the leading ambush vehicle. The 4 missiles spun out of the barrel and struck the ambush vehicle's cab within a few seconds across a kilometer. The steel plate that can withstand the fragmentation of the 105 howitzer and the 23 mm gun is pierced by the warhead like a layer of cardboard, and then the smart fuse activates the explosive part. The 2 soldiers in the ambush car did not even understand what happened. Half of them turned into exploding fireballs and flying fragments. Quick, reload! The claws that had done a good job began to reload, and the remaining militants picked up Stark Industries bazookas and began to bombard the rear of the convoy with saturation. The rockets that fell one after another directly turned the Hummer and ambush vehicles behind the convoy into a ball of burning scrap iron, and the crew members were killed without even leaving their positions. What happened? Stark looked at the armored vehicle that Diddy was alarming in horror, and then there was a sudden bang from the outside of the vehicle. It was the active defense system that intercepted an incoming rocket. "Mr. Stark, please stay in the car." The American soldier who was escorting him jumped out of the car to prepare for battle after speaking, but was hit before firing a few shots, and the radial spray of blood covered the car windows. A few more bangs, and then the armored vehicle's voice began to alarm, "The active defense system has been overloaded, please reload." What? Stark jumped up in shock, lying on the back of the chair and looking at the electronic screen that kept flashing warnings. "Diddy, the rocket is locked, it will fire soon, please evacuate." The electronic sound warned again. No. Stark hurried to the car door with fright, but the soldiers guarding him had locked the car door from the outside, and Stark, who could not escape, could only watch the 4 directions flying in the distance. Spiral flares. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, You Almost Killed My Country. Chapter 9, You Almost Killed My Country. At the critical moment, the good V-shaped structure of the APC armored vehicle resisted the deadly missile. The entire armored vehicle was lifted by an explosion, and fell heavily after turning in the air for several laps. "Who are you hitting?" Seeing the APC being blown up, the terrorist boss jumped into a thunder, kicking the terrorist carrying a stylus to the ground. I see that the car is still firing. Go on your mother. That's the future, you bastard, idiot." Big feet flew up, fists and rifle butts fell on the terrorist like raindrops, yelling at him. "What are you guys doing in a daze? Go and see if Stark is dead, my country and my future." The 10 commandments yelled to the other subordinates. The trembling subordinates immediately took up their weapons and rushed down the valley. A few were too anxious, stepped on the empty foot, and rolled into the chaos directly into a ball. The smell of burnt meat and the smell of rubber filled the nostrils of these militants. They hurriedly put on gas masks, and then rushed to the APC that was smoking and sparking lightning. "I see, he's not dead. Allahu Akbar." A terrorist cautiously lay on the ground, leaning against the broken window of the armored car, and then confronted the blood-stained Tony Stark. "Got an eye? What are you still doing? Get him out quickly." Knowing that his weapon expert is still alive, the face of the boss of the 10 Commandments gang immediately turned cloudy. "But he seems to be injured. It's all blood." "What? Save people. Didn't we kidnap a doctor last time? Let him come." After the boss of the 10 Commandments gang ordered, he grabbed the missile-launching militants and said word by word, "If Tony Ifk is dead, I will let your family accompany him. Attacks come and go fast." Although these militants of the 10 Commandments gang have not read books and have no culture, they are war-fighting soldiers. Otherwise, they would not be so active under the attack of the U.S. Army. They only spent less than 10 minutes in the battle. At this time, even the U.S. Apache helicopters at the Phoenix Fire Base had not even taken off. The ground troops of the U.S. Army took an hour to get here, but all they were left at the scene were steel shards and blood stains. The terrorists also took away the bodies of the fallen U.S. troops. They wanted to make a video to show off. What? Tony Stark is missing. Obadiah's stunned expression made the shareholders of Stark Industries sigh. You see how good these two people are. Obadiah's face has changed. Don't panic, let's stabilize the stock price first. Tony, let me figure out a solution. Obadiah pretended to be very sad and told several shareholders, at this time, we must guard against death, especially Han. There are also giant gods in Magong, and those guys will definitely find a way to tear off a bite of meat from us. Even Osborne, who has nothing to do with us, will fall into trouble. Although he said so, Obadiah did not. Don't worry, some scattered stocks will be gone if they are gone, but Tony Stark is gone. This company does not belong to me, and the money lost now can be earned back in the future. On Fisher's side, David Hudson, who is in charge of Titan's finances, called Fisher the first time and asked if he wanted to attack Stark Industries' stock price. Sniper, you have to sniper, but remember to throw it right away, it's not time for a large-scale acquisition. After saying that, Fisher hung up the phone, joking, is he a poor person? Telephone? Other things are much more important than this. Oh, my dear Gaius, welcome home. At this moment Fisher is being held in her arms by a middle-aged woman, and next to her is a middle-aged uncle carrying a fishing rod and wearing a sun hat. Ethan Adams, Lindsay Adams, Fisher's cheap father and cheap mother. Ethan Adams is the current head of the Adams family, and the Adams family is a member of the Boston Consortium. By the way, Gaius, it was the nickname given by Daddy Fisher, because Daddy Fisher is an elite, and the Titan of Fisher can rise quickly, and the support of his dad is indispensable, even inside the Boston Consortium at that time. Way ago, but now? The Iraqi oil resources given back by the giants alone made those guys noisy, not to mention that Fisher's military factory in Boston has provided tens of thousands of jobs for the local area, while also driving this has contributed to the vigorous development of a large number of midstream and downstream enterprises. Seeing that his son was so upbeat, Fisher's father was very pleased. The family business was lost to the rest of the family, and he took Fisher's mother to travel all day. After fishing on the sea for almost a week, the food and fresh water on the boat were almost exhausted before returning. Smelly boy, why are you still stunned? Come over and get something for me. Didn't I send you a bodyguard? I gave them a holiday, and I will come back to work tomorrow. I have been drifting with us for so long at sea. Thank you for your hard work. Okay, how long will you stay here this time? Fisher asked after taking a bunch of bits and pieces. It should be only a month. The annual firearms exhibition of the Rifle Association will be held in Texas. As the honorary president of the Rifle Association, I have to go and see it. Just be happy. Fisher said weakly. Other people's families are parents who have broken their hearts for their children. How can you turn it around here? What should you do if your parents don't stand up for a day? Urgent, wait online. Oh, yes, son, I heard that Stark is missing. Is it true? It's true, Stark's motorcade was attacked in Afghanistan, and his life is unknown. Oh, why is this Stark family so unlucky? I think Howard and two of them died in a car accident inexplicably, and the murderer didn't catch anything. Now that something happened to his son, how could this family be so miserable? Fisher's mother participated in several women's activities with Howard Stark's wife when she was young, and it was considered an acquaintance. Now that she heard the news, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. It should be okay. Those terrorists should be arresting him for a ransom. After all, Stark has so much money, and the US military will definitely not sit idly by. Fisher didn't say anything, and Stark would definitely be able to run. When Stark's armor is exposed to the public's sight, he can sell the exoskeleton technology he has prepared for a long time. After all, Stark's technology cannot be sold to the military. Square, but the giant can do it. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Obadiah's Business Ambitions. Chapter 10, Obadiah's Commercial Ambition. Stark has been missing for almost a week. The U.S. military in Afghanistan dispatched all the personnel, aircraft, and cars that were not in combat positions, and even transferred 160 special search and rescue teams and PJ parachute rescue teams from the country, even in Afghanistan. PMC Company also got hired, searched for Tony Stark. Even Fisher, who is as far away as the United States, received a call from the military, hoping that he could send more manpower from Iraq. It would be better if there were aircraft and drones. Fisher still had to refuse at the beginning, but however, the military said that the expenses are all inclusive, overtime is 3 times, and losses are 5 times. I really didn't want to agree at first, but the price they offered was too high. By Fei Jing's. So with the attitude of not earning no profit, Fisher sent a group of people from the giant base in Iraq to support the black ops of the CIA and the Y-32Z VTOL transport aircraft, from the Armed Raid 3 Guangzhou Convention Strategic Alliance Camp. The appearance of the Y-32 looks very similar to the Kun style equipped by SHIELD, but the Kun style fighter without SHI. Let's take a look at SHIELD and see if you can get a wave of copyright fees. Although the Y-32 is called a transport aircraft, it can carry 30mm guns, air-to-air missiles, anti-radiation missiles, and can also carry a rocket launching nest with 192 rounds of ammunition. Transport 20 fully armed soldiers or mount 2 MD-type armed mobile turrets. Although reinforcements have arrived, there are still no clues in the search operation. There are too many mountains in Afghanistan. The mountains are connected to the ravine and along the ditch. Thousands of search personnel sprinkle it down, just like salt blending into the sea and disappearing in a blink of an eye. Poor Tony Stark could only tremble in the cave trying to escape. Unlike the poor Stark, Obadi will be happy this time. Because of the lack of Stark, the board of directors is now his confession. He sells weapons to whomever he wants, warlord of Africa, European gangsters, Latin American drug dealers, anyway, as long as you have a ticket, then Stark Industries will serve you, although Obadi did not sell those big guys that are too lethal, but ordinary cruise missiles and drones need as many as there are, and with his efforts, the stock of Stark Industries has even risen instead of falling. Obadi is happy, but the people in various war-torn areas are unlucky. The genocide among warlords in Africa has become more efficient, and even these black corns who can only run AK have the courage to attack peacekeeping troops. In South America and Brazil, the military police force, BOP, responsible for the clearance of drug dealers originally thought that they could have an absolute advantage if they were equipped with a special armored vehicle for street fighting of the Titans, but the overwhelmingly fired rockets told them what a big pipe is. The ordinary civilians living in the slums also suffered heavy casualties. The most tragic is the small Eastern European country Sokovia. In this world, there is no such thing as Dr. Destruction Sokovia. Because there are no resources, the Chechens, who occupy 1/3 of the domestic population, think they could not make money because the government was incompetent, so after obtaining funds through drug trafficking, they ordered massive arms from Stark and launched a coup, trying to overthrow the existing government in Sokovia and transform civilians from other ethnic groups. For the slave trade, the war spread throughout the country for a while. Countless blood and death did not awaken Obadi's conscience, and even stimulated him even more. In order to produce enough goods, Obadi even built 2 new production lines within 1 month. Under my leadership, Stark Industries will become the world's #1. Not Tony Stark. Without me, the 2 of them could not have today. It's right to be ambitious, but Obadi still underestimated Tony Stark's role. The scientific research project originally in charge of Tony Stark himself was taken over by the scientific research team under Obadi after he disappeared. Tony Stark was able to complete 1% of the progress in 3 days, while the researchers under Obadi had not even mastered the blueprint model in 3 days, not to mention the hands-on operation, and Tony Stark was very good before leaving. The chicken thief hid a pile of drawings and files in his basement. Even Pepper did not know the place, which made Obadi as uncomfortable as eating a cake covered with shit. But when I think of how much the plans left by Tony Stark have helped his business empire, Obadi is like a chicken blood, threatening and tempting his men. Only you can come up with the results, and the tickets will drop greatly. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under the reward. In the face of the boss Chikuakuo's money offensive, a group of scientists have made military orders, saying that the laboratory will be his home and the instrument will be his wife. Will not leave. Sure enough, with the motivation, the research progress was much faster. The recoil engine that Tony Stark studied before was only a drawing when he left, and now, the scientists have rubbed a sample out by hand. Very good, I will give you a bonus, and take another 3 days to spend time with your family, and then come back to do all the rest. After learning that the wind tunnel test has been successful, Obadi's old face is almost young at the age of 20, he cheerfully encouraged his scientists. Thank you, boss. Smiling and watching a group of scientists go on vacation, Obadi also planned to relax with a drink, when the phone rang suddenly. I am Obadi. What? You say it again. Boss, Tony Stark is not dead, he is still alive. This will have been found by mercenaries sent to the US military base. How is it possible? Obadiah's words stopped abruptly. He never expected that those terrorists would dare to lie to him. I see, take care of him over there, stabilize him, remember, don't show your feet. Yes. On the other end of the phone is Obadi's confidant in the Middle East. He is responsible for the clever delivery of the weapons sold by Obadi to the hands of terrorist sellers. Yes, through various accidents, it can be called the Taliban transportation. Team leader. Although he didn't know that Obadiah was going to kill Tony Stark. He knew that if he was investigated, Tony Stark would definitely find a relationship and send himself to Guantanamo prison to pick up soap. But now that the boss has spoken, he can only pretend to be extremely excited and enthusiastic to rush to Stark lying on the hospital bed to show his loyalty, and to deliver all the good nutrition that he had usually saved. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Return of Iron Man. Chapter 11 Return of the Iron Man. 3 hours ago, Stark, who built the steel armor Mark I, managed to escape under the cover of Ethan, but the quality of the hand-built Mark I was really bad. The rocket backpack just let him fly. After more than 10 kilometers, he smashed into the desert. The strong desire to survive made him struggle to crawl out of the sand. Staring at the scorching sun that was about to hit his head, Stark wailed, looked at his dirty shirt, and stabbed a few times. He has a simple sun hat made up of a few rags on his head. Tony Stark is very grateful that he had learned survival knowledge on a whim. He also specially spent a lot of money to hire a female survival expert to teach him, although he finally taught him and went to bed, but Stark still keeping in mind the teachings of the female expert, try not to expose yourself to the sun in the desert, and stay in the shade if you can. If there is no shade, then make a cool shelter. After confirming the approximate direction, Stark walked through the uninhabited Gobian desert with deep and shallow depths. Under the scorching sun, the air in the distance began to twist, and waves of heat rushed toward him. High temperature, lack of water, pain, these unfavorable factors are mixed together, taking turns in battle, torturing Stark. Even at that moment, Stark wants to give up, but when I think of Ethan, who died for him, Stark has a strong vision to live again, and he wants to avenge Ethan. After going over the sandy hills one after another, Stark saw several broken earth houses appearing on the horizon in the distance. Human smoke. First, he spit on his hands vigorously, then wiped his fingers. Stark carefully rubbed his eye sockets, opened his bloodshot eyes, and stared carefully into the distance. After confirming that it was not an illusion, Stark immediately used the last bit of milk to rush over. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, just tens of meters away from those houses, the door of a soil house in the middle suddenly creaked and was pushed open. Stark in excited spirit rolled on the spot and rolled into the low-lying land on the side of the dirt road. then he secretly raised his head to look at the dirt house. A few of them were dressed in combat uniforms, with large sand-colored scarves around their necks, and armed soldiers wrapped in cloth walked out of them. Damn it! Stark felt cold when he looked at the other parties dressing like the armed men, but the scene that happened afterwards made his cold little heart instantly hot. Several militants seemed to be arguing about something, it was very fierce, and then one of the militants suddenly threw his weapon to his companion, and then he lay down on the ground and did push ups, and his companion began to babble. What? I laughed a few times from time to time. Suddenly the laughing militant said something in English. You call this a push-up? My grandma does better than yours. Shut up, idiot, I said no English when I came here. Tell me the local dialect. Hearing this familiar English, Stark decided to take a gamble, first yelled not to shoot, and then stood up from the mound with his hands raised. Who is not allowed to move? The militants reacted very quickly. Before Stark's words fell, the black hole's muzzle had been pointed at him. I'm Tony Stark. Who are you? Stark tore off the rags around his head and looked at each other with a grin on his chapped lips. Tony Stark. The militants led by tore off the scarf wrapped around their heads, revealing a shabby white face. We are the true sons of the commando of the Titans. I am Captain Gideon. I am here to find you. The white man motioned to his subordinates to put down their weapons, and walked forward to prepare to shake hands with Stark. That's great, can I have something to eat and drink? Stark looked at the big hand reaching out in front of him, and his leg was about to fall down. Fortunately, Gideon supported him. Hold on for a while, I will inform others immediately. Michelle, get water. Yes. A soldier rushed into the room, and a few seconds later, he rushed out with a large water bottle with a straw. Thank you. Taking the heavy water bottle, Stark's throat squirmed, then he took up the straw and sucked desperately. Hey? After taking a sip of the water inside, Stark found that the thing was a little bit salty, and it also had the fragrance of vegetables, which made him a little curious. This is our nutrient solution, which can relieve fatigue and supplement various elements. Drink it slowly. We still have it. If it's not enough, I will prepare a few cans for you when I call the plane. Gideon saw the star. K's doubts, explained. Stark nodded fiercely, and then started sucking in his water bottle. After drinking nearly 1 liter of nutrient solution in one breath, Stark was satisfied with a full hiccup, and then took the chocolate and field rations handed over by Gideon and gobbled it up, not at all as weak as it was a few minutes ago. Mr. Stark, I have already taken care of your trauma, but there is nothing I can do about this in your chest. While Stark was eating, the medical soldiers of the Gideon team had already performed preliminary treatment on him. Examination and treatment, some wounds were cleaned and bandaged, and at the same time, Stark's current injury was summarized on a list, and then he threw it to Stark. This is an overview of your situation, so that after being sent to the hospital, the doctor can save the time for preliminary examinations and proceed directly to treatment. Professional. Stark suddenly admired Fisher. He seemed to be just an ordinary soldier, and he handled the wounds neatly. Such talents are treasures in the army. How did he get them? If Fisher is here, when you hear his question, you will definitely laugh at Stark. You usually say that money can solve everything, so why can't I? I think Fisher has digged a lot of specialties for the Giants' high salary. Retired personnel from the army came to serve as instructors, and there were even several officers. The facts proved that Fisher did a very beautiful job. The instructors hired by these giants passed on their lifelong learning to the students, plus from time to time in the war zone. Now these combat personnel who belong to the Titans are even comparable to T1 Special Forces personnel. Even in terms of weapons and equipment, it is even higher than them. After all, the Giant is still a first-class arms trading company, so the Giant's combat troops have the best of the Giant. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Celebration of the Rifle Association. Chapter 12, Celebration of the Rifle Association. What? You speak louder, I am very noisy here. We have found Tony Stark and are sending him back to the US military base. Gideon exclaimed in a gesture of almost putting the intercom into his mouth. Oh, okay, just send it back. Remember to ask Stark to reimburse the bill, there is still something on my side. After saying this, Fisher hung up the phone, joking, and gave Stark. If you go home, it is important to accompany your sister to shoot a gun? These subordinates are so incompetent. When they turned around, they ordered the Commander Cormac of the Son of Truth to deduct the team's year-end bonus. On the other side, in the large cabin of the Black Hawk helicopter, Rhodes was looking at each other with Stark. What is your boss doing? I heard gunshots. Rhodes was very curious. Isn't it an event of the Rifle Association these days? The boss's old man is so good, so they should be in the meeting place. The Rifle Association? Why don't their events ever invite me? Stark was as surprised as he heard a new term. Because they don't have models and rum, but there are a bunch of girls and beers, and just like you, it shouldn't be welcome if you go. Rhodes sneered, leaning on the bulkhead. Why? I haven't shot a gun before. No, you don't understand. The people who go there to play guns are all kinds of gun lovers. They just feel the charm of shooting, not to show off their weapons. Rhodes tilted to himself. Erlang's legs changed a position and said, moreover, your top priority now is to go back to your country and cultivate well, not to participate in some activities. Well, I really miss the taste of cheeseburgers now. What's wrong? What's wrong with the company? It's okay, it's that Stark was found. Oh, why am I still thinking about the big thing? Come on. Okay, go. Fisher forcefully threw 4 ceramic targets filled with colored powder into the distant sky. Then the old father standing next to him raised the Mossberg M590 shotgun in his hand to quickly fire, and load. After 4 gunshots were fired, 4 groups of red smoke exploded in the air, and the crowd watching immediately burst into bursts of applause. Are you here? Father Fisher asked, raising Mossberg. No, I don't like pumping. Isn't it good to be semi-automatic? Fisher rejected Mossberg and took out his M1014 from the box on the side. Start, timing. The staff on the side pressed the timer, then Fisher rushed into the shooting range. The roaring shotgun smashed 7 targets in a few seconds, and then Fisher lifted his clothes and tied them from the waist. A shotgun was drawn from the moving bomb feeder, filled into the magazine from the ejection port, and the gun was loaded, smashing the last target. 7 seconds 31. How about it? Not bad. Fisher blew out his muzzle proudly. It's not bad, let's go to other places. As an annual event for shooting enthusiasts, the Rifle Association naturally cannot be a free shooting activity. In fact, this can only be regarded as a warm-up. Strictly speaking, the first event should be a weapons exhibition. Basically all light weapons companies in the United States will showcase their new products or some tactical accessories here, and some shooting enthusiasts will also show their wives to them. Others show off. The endless tents on the lawn are connected for several kilometers, and there are hundreds of manufacturers participating in the exhibition. Although Fisher himself is only here to make soy sauce, it does not prevent him from admiring other people's wives. The second item of the gun exhibition should be the shooting session. In order to invigorate the atmosphere, the Rifle Association even pulled out an antique 88 gun from its inventory. Fisher even tried one shot, although the muzzle was raised. The smoke scrapped him a handmade shirt worth thousands of dollars, but it was over when it was cool. After finishing the cannon, he had another Texas barbecue. Fisher walked around the nearby shooting range without any problems. As a result, at the CQB shooting range, he met a person who had never dreamed of it. Black splits, thick stubbles, straight suits, combined with fierce movements and brilliant marksmanship, who is not Keanu Reeves? In order to prevent the wrong person from acknowledging the wrong person, Fisher also specifically inquired the name of this man with others. His name is John Wick. He seems to be an actuary, but his marksmanship and body skills are very neat, and he doesn't look like a middle-aged man at all. A well-meaning man he knew gave Fisher a few words. John Wick. Fisher carefully searched for the name from the memory deep in his mind, as if it was a killer of some continental hotel. At this time, John Wick has completed the shooting project. He neatly inspected the weapon and handed it to the staff on the side. The audience watching him shoot gave him warm applause. There are even a few eager guys who plan to make a few gestures. And John Wick also had plans to challenge, but he hadn't agreed yet, and the crowd squeezed out a middle-aged woman, who squeezed his arm. It should be his wife. John, don't get too excited and fight with others. John Wick's wife, Helen, is an editor of a newspaper. Although she herself is not very interested in guns, she still accompanies her husband to stroll around here and take a look. Is there any material to write an article or something? Don't worry, nothing will happen. John Wick smiled and patted his wife's hand. Just about to prepare to play, the phone suddenly rang at his waist. Sorry, I have something, let's make an appointment next time. Seeing a string of mysterious codes on the phone screen, John Wick said sorry to several challengers and took his wife to leave. Mr. John Wick. Are you? John looked at the young man in front of him, puzzled. I am the CEO of Atlas Company. Fisher handed over a business card. I admire your shooting skills, just like art. Are you interested in being a spokesperson for our civilian weapons? Spokesperson. John Wick looked at the special gilded font on the business card, quite moved. You must know that being a killer is not as beautiful as ordinary people think. It is a sports car that goes in and out of the target. If you want to assassinate the target, you can take a sniper rifle and finish it. Laws, the number of bodyguards, security loopholes, etc. The most important thing is that sometimes employers will also ask for assassinations to be disguised as accidents, and the killer is really not a very glorious profession, so even Wick's wife only knows that the husband is the actuary at the Continental Hotel in New York didn't know he was a killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher, I have something urgent now. I will consider your proposal very seriously. Now I have to go, I am offended. John Wick collected his business card solemnly, and the fee after Sheer nodded. He took his wife and ran to the parking lot quickly. Fisher didn't think so. The reason why he called John Wick was only because he liked Keanu Reeves very much in his previous life. Maybe I can take a photo with me that day. After Tony Stark returned to New York, there was an uproar. The media from all walks of life gathered in the Stark building just like a shark smelling blood, waiting for his arrival. I want to close the Weapons Research and Development Department of Stark Industries. Stark's words were like a pebble being thrown into a calm pond. Upon hearing this, Obadiah's heart suddenly shrank and almost pulled it away. After all the reporters heard this, their eyes glowed brightly, and various questions popped up one after another. Mr. Stark, I heard that you were attacked by a weapon made by Stark Industries in the Middle East. Is this true? Mr. Stark, I heard that you escaped by seducing the terrorist boss. Is this true? Obadiah frowned and looked at the reporter who asked the question, and found that he was just a reporter for an entertainment news tabloid, and even before he spoke, 2 big-waisted security guards threw the guy out. However, Stark himself ignored these reporters at all, and left the hall after talking about his plan. Tony, listen to me, I know you have suffered a lot, but we don't need to shut down the weapon production line. This is the backbone of Stark's industry. Obadiah is anxious. The weapon industry is his lifeblood. It was he and Howard both founded it at the beginning. Now Stark is about to shut down with a word, and Obadiah even violently strangles Stark on the spot. Do you know, Obadiah, what did I meet over there? Countless innocent people died under the weapon I developed. They could have lived happily. Stark stopped and turned his head to stare with Obadiah's eyes. Then we can build a foundation and donate some money. Didn't you want to set up a charity foundation some time ago? I will help you go to the board of directors to get it done. Elimination, all of these are okay, but it is really unnecessary to close the Weapons Research and Development Department. Obadiah even began to beg Stark to take back his previous statement. No, Obadi, the Weapons Research and Development Department must be closed. Tony Stark's tone was unrelenting firmness. Well, since this is your plan. Obadiah was stunned, his eyes gradually cold, then he turned and walked towards the exit of the building, and took out his mobile phone at the same time. Prepare the plane, I am going to Afghanistan, yes, right away, right away. Starting this month, 3,000 every day. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Stark's Commission. Chapter 13 Stark's Commission. After spending 2 days with his old father on the festival, Fisher returned to Washington. After all, he still has a big company and tens of thousands of employees to support. Thanks to the outstanding performance of the Titan in the search operation in Afghanistan, the Titan has also won more contracts, the logistics transportation routes of the U.S. military, the security guards of the officials, and even several state governments in the United States have chosen to hire the Titan to attack their territory. The key objectives of the country, such as nuclear power plants, dams, and other locations are security and protection. But what Fisher did not expect was that an unexpected person came to the giant that day. Mr. Stark? Fisher asked uncertainly when he saw the pompous guy dangling in his boss chair. Long time no see, Mr. Adams, your giants really hurt me this time. Stark extended his right hand to Fisher. Really, but I heard that our armored car saved your life, otherwise you will have no bones left. Fisher shook hands with the other party, and then sat down on the table, condescendingly. Look at Stark. So, what do you do when you come to the Titan? Come and persuade me to close the Titan's weapon research and development. Then will you close it? No, why should I close it? In Boston, in Iraq, the giant weapon factory has 30,000 employees. If I close the weapon factory, what do these 30,000 families eat and drink? Stark suddenly didn't know how to answer. Although in the movie Stark himself made a flamboyant statement about shutting down weapon research and development, it looked handsome, but the cost was painful. Stark Industries has almost 20,000 employees in the weapon research and development department, and these 2,000 people could have gotten high. However, after Stark closed the weapons research and development department, these employees had to make a living. But even if they found a new job, their salary was not comparable to that of Stark Industries. Many employees they are all dragging their families. Originally, their salary could even allow the family to travel from time to time. But now, they even have a problem with their stomachs, so these employees hold signs every day in the Stark Tower. In the protest march, many employees even chose to sue Stark. In that case, why do you want to buy shares in Stark Industries? Because you are Tony Stark. If you don't have a backhand, I don't think you would decide to close the weapon research and development department, right? Fisher's face was calm. Yes, that's right, but I am not here to talk about this. I want to make a protection order. Stark took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Fisher. Protect the entrustment? Protect the assets of your Stark Industries. Fisher opened the envelope, only to find that it was a report on the activities of the 10 Commandments in the Middle East, with Rhodes' signature at the bottom. There are tens of thousands of civilians in this area. The 10 Rings Gang obtains manpower and supplies from them. The 10 Rings Gang has been rooted here for many years. If you want to destroy them, you must cut their foundation. Tony Stark looked serious. I thought you wanted us to kill the 10 Commandments. I will figure out a solution, and the civilians will be handed over to you. I will let Pepper come over to sign the contract in 2 days, and the funds will be sent to you in batches. Yes, Mr. Stark, I want to ask, what do you think of mass accelerators? Mass accelerator. Stark turned his head to look at Fisher suspiciously. With the current technology, I think it's very difficult. The launch orbit and the energy are not mature yet. Isn't the great inventor Stark okay? Fisher could remember that there was an arc reactor under the Stark building. At least not now. Stark shook his head. After the work at hand was completed, he and Fisher could study the mass accelerator slowly. In fact, Fisher had the idea of building a mass accelerator for a long time. In his plan, Titan should complete the construction of the Space Orbit space station within 3 to 5 years, and complete the construction of the Deep Space Base within 10 years. Fisher has also paid a lot of money for this. Experts from NASA were recruited, and Titan's R&D department is also developing the outer space giant structure. However, due to financial and technological constraints, the progress of Titan's deep space program is very slow. This is why Fisher is looking for Tony Stark. The amount of electricity that a big guy like a mass accelerator needs to consume is unimaginable. The acceleration orbit of more than 10 kilometers can throw dozens of tons of materials into outer space. Even this thing can also be a cameo weapon, a cannon with a range of more than 100,000 kilometers. Are you afraid of it? I don't know what the next world will be. Fisher can't help but feel a headache when he thinks of the various monsters that will appear in the future. However, because his current spiritual power is too weak, it will take a while for Star Torch to activate again. As for Stark's commission, Fisher can only say that he still thinks about the problem too simple. The turbulent struggle in the Middle East cannot be quelled by annihilating one of the 10 commandments. When the 10 commandments are gone, there will still be the 9 commandments. The 11 Rings gang, as long as he doesn't solve the big gold master behind these armed groups, then sooner or later the trouble will find himself. However, Stark's commission contract still had to be processed. Because of the experience in Iraq, the Titan quickly established a huge refugee settlement camp outside the scope of the 10 Rings gang. The modular container dormitory comes with pipelines. You only need to connect these container houses and add different internal facilities to turn them into houses with different uses. Kitchens, restaurants, bathrooms, and infirmaries are all available, and this can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It only took less than a week for the camp to be established from scratch. And Fisher also underestimated what the 10 Rings gang did in this area. When the camp was just started, there were already a large number of overwhelmed local civilians who dragged their families to seek refuge outside the camp. There are gray-haired old men and infants in their infants, but there are only a few young adults in sight. When the doctors subsequently performed physical examinations on these civilians, they found that many people have many chronic diseases. Under the enslavement of the 10 Rings gang, they did various heavy jobs for the 10 Rings gang, but they only had a little bit of rations to eat every day. Young and middle-aged people are arrested, women and children are molested, and old people are shot. This is a common occurrence in their lives. Commander Cormac, the son of Truth, who is in charge of everything in this camp, stood on a high platform and looked at the long queue below and couldn't help but feel a headache. His real son has fewer than 600 combat personnel, and at present, there are nearly 8,000 refugees from the difficult peoples. Not to mention the security issue, the food and clothing of these refugees has already made him sad. What's more, the 10 Commandments gang will not watch the giants take away the slaves from their hands. The noble warriors of the gods also count on these untouchables to feed them. Wouldn't they eat their food and sleep with their wives and daughters? The guy who is about to run and collude with the white skin outside the mountain, then we should punish them instead of God. The 10 Commandments still know the flow of people in the area under their rule clearly, but because Stark left their arsenal when he left, they lacked heavy weapons that they could use, and they had to hibernate. Waiting for Obadi to give them new weapons. Obadi also did not disappoint. When Stark closed the Weapons Research and Development Department, he sent a large number of armaments that had already gone down the assembly line to the hands of the Ten Rings. Among them was the Jericho missile that the leader of the Ten Rings would never forget. Woohoo! The ear-piercing air defense sirens suddenly exploded over the silent camp, and then the cry of children and the screams of the soldiers were intertwined, and they spread far and wide in the dark night sky. What's the situation? Cormac Strode opened the door of the radar car. Sir, 4 missiles are approaching, and the landing point is here. The radar soldier wearing headphones stared at the flashing screen and said. Can it be intercepted? The area air defense system has just launched 8 anti-aircraft missiles, but it was useless. Jericho's end change of orbit easily threw us away. Then transfer control to the DITH air defense system. Once Jericho is split, the entire camp will be finished. It has been handed over. The radar soldier pointed to the 4 green dots suddenly lit on the screen and said. The trucks parked in the 4 corners of the camp have quietly started at some unknown time. A huge lens-like mechanical structure in the vehicle body slowly rises, and the huge mirror rotation angle is aimed at the rapidly approaching missile from the horizon. The system has fired. Confirm the hit, the missile has been intercepted. There is no fancy light beam. The invisible laser fired by the mirror burned out the guidance system and gyroscope of the missile's front section in a few seconds. The Jericho missile, which became blind and out of balance, immediately started Brownian motion and started a few messes. Faye, the last one plunged into the sand. Have you confirmed the launch location? It has been confirmed that the Predator drone has set off and is approaching the target area. Find the target. At this time, a group of militants from the 10 Commandments gang were still standing on the top of the hill and looking far away, ready to shout for victory when the flames rose, but they waited for a long time and there was no sign of movement, which made them quite confused. Boss, did we do something wrong? A militant took out a flashlight and carefully looked at the missile operation guide in his hand. Because he was worried that these guys would not be able to understand, Obadi was very considerate to prepare it for them. The local dialect version. Impossible, I followed the steps above. The boss of the 10 Commandments gang took the book and looked through it. He turned over the booklet with more than 10 pages in total. It doesn't make sense, is it fake that the old guy sold us? The boss of the 10 Rings gang raised his head in confusion, but found that there seemed to be a few sparks rushing towards him in the sky. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Step into the New World. Chapter 14 Towards a New World. Mr. Fisher, Mr. Fisher. Please wait. Originally, Fisher, who just wanted to go downstairs to have a coffee and eat a bite of cake, looked at the woman who hurried to her, and had a headache. Christine is still Christina. This woman is the female reporter who had rolled the sheets with Stark before. To be honest, Fisher didn't know that this CNN female reporter would not stick to Stark and ran to do it herself. Why did the interview? What's the matter, Ms. Christina? Fisher took the coat in his hand and pushed open the coffee shop. A cup of latte, and another chocolate mousse. Fisher snapped his fingers at the shopkeeper. I'll take care of the lady behind, let her order it herself. Thank you, but I am not Christina, it is Christine. The female reporter put down her bag, opened her chair and sat across from Fisher. Okay Christina, no problem Christina. Let's skip this topic, Mr. Fisher, did you agree to my interview? If you don't agree, will you keep squatting down? Fisher first took a bite of the biscuits delivered by the waiter. I have to apologize to you first, not long ago I even mocked you for being a blood-stained death businessman. This is unnecessary, I am. Fisher said lightly. But the Titan saved hundreds of thousands of civilians in the Middle East, saving them from the ravages of war, and just yesterday, you also protected a refugee camp that was attacked by missiles. These people will soon become a member of the Giants' employment, producing a lot of goods for us, and at the same time they need only a small salary. And what we pay is just a little bread and mineral water that the US military does not eat. A tic-tac-toe slowly appeared on Christine's forehead. She wanted to know how Fisher's poisonous mouth lived so big. Because I grew up with my fists bigger than others. I was the president of the student council in elementary school, and the president of the student council in high school. When I arrived at the university, I added a fraternity. Only a backer can be so arrogant. Fisher showed a kind smile. Just kidding, although his psionic powers have not yet been developed, it is still possible to carefully perceive the thoughts of ordinary people like female reporters who have not been trained. I think Fisher can get a lot of orders with this trick. Business partners say that he can see through the hearts of others at a glance. Well, next question, will you close the weapons department? Just like Mr. Stark. Will not. Can you tell me why? The precision lathes used to process missiles can also be used to make rockets, and the rolling mills used to make aircraft carrier hulls can also be used to make space station shells. The munitions trade provides the giant with a steady stream of funds, and these funds are used by the giant to develop new technologies, aerospace, exoskeleton. For the giant, arms are just a springboard, an engine to push the giant forward. Outer space. Christine was a little surprised. Is it too early to enter outer space, or is the current technology immature? Immature? Ms. Christine, NASA was able to send someone to the moon in the last century. You tell me that technology is not mature now? Deep space is a treasure waiting for us to develop, but unfortunately, our human eyes are always on this 1/3 acre of Earth. It's hard to imagine that the giant has these plans, so what are your plans for the future? This is a trade secret, but I can tell you one thing, we are going to build a quality accelerator in Florida. After confirming that Fisher's words were not a joke, Kristen really reacted. The big boss of the giant was in the next big game, and it was the words that Fisher said later that made her shudder. Regardless of whether they agree or not, a new round of arms race has begun. How to say, one of the main reasons Fisher wanted to start this arms race was that his star torch had been charged. The new world also means new opportunities. At this moment, everything about this world was left behind by him. Kate, I'm going to take a 1-month vacation. You will be responsible for the company affairs. If there is any problem, hand it over to the shepherd. But Kate wanted to say something, and Fisher had hung up the phone. The last time she disappeared for 3 full months, she was eager to mobilize the ghost team to go to the Amazon rainforest to see if Fisher was swallowed by a python, but now she came out again, and she didn't say why. To change to another company, he had been emptied a long time ago, that is, the team and shareholders of the Titan were his people, so it was okay for Fisher to disappear for a while. In fact, Fisher didn't want to do this, but he was not a time controller and could not freeze the time in this world, but fortunately, he found that no matter where he went, the flow rate with the main world was always 10-1. Weapons, first aid kit, compressed dry food. Fisher carefully checked the accompanying bag he brought, and he was relieved after confirming that it was correct. You must know that his current strength is not up to the physical resistance of bullets, so the first aid kit is very necessary. When I wore it for the first time because I had no experience, he didn't bring anything. As a result, he appeared on a battlefield in the past and was hit. A stray bullet. Since then, Fisher has a long memory, and the materials that should be prepared are not lost. Anyway, as a psionicist, he can throw items in the subspace, and it is of unlimited capacity. The only restriction on storage is he stores things to consume psychic energy. The bigger the thing, the more psychic energy is needed, so at present, it is okay for him to carry light weapons or something, so don't think about big guys such as tanks and airplanes. Packed up his belongings, Fisher stopped a taxi and asked the driver to take him to an abandoned manor in the suburbs of Washington. Hey, man, it's been deserted for many years. Where are you going? The black driver who drove chewing gum looked at the tightly wrapped Fisher from the rear-view mirror, who was wearing a baseball cap. Wearing a field jacket, with sunglasses covering half of his face on his face, looks very uncomfortable. This is 100, you just need to send me over, then close your mouth, don't ask questions, it is yours. Okay. Black brother looked at the big ticket, swallowed his saliva, and then said, no problem, you know, our black mouths are the strictest. Don't worry, I will assume that I haven't seen you today. It doesn't matter who asks. As he said, the driver hammered his chest very hard, showing that he was very reliable. I hope so. Fisher pushed the banknotes through the cab window. The black driver took the $100 ticket, closed his mouth immediately, drove the car quietly, and turned off the hip-hop music in the car. After sending Fisher to the destination, the driver looked at Fisher, who disappeared in the manor, and said something in his mouth, damn it, shouldn't I be a killer? This is so cool, I must tell me grandmother. Fisher didn't know that this black man had made up so much of his brain. This manor was a safe house he secretly made. The owner is a black Mexican homosexual who likes to be a vegetarian. He is currently practicing in Iceland. Of course, the owner I don't actually exist, but all kinds of information do exist, and you can even find out the flight and seat number he took from the Air Traffic Control Bureau. The reason why I got this safe house was mainly because I couldn't tell others about traveling through the world. In addition, Fisher didn't make sure that he would bring some viruses or alien monsters back, so he specially prepared it. A complete set of decontamination equipment and defense systems. After entering the manor, Fisher did not go to the main manor building, but went directly to the tool room behind the main building. The entrance to the safe house is here. Pupillary scan, fingerprint scan and voiceprint confirmation. The floor of the tool room slowly sank, revealing a row of stairs. In the beginning, in order to build this safe house, Fisher did not dare to hire the engineering team. The space inside was dug out by himself. Then he took the decoration project as a test question for the recruitment exam and handed it to the giant to apply for the job. Those engineers and chose a best design from them, and then the designer was assigned to Mali, Africa, where the giant contracted the logistics support of the coalition army, and now that designer can already dance the local folk dance very proficiently. Okay, now I'll start recording. Fisher Adams' Third Crossing. Fisher threw his backpack into the subspace, picked up a camera and placed it in the center of the room, facing him, the previous crossing. He also set up the camera, but nothing was photographed. The camera seemed to be exposed to strong radiation and was directly burned. This time he replaced it with a radiation-proof one and wanted to see how he disappeared. After everything was ready, Fisher stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes silently. In his mind, the star torch shining with golden light became brighter, and then a golden lightning burst out, leaving a room. After the smell of ionization burned, Fisher disappeared into the room. Nausea, dizziness, chest tightness, this is what Fisher felt at the moment. He opened his eyes and saw a starry sky of nothingness. The dust cloud pulled out traces in the space, and the stars were looming in the dust cloud. The golden psychic flame wrapped Fisher's whole body and slowly disappeared into this emptiness. Long live Mars! This was the first sentence that Fisher heard after opening his eyes, who had not yet realized where he was. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Martian Immigration Front. Chapter 15 Martian Immigration Front. What's happening here? The fanatical crowd, the flying flags, the towering holographic images, and the rows of robot soldiers with red eyes, Fisher found that he seemed to have come to an incredible place. Looked down at himself, the previous assault suit had disappeared, replaced by an orange, red and white tight-fitting spacesuit. Found it. After rumbling through his pockets, Fisher found a certificate with the words Fisher Adams, the first-level aviation officer of the Mars Defense Fleet. Mars, the immigration front, why am I here? After carefully recalling the memory, Fisher, who knew where he had come, couldn't help but smile. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. This is a work about the battle between the Earth's Solar System Alliance and Mars' Immigration Defense Front. The Solar System Alliance, SATO, is equivalent to the space version of NATO, and the Immigration Defense Front is run by the Mars Colonial Army. The transformed regime, unfortunately, Fisher also ran to the Immigration Defense Front. This one is the identity of the villain. What should I do? Seeing the holographic projection of the Mars Archon Serencook, who looks very similar to Jon Snow, ranted there, saying something like the Earth must die. Fisher can only put a stupid label on the other side in his heart. The plot of the entire Infinite War is actually not complicated. It is still the colonial rebellion, but the colony is a bit far away and ran to Mars. In the beginning, for independence, the Mars Immigration Defense Front secretly built a fleet of undeclared battles and proper tactics, winning the Solar System Alliance, forcing the opponent to cede territories for compensation, and dividing all the planets in the Solar System into two. The Mars Immigration Defense Front, which has received sufficient resources, swelled up like a balloon. In order to support their huge interstellar fleet, the Martian authorities stipulated that all the people should be soldiers, and every male must perform 20 years of military service, with a population of only 1 billion. Relying on this trick, Mars has pulled out millions of professional troops, and the total military strength of dozens of member states of the Solar System Alliance is slightly higher than Mars. The lost Solar System Alliance was frugal. It took a penny into two and spent more than a decade to rebuild a large fleet from scratch. It also deliberately developed a heavy-duty capable of reaching high-altitude orbits. Electromagnetic gun, just waiting for the Martian fleet to come to Earth, and give them a good meal. However, Mars moved higher. A bunch of spies got into the Solar System Alliance and controlled the AA guns. When the Solar System Alliance held a ship review day in Geneva, there was a wave of backstabs. The results of the 10-year construction of the Solar System Alliance were ruined. Dozens of ships were turned into scrap iron and smashed from the sky, devastating Geneva. The remaining 8 warships rushed out of the atmosphere under the leadership of the flagship Retribution aircraft carrier. To defend against the country, Mars has not only a quantitative advantage, but also a quality advantage. The monster battleship Olympus created by Serencook secretly. With a high-power cluster laser cannon capable of destroying asteroids, coupled with thick armor, Mount Olympus directly rode on the face of Wushuan, destroying 7 battleships of the Solar System Alliance in one fell swoop, and the kinetic energy artillery of the battleships of the Solar System Alliance hit its like tickling on the Olympus. If it weren't for Retribution's Captain Allard to act decisively and directly drive Retribution into Mount Olympus, forcing the opponent to retreat, maybe the Earth would change its owner. The story after that was nothing more than the single ship of Retribution, which dragged the 8th Fleet of Mars back from the front line, which was assembled again to attack the Earth. It was full of searches in the solar system, and finally crashed by itself. The ship only had 4 survivors. The price of successfully thwarted Mars' attempt to enslave the Earth. Of course, Fisher does not care about who wins and who loses in the end, he only cares about what good things he can get. The timeline of advanced warfare is the 22nd century. At this time, humans have developed a transition engine that can reach 4 times the speed of light. Warships have artificial gravity systems. Ordinary fighter transport aircraft can break through the influence of the Earth's gravity and fly into space, even the Solar System Alliance. The Jackal fighters equipped by the UNSA's Elite Combat Unit can even reach a speed of 41,500 km per hour, not to mention that Tornado fighters can fight in places only thousands of kilometers away from the Sun. Just figure out how to make these. The composition of the raw materials of the war machine can already make the giants make a lot of money. Why is Wakanda so famous in Marvel? It is not because of the vibrating. If they don't have the vibrating, who would look at these black shaku? However, Fisher's current problem is that he is just an ordinary aviation officer who has just returned to Mars after studying for a period of time from Earth, and he is also a member of the Mars native fleet. At his level, the only thing he can come into contact with is just his own tornado fighter jets and some individual self-defense weapons. Lieutenant Colonel Fisher. Just as Fisher lowered his head to ponder how he would make a profit, a rough male voice with a South American accent interrupted him. Fisher turned his head and saw a black military transport plane stopped on the open space behind him somehow, and there was a circle of people eating melons watching. The one who called Fisher was a lieutenant who carried a silver oak leaf on his shoulder, but he was more than 40 years old. "Lieutenant Colonel Fisher, please come with me, General Le Francois wants to see you." Seeing that Fisher was still in a daze, the ensign had to amplify his voice a little more. "Okay. Please lead the way." A psychic flame burst into Fisher's eyes, and then the ensign felt a little sleepy in his brain, but as a soldier, he quickly got rid of the trace of slackness. Waiting for Fisher to board the plane with an expression, but what he didn't realize was that his attitude towards Fisher was a little more respectful. After receiving Fisher, the 6 ion injection ports of the transport plane immediately spewed a hot wake into the air, and the dust rolled up by the airwave showered the surrounding crowds. It's just that these onlookers dare not complain or show a trace of dissatisfaction. The Martian Immigration Defense Front is dominated by the First Army, and the class is clear. The transport plane is also painted with the Devil's emblem of the Mars Home Fleet Command. The reason why the Martian Immigration Defense Front can fight the Solar System Alliance with a population of hundreds of millions of people lies in the two huge fleets suspended above the sky, the Mars Native Fleet responsible for defending the homeland and the Mars 8th Fleet responsible for offensive and suppressing missions. Of the two fleets, the Mars Native Fleet was the first to be established. At the same time, it achieved immortal exploits in the First War of Independence, called the War of Rebellion on Earth, but after the war, due to the explosion of space and territory, the local fleet had some functions. It was too large, so elite sailors and warships were removed from the local fleet to form the 8th Fleet. The Special Division is responsible for territorial inspection and defense. It's just that, after returning from studying on the Earth, Sarin mastered the 8th Fleet and used it as a ladder to climb to the top of Mars. The goal of the 8th Fleet is no longer as simple as defending the territory. It is resolutely and completely disintegrated. The Earth Fleet, slaughter the Earth's population, destroy the Earth's deep space facilities, this is the goal set by Sarin when he took office. This senior general from Mars is ambitious. He hopes to complete the reunification of the Earth in his lifetime. For this reason, he will not hesitate to release false signals of peace talks to paralyze the Earth. In order to train the officers of Mars, he also bought the solar system. Some bureaucrats in the Alliance gave them the green light to agree to Mars sending officers to study in military academies on Earth. Fisher's current status is also thanks to him. The only shortcoming is that Fisher is a member of the local fleet. In fact, there are many contradictions inside Mars. The local fleet has good treatment and few tasks, so it accommodates many veterans who just want to mess around. It is also known as the base camp of the old school, and the 8th Fleet is also called because of its radical ideas. The young and strong factions, although the two factions continue to conflict, it is their consensus to eliminate the Earth, but the old school believes that the elimination of the Earth's people is a long-term mission. Attack, and the young and strong faction felt that they should get down on the Earth in one go, and then slowly digest the fruits of victory. The representatives of the two sides are Admiral Le Francois and Admiral Salin Couch. The transport plane roared over the huge city clusters. The silver-white buildings located on the surface of the red Mars were shining under the sun. The endless buildings directly encased the highest peak of Mars, Mount Olympus in the center. And in the front of the city cluster, there is an orbital elevator connecting the sky to the Earth, and the elevator is directly connected to the space shipyard of the Martian Immigration Defense Front. This is a miracle of engineering, and it is also a tragedy. This elevator was built after the end of the First War. The Martian Immigration Army enslaved millions of Union prisoners and civilian laborers. When building this elevator, they died in a vacuum and there were countless people in unexpected accidents. After the completion of the elevator construction, the immigration army executed all the remaining survivors, and their bones were thrown into the sun. When the transport plane flew over the orbital elevator, Fisher suddenly felt a violent fluctuation in the star torch. Through the chinook flame attached to his eyes, Fisher seemed to see one figure after another. They were skinny, fragmented, and these figures were quickly absorbed under the irradiation of the star torch, as if they were turned into fuel wood and added to the star torch. This thing can still be done like this. Fisher was stunned looking at the flames that were more vigorous than before. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Mission Impossible. Chapter 16 Mission Impossible. Report. Holding the helmet in his arms, Fisher knocked on the oak door in front of him. Please come in. Fisher opened the door, and oncoming was a burst of rising smoke and the pungent smell of cigarettes. Fisher coughed twice, and finally fanned the smoke before he could see the person sitting on the opposite couch. The shriveled skin is like tree bark, and on this tree bark, a scarlet mechanical eye is scanning everything in front of you. Below the electronic eye is a tall hooked nose and a cigar hanging obliquely. Big mouth. He was wearing a red and black space suit, with a pair of crossed golden sword oak leaves on his neck, and more than a dozen medals that Fisher did not recognize on his left chest. Sir. Although subconsciously told him that the man in front of him was familiar with him, Fisher still raised it cautiously. Well, it looks like the food on Earth is good. The old general sat up straight, looked up and down Fisher, and nodded approvingly. It is indeed like this. Mars has not yet fully completed the atmosphericization of the environment, so the progress of agricultural development is very slow. The crops produced by soilless cultivation farms will be added with various trace elements and then made into nutritional cream. It tastes like soap. Except for a slightly salty taste, only high-level people can enjoy real food, but these officers who go to study on Earth can eat natural and non-polluting specialties every day. Therefore, it is not a case that the Martian officer defected because of the meal. Learn how to be on Earth, and talk about your feelings. The army is strictly disciplined, and the society is prosperous. Quick battle is impossible. Fisher knew what Francois wanted to ask. After a pause, he continued, at present, the Earth's interior is highly united due to the aggressive posture of the 8th Fleet, and the military and civilians are united. Once the war begins, if we can't win quickly, then Mars will fall into a dead end. Now an aviation officer understands the truth, he just doesn't understand it. Francois spit out a thick sputum on the ground with disdain, and then the army boots creaked on it a few times. A month, 14 provocations, shootings, fights, and many casualties from both sides. He is provoking a war. Mars can't help the consumption of a protracted battle. In fact, he was already preparing for the war. Fisher looked at the cursing old man opposite, thinking that if you saw the terrible things on the day of war, you might be mad directly. Saren Kachi was like Zhao Yun. He drove the Earth fleet down by riding 1,000 miles alone, but the problem was that the 8th Fleet also lost more than a dozen warships, dozens of aviation squadrons and a large number of ground landing troops in the raid. With nearly 100,000 casualties but no strategic advantage, Fisher didn't know what he should complain about. The lurking agent controlled the AA gun and was snatched back by the opponent, so even if the Mars 8th Fleet almost wiped out the Solar System Alliance fleet, they still did not dare to enter the high-altitude orbit of the Earth. At this time, the Retribution had already turned thousands of miles in. Mercury, Titan, and Pluto had gone in a wave, disrupting the logistics of Mars. The 8th Fleet was wiped out in guerrilla warfare, and only Olympia was left. The shilling, but Saren Cook lost the ship when he made a desperate raid on the Earth's UNSA headquarters. Such a performance of pulling the hips reminded Fisher of Nanyun Tadaichi. Well, Infinity War is a mapping of the World War II attack on Pearl Harbor, that's right. After cursing for a while, the old man stopped and looked at Fisher, who was standing straight, and said, I am going to send a group of outstanding officers from the local fleet to the 8th Fleet. Go overhead, General Salencook. Fisher was not surprised by this appointment. He had just chatted with the civilian adjutant on the transport plane, and the other party had already said that the officer belonged to the officer that the general had met in the past few days. Once again, coupled with the fact that he was an aviation officer who had just returned from the Earth, he was also a first-class talent in the fleet, so Fisher easily inferred the other party's plan. Yes, nor is it. Francois smiled with a win-winner. I see. Fisher nodded, just betting on both ends. If the 8th Fleet succeeds in getting the Earth, then the local fleet can also get a share of the pie. If not, then they are the junior officers of the 8th Fleet. It will control Salencouk and give him to the Earth as a scapegoat to negotiate a peace. 2 or 5 people will be 2 or 5 people. It just happens that the water is muddy to fish in troubled waters. If there is a clear distinction between the camps, how can Fisher make a profit? Oh, by the way, you have just returned from the Earth, and you have a few days of adaptive training. I think you should remember how to drive the wind. Maybe. Fisher was embarrassed. Maybe the F-52 equipped by the Titan and the control program of Gale should be similar. Well, you have 2 weeks to resume training, and then report to the Olympus mountain. Olympus? Fisher was a little puzzled. Shouldn't this ship still undergo sea trials? Yes, the flagship of Salencouk, Mount Olympus, that has assembled all the hard work of our Mars scientists and will definitely open your eyes. Then I will wait and see, sir. If you want to be a pilot on Earth, you have to go through 300 to 500 hours of ground simulation training, and then you can sit behind the trainer for hundreds of hours, and finally you can fly in the front. It was greatly compressed. After less than 50 hours of ground simulation, the pilots boarded directly on the ship. According to a previous Martian general, the least valuable of Mars's equipment and people. If it breaks, it will be broken. Just replace it with a new one. And they also have this confidence. They have sufficient titanium ore for Phobos and Deimos. Mars is in Phobos, Mars, Pluto, and Titan all have shipyards. The production equipment is just like dumplings, and the Earth is because resources need to be sent back from remote colonies, so the production schedule is far from Mars. Sir, this is the robot assigned to you. Fisher, who was waiting for the plane at the airport, waited for an iron head. The IR-15 robot, it will be your weapon officer. The white logistics officer pointed to the robot behind him. Weapon officer. Fisher showed a look of surprise on his face, and sneered in his heart. Because of the harsh environment of the development of the universe, both camps have a large number of complex robot soldiers in service, including the multifunctional C6. The IR-15 specializing in combat, the heavy attack robot C8, and the robot main fighter mech C-12. Among these robots, C6 can do some battleship control and flight assistance work due to design problems. For IR-15, give it a folk energy assault rifle. Maybe it can kill a platoon in 30 seconds and let it come. Assist Fisher to control the fighter plane? Fisher would rather come by himself. Not only Fisher, all the pilots and officers dispatched from the home fleet to the 8th Fleet received a robot follower. Interior expert. Fisher could only give the 8th Fleet a thumbs up in his heart, so that he would be more at ease when digging a corner behind him. But Fisher doesn't mind, other native Martians are not necessarily anymore. A big bald head nearly 2 meters high grabbed the logistics officer's collar dissatisfiedly. What do you mean, guard against us, right? That's possible, everyone is a comrade in arms, we are all Martians, half-brothers. The logistics officer was also helpless. He was just an ordinary ground handler, and he was usually responsible for repairing airplanes. And whether the big bald head is a major or an aviation officer, a proper first-class person, he really doesn't want to get involved with this. The family sent a tin can to monitor Grandpa. Do you want to die? The bald head was obviously not satisfied with this explanation, and immediately he raised his arm and it was a big-eared melon seed. The logistics officer covered his face and turned a big circle before collapsed to the ground, his bald eyes full of hatred. Do you dare to stare at me, to die? The bald head still wanted to go up and make a foot, but after 2 steps, the side door of the hangar was torn open. Stand at attention! There was a loud shout, and a colonel in a red uniform walked out of the red smoke from outside the house. A golden eagle medal was hung on his chest. This is only if the number of shots reaches 20. Trump sign. Sir. The former arrogant and domineering bald major immediately withered. The Mars Army was originally to see who had the big fist. The appearance of an ace pilot colonel can naturally suppress a bunch of stingers. The robots are given to you because we are about to perform dangerous missions. Pilots are the precious wealth of the fleet. The combat robots are assigned to you to protect you. In addition, many of you are studying abroad from the Earth. Who knows if there are any spy? The colonel said, giving Fisher a special look. Fisher slowly put out a question mark, not to mention the loyalty review after returning to Mars. Among this group of pilots, there are more than 10 of the pilots who came back from the Earth. Are you staring at me? Fuck me? Fisher made up his mind, don't let me take a chance when you go on the battlefield, you will be shot with a black gun, and even your ashes will be thrown into space. Lieutenant Colonel Fisher, right? I heard that you studied at the Kilimanjaro International Academy as ship command, but our ships are currently tense, and there are no warships for you. We can only fly fighter jets. I hope you don't have any comments. Where, to work for the country, it would be great to have a fighter jet, and after graduating from Kilimanjaro, the Admiral was also the first pilot. I am honored to be able to follow in his footsteps. Fisher could understand. Yes, this guy is taking his own highest rank, leeway, and wants to kill chickens and monkeys, then stand up and cooperate by yourself. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, update is up tonight. Chapter 17 update is released tonight. No way, there are too many things about graduation right away, the update can only be posted at night, sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Make Friends. Chapter 18 Making Friends. Seeing Fisher's cooperation like this, the colonel was like a punch on the cotton, with nowhere to send it, and Fisher also said Kilimanjaro on the left and Kilimanjaro on the right, which made the colonel feel like eating. It's as uncomfortable as a fly. Kilimanjaro Military Academy is a compound military academy established on Mount Kilimanjaro in the early days of the establishment of the Solar System Alliance. Admiral Sarankachi also studied here when he was young. Fisher emphasized that Kilimanjaro meant that he and Sarankachi were alumni, which means that Sarankachi would greet him enthusiastically when he met him. Junior brother. In case it happened that day and Fisher filed a complaint or something, the Admiral wouldn't care if his ace pilot would go to the deck and take the toilet. Okay, let's take the team back to the dormitory. The fighters are still in the transition. They will gather at 0600 tomorrow morning for adaptive training. The colonel who wanted to take the opportunity to play but failed to borrow also had no intention to set the rules, waved his hand to let all the personnel lined up to leave the hangar. Then Colonel, see you tomorrow. Fisher stepped forward enthusiastically and stretched out his right hand. What a bad habit. Although he muttered so much, the colonel stretched out his hand. When shaking hands, the colonel looked at Fisher's face subconsciously. Happy. The flames in Fisher's pupils resurfaced. The colonel was stunned for 2 seconds. When he reacted again, Fisher had already left with the others. Strange, what did I do just now? Hey! Fisher took off his helmet and touched the sweat on his head. The influence of thinking is a very laborious task, especially for these soldiers who have served for many years. 2 seconds, but it still consumed a lot of energy for Fisher. The heat and sweat on his head made the constant temperature maintenance system of this combat uniform on his body too late to dissipate heat, but the goal has been reached. Although his current thinking control is still there is no way to let the other party listen to it, but the other party will give priority to Fisher's needs no matter what he wants to do, and Fisher can also make those requests that will not arouse his strong resistance to the other party. After returning to the dormitory assigned to him, Fisher kicked the IR-15 to the dormant cabin in the living room to charge, and sat at the table and looked at the energy pistol that was sent to his hand not long ago. I have to say that with the development of science and technology, weapons are always standing in front of the trend of the times. Take this EMC pistol in Fisher's hand for example. The size is not as big as Fisher's palm, but its energy magazine is not. It can support 12 shots, and even when you don't use the energy in it, the magazine can slowly recover energy. And the maximum range of this individual self-pistol is almost 200 meters. When he got the weapon, Fisher deliberately asked for 2 more pistols and a pile of magazines. Anyway, his excuse was that I liked to use double guns when I was studying on the Earth, and the administrator of the armory did not ask much. If it wasn't for Mars, who couldn't go out with a spear on his back, Fisher would definitely want to put the folk known as the future version of AK again. Well, first get some samples of weapons, airplanes, and get the engine and fire control radar first. I just don't know when we can board the ship, jump the engine. Oh, yes. Fisher slapped his head suddenly, and he also got the most it's important to forget, artificial gravity system. You must know that the gravity of Mars is only 1/3 of that of the Earth. If a person walks on it, he can jump out a long way, but it takes 3 days for Fisher to come to this world. But it doesn't feel much. It's just like on the Earth. This is all the result of artificial gravity. For Fisher, the artificial gravity system is more important to the Titan's outer space development plan. If you want to make a big news, you don't have enough staff. Fisher said and looked at the dormant IR-15. He regretted not learning any hacking techniques, otherwise the robot would be hacked and the corridor outside would be hacked. The row of C6 on the charging rack went black, and dozens of robots caused some turmoil, and they could fish in the muddy water crazily. But the problem is that he doesn't know anything about this, so the robot riot plan can only pass. However, Fisher did not give up hope. The ace colonel pilot whom he had just met during the day has been implied by him. Next, he only needs to work a little bit every day. After more than 10 days, the colonel will become his close friend. The kind to carry the pot for him. Thinking of this, Fisher couldn't help laughing lustfully. Anthony Oscar Lee, this is the name of the ace pilot. Born on Mars, he is born with a hatred of the Earth. Therefore, he will be very angry when he sees other people go to study or travel on Earth. Is the air fragrant? Why do they have to go to the Earth? My Mars technology is the most advanced. You are the betrayal of Chi Kuokuo. Especially when he knew that he was responsible for the recovery training of these aviation officers assigned to the 8th Fleet, he was even more depressed, but when he thought of Salen Couch's advice, the colonel could only sigh silently. In order to suppress the Earth fleet, the Mars 8th Fleet has been expanding. Although the Mars military factory has sufficient warships, there has been a shortage of well-trained sailors and pilots. Take Salen Couch's Olympus Mountain as an example. The warship is full of 6,300 people, but now there are only 2,700 human crews. The other vacancies are made up by C6, and its hangar should be full of 30 Tornado fighters, 6 spares, in a wing and now only in place. A squadron and another squadron are waiting for the pilot. In order to make up for these vacancies, Saren Cook squeezed the last trace of manpower on Mars. Adult men are serving, women are in production camps, and the children are either in military academies or shooting ranges. What, do you mean the elderly? Mars is 007 a year, working overtime 24 hours a day. Almost all elderly people can't live beyond 60 years old. Therefore, the 8th Fleet still attaches great importance to the group of people transferred from the local fleet. Maybe these people have problems, but they are at least qualified soldiers. As soon as he thinks of the great mission of the rise of Mars, Antonio immediately feels confident. It's just that his confidence and fighting spirit were disturbed by Fisher again the next morning. "Ah, the colonel is here, line up." Before Antonio could react, Fisher had already saluted in front of him and asked for instructions. Antonio looked into Fisher's eyes, as if there was a black hole, and sucked him in. "Colonel! Colonel!" A soft cry awakened Antonio, who was in a trance. What's wrong? Today's training is over. Oh, let's disband. It's hard work." Looking at Fisher, who was sweating with his flying helmet, Antonio suddenly felt that the other person's figure suddenly became taller, just like the legendary heroes admired by thousands. "Okay, thank you." Fisher stretched out his hand and looked at him again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 2 weeks later, Antonio has become a very enthusiastic believer. Even if Fisher let him jump from the canyon of Mars naked, he would not hesitate. Not only Antonio, even the officers who were trained with Fisher were not much different from Antonio. "I feel that if I go to Rome for a round, the Pope will have to lose his job and step down." Fisher was also amazed at the power of his Chinook power. He dared not use it when he was in Marvel, at most at the general meeting of shareholders and inspecting the grassroots. Use it for a while, let the shareholders shut up and wait for the money, or let the subordinates shout a few slogans. "Boss, the order of the fleet command is here." Just when Fisher was thinking about whether he would go to Hollywood to find a few female stars to try his Chinooks, Antonio respectfully sent a PDA over. "What's the matter?" After receiving the PDA, Fisher found that the above was to let the training end early, and all the personnel were waiting for the assigned order. "The Olympus has arrived in port." Antonio pointed to the top of his head silently. Fisher hurriedly lifted his helmet and rushed out of the hangar door to look up to the sky. Next to the orbital dock hanging high above the sky, he did not know when there was a huge battleship that looked like a U-shaped iron-absorbing iron. That is the flagship of the Mars 8th Fleet, Mount Olympus. The ship is 927 meters long, 151 meters high, and 128 centimeters titanium armor. Looking at the huge starship, Fisher's face was full of yearning. "Boss, what should I do now?" Antonio also chased after him. "First evacuate the hangar. Then prepare to board the ship." Fisher had already pressed his desire for the warship back into his heart, turned his head and ran towards the hangar. All the maintenance equipment, power supplies, maintenance robots, etc. that he can take away are stuffed into the subspace. Fortunately, using Chinook energy every day during this period has increased his strength a lot, so he can use these. All the equipment was taken away, but the tornado fighter was still too big for him. Even if Fisher's face was pale, he couldn't put it in. In the end, he had to let a bunch of maintenance robots and pilots work together. The tornado fighter was dismantled and took away its engine, radar, and weapon system before it stopped. "Fuck, I'm exhausted." After pouring a few bottles of ugly nutrient solution into his mouth, Fisher felt more comfortable, but he also discovered some laws about his strength, like after his continuous overloading, the total amount of Chinook energy will continue to grow, and the light recovery speed of the star torch is also much faster than before. "If I'm strong enough, I'm afraid it won't be a problem to drag the warship in. Hey, I'm so angry, why don't I exercise early?" Fisher, who understood, could only watch the sky full of warships jumping with anger. "Woo woo woo, school finally starts tomorrow, but I don't want to go anymore." End of this chapter. Chapter 19, sorry, the update is a bit late. Chapter 19. Sorry, the update is a bit late. This meeting is considered to be the official arrival at school. I will continue after packing up. I took the bus for a day. I'm sorry everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Undeclared War. Chapter 20, Undeclared War. The Earth government is rotten. They are like a pile of sand castles. We only need a light push. Their beliefs and fighting spirit will completely collapse. Long live Mars! Long live Mars! This is the largest fleet that Fisher has ever seen: frigates, destroyers, aircraft carriers, hundreds of huge starships of varying lengths are so quietly parked in the high-altitude orbit of Mars. From the ground, these warships are not very clear, but when a transport ship carried Fisher and others into the high altitude, through the porthole of the transport aircraft, Fisher was able to see the full picture of these steel beasts. Achilles' heel, Bloodhand Ghost, Archimedes, white hull number and ship name are sprayed on the metallic titanium armor. Although the Martian regime is determined to destroy the Earth, their myth of the Earth is actually it is highly respected. A lot of battleships are named after mythological characters or stories. Perhaps they feel that they are gods compared to the Earth at this moment. The most eye-catching of these warships is the Olympus, which is slowly entering the central area of the fleet. In the center of the U-shaped hull is a huge ion engine, and above the engine is a huge one-cluster laser cannon. In addition to this laser cannon, there are 2 hangar exits on the side of Olympus Mountain, which can be used to put the flight squadrons, and at the 2 tops of the U-shaped, there are personnel drop ports that can release the landing troops. So where are we going now? Go to each battleship according to the list, boss, the war is about to begin. Antonio gave a bloodthirsty and fanatical smile, but don't worry, I will protect you on the battlefield. No, be yourself. Don't worry about me, just let me move around freely. Fisher saw the distribution list, and under Antonio's strong recommendation, he became the number 1 in the Olympus Air Force. A pilot of the squadron, and the commander of the aviation wing is Antonio. Okay, boss. If it weren't for the personnel transfer of the Olympus, which required the permission of Salin Couch, Antonio planned to let Fisher be the captain directly and arrange 8 Gales to be his bodyguards. But Fisher refused. If he is protected, how could he pick up on the battlefield, and he has to say bodyguards? There are taciturn robots in the back seat of his gusty wind, and Fisher gave it all names. Now, call to fly over. This is because in the IR-15 raid mode, the sprint speed of this robot is even a few points faster than Bolt. Coupled with the alloy short blade and rapid-fire machine gun on its robotic arm, it can be called a street fighter. Moreover, IR-15 is also equipped with a more powerful processor and logic core, which can effectively feed back Fisher's more complex language commands. Although it is not as versatile as C6, it will be more accurate and effective when performing combat tasks. This is not over yet. After boarding the Olympus, Fisher was assigned a dormitory of at least 40 square meters, 1 bedroom and 1 living room, all kinds of appliances. Even if Fisher was willing, the logistics department can install another ice cream machine for him. I'm very sorry, the only services we can currently provide are these services. Regarding spiritual needs, there will be a boxing ring and training room on the 33rd deck. Well, if you need that kind of service, you can wait until the next time the warship arrives in port. Receive priority qualifications for recreational camps and birth camps. The logistics staff of Lion Ice Cream Machine said respectfully to Fisher. No, thank you very much. Fisher sighed about the treatment of the Olympus after sending a few people out of the room. It seems that Admiral Salin Couch also knew that the Emperor was not short of hungry soldiers. The soldiers on the ship could enjoy plenty of natural meat, fruits, and vegetables every day, and the officers could even have a drink every day. With food and fanatical propaganda, it can be said that everyone on the Olympus is the hardest Martian. Admiral, the fleet has been supplied. Very well, connect me to Fleet Command. Understood. The image of the logistics minister just disappeared, and the holographic projection almost instantly projected a huge conference room in front of Sarin-Kachi. Admiral. More than a dozen Martian senior military and political officers who appeared in the conference room nodded in tribute to Sarin-Cook. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for coming to this meeting. Sarankachi spread his hands and extended his welcome to the others. This. Seeing the faction of Salen Couch, a group of military and political officials looked at each other. You must know that after becoming the Archon of Mars, Salen Couch usually communicates with other personnel in an imperative tone, but today it suddenly changed. If you have a temperament, the comer is not good. But unlike those old men, several younger generals seemed to have guessed something, and their faces flushed with excitement. Admiral, isn't it? A major general asked tentatively. Yes. The 8th Fleet has completed its reorganization and replenishment tasks, and we are about to set off. Going out. Is the target the Mercury domain? Now is the time for the relationship between Mars and the Earth to improve. Isn't it a bit reckless to start the war again? Can our logistics line be able to hold it? A group of officials screamed. Looking at these noisy and incompetent officials, Saran Couch was very fortunate that he did not give up his military power after becoming the governor. The weak and incompetent bureaucracy would only ruin his efforts. Enough! Saran Cook shouted, stopping the noise on the court. Whether you admit it or not, whether you want it or not, the 8th Fleet will set off. The target is the Earth, and my manpower has already sneaked into the Earth within a year, looking for an opportunity to destroy their orbital defense system, and the Olympus will also facing the Earth's fleet with a powerful force of thunder. I will let them know that their ships are just a pair of expensive toys in front of Mars. Long live Mars! Speaking of the back, Saran Couch's tone was already with Senran's killing intent. As long as these guys say no words, then within 10 minutes, his military police will throw this guy into the sun. We will do our best to support the 8th Fleet. In the end, Admiral L.E. Francois of the local fleet made the decision. The old man squinted half his eyes and looked like he was asleep, but Saran Couch didn't notice at all his existence. Thank you very much, Admiral, you just wait for the good news of victory. After saying this, Saran Cook turned off the projection system, and at the same time a few words popped out of his mouth. Old stuff. After overwhelming all opposing voices with his own power, Saran Cook ordered the fleet to set sail, with the target being the Earth, while Mount Olympus changed its direction. Before solving the Earth fleet, he had to solve one thing first. Jupiter Field. Europa. The terrible failure of the last war split the Earth into two factions. The main battle is the Master of Peace, and the politicians of the Master are like an ostrich stuffing their heads into the sand. They only know that they keep licking the of Mars, and only beg the other party not to lift up while they are in office. The butcher knife, and the main battle military learned from the pain. They reflected on the reasons for the failure of the Earth and tried to develop new weapons to break the high-tech advantage of Mars. These powerful weapons cannot be placed on the Earth, so the Earth controls the area. Within the asteroids, satellites have become their first choice, such as Europa. The secret laboratory, codenamed Rainbow, the task of this laboratory is to develop new laser weapons for the USA military, but unfortunately, due to the betrayal of the masters and politicians, the spies of the Mars fleet easily learned about the laboratory's news. In order to continue to ensure the advantage of Mars in equipment, Saran Cook decided to take action personally to solve this trouble. All members are in the fighting position. As soon as the harsh battle alarm sounded, Fisher had put on his helmet and jumped into his fighter jet. After setting off from Mars, he never returned to the dormitory and stayed in the hangar. The fighter engine ignited, and the vector nozzle at the tail of the Tornado fighter gradually made an ear-piercing roar. Golden Squadron is ready to set off. The target is the opponent's patrol aircraft. The distance is 6,000 kilometers. They are in a two-aircraft formation. They are flying in an air mass. The tactical briefing was also sent to the head-up display of Fisher's helmet. Sir, the engine is normal, they are normal, the weapon system is normal, and you can start. After confirming that there is no problem with the fighter, the ground crew sent a communication. Received, Golden number 3, it is entering orbit. The communication was tuned to the dedicated channel of the flight wing, and then Fisher's fighter was fixed on a huge steel turntable. After the turntable rotated 180 degrees, it slowly rose to move the fighter plane. It was sent into the launch orbit of the Olympus mountain. The electromagnetic lock of the fixed fighter is automatically unlocked, and the electromagnetic catapult is connected to the landing gear of the storm fighter. 3, 2, 1. Eject. As the countdown ended, Fisher only felt a violent attack, pressing himself firmly on the seat of the fighter plane, and the angle of view on both sides of the porthole was in going backwards frantically. After a few more seconds, the pressure of the fighter suddenly disappeared, and the space outside became empty. Fisher has finished disembarking from the ship. Because of the effort to solve the problem, Olympus hangar did not stop working after launching the Golden Squadron. Several other squadrons were also launched, but these fighters were not as straight as the Golden Squadron. The UNSA Jackal fighters patrolling in Europa's air mass made a big turn in the universe and flew from the Earth to Europa. They had to disguise themselves as reinforcements coming from the direction of the Earth, and then they would be deployed in the woods. The orbital defense system on Guardian was cleared. The code update is over. I'm asleep, good night. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Relief. Chapter 21 Liberation. For the Martian Army, Gale Wind is not considered advanced equipment. In terms of speed, Gale Wind will be completely abused by the Jackal of UNSA. In terms of equipment, the modular Jackal fighter has a variety of configuration options, but compared to the Jackal, Gale's maneuverability is stronger. Variable swept wings support it to turn in place, and Gale's positioning is an airspace dual-use air superior fighter, while the Jackal is a multi-purpose heavy fighter. The focus of the two is different, but it does not mean that the Wind cannot beat the Jackal. Especially when the Jackal is hiding in the air mass, the radar detection range is very small. Fisher, who was driving the fighter plane, glanced at the sensor. Because Europa's surface was thick with ice, so the temperature in the area was extremely low, and the fighter plane's glass windows had already been covered with a layer of frost. Attention, Golden Number 3, we can't let them issue a warning. Don't use missiles, get closer, and kill them with a cannon. Fisher's lead plane said in the communication channel. Received. Golden 1. Although the Tornado fighter is not as diverse as the Jackal, it is also equipped with several sets of heavy armor-piercing missiles against ships and ground attack missiles. In terms of machine guns, Fisher likes 2 laser cannons and 2 50mm cannons. The configuration, so that you can quickly attack enemy fighters, and when encountering UNSA warships, the 50mm gun is also powerful, which can be said to be a very powerful configuration. The Jackal fighters of the UNSA lab didn't know that they had followed 4 unkind guys behind their buttocks. Because of the dust and ice, their radar did not find the enemy who was less than 600 kilometers behind them. And Fisher did not turn on the enemy radar. This is to prevent the grass and the snakes, and the ultra-long distance detector of the Olympus mountain is like a radar, providing them with a steady stream of flight correction data. 400 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers. When the distance between Fisher and the 2 Jackal fighters was less than 100 kilometers, their radars found something wrong. Call the UFO, you have entered the airspace of the UNSA facility, I order you to immediately turn off the engine and land, otherwise we have the right to shoot you down. The Jackal fighter pilot yelled in the public channel. Puff. These guys are so naive. Golden Number 2, turn on the signal suppression, don't let them send a message. The captain of the Golden Squadron pilot sneered disdainfully, and then activated the Gale's thrusters. The pilot of UNSA hadn't figured out what these guys were here for, and found that the other party was not answering. One pilot switched channels and planned to contact the ground, but there was only a rustle in the channel. They are approaching fast, this is a surprise attack, hurry up, disperse. Seeing the unidentified aircraft suddenly accelerating on the radar, the UNSA pilot who had just awakened from a dream tried to turn the nose to prepare for the battle, but the accelerator was turned on for more than 100 kilometers. In front of the gust of wind, it was only a matter of 10 seconds. When Fisher saw the Jackal fighter looming in the thick air mass, the opponent's turn had just been completed. Good opportunity. Looking at the Jackal facing him, Fisher did not hesitate and pressed the fire button. The two 20mm cannons below the head of the fan emit a blue light, which is produced when the armor-piercing accelerated by the magnetic track is ejected from the chamber. Then Fisher saw half of the Jackal fighter's wings disappear. Lima 1, I was hit. Catapult, catapult. The Jackal pilot who was hit loudly called for help to the base, but the radio channel was still rustling, and the other Jackal could not protect itself at this moment. No, and number 4 double-teamed him, and it was only a matter of time before he was shot down. And the research base of UNSA was not ignorant of what happened outside. After the communication was cut off, they immediately dispatched personnel to the surface to prepare for laser communication, and the soldiers dispatched to the ground just witnessed their fighters burning and fighting. The scene of turning and smashing to the earth. Sir, the airspace is clear. Send ground troops, I want everything in that laboratory. Olympus leaned to the surface under the control of the helmsman. After the launching port was ready for launch, the robotic units and Marines immediately landed on the surface and launched random attacks. Despite the huge disparity in military strength, the Earth Army did not wait to die. The security forces guarding the experimental base quickly reached the surface by elevator, built defenses on the thick ice, resisted layers, and gained time for the destruction operations inside the base. Bullets, energy beams, plasma streams, and missiles converge over the battlefield. Because Europa's surface is 100 kilometers thick, there are not many permanent fortifications on the surface of the defensive UNSA forces, only some mobile bunkers and automatic turrets, but under the cover of their desperate counterattack and firepower, the attacking Martian colonial army was suppressed by firepower and could not move on the ground, and had to ask for support from the squally-licking ground. Golden Squadron, quell their resistance. A commander in charge of ground operations roared with a stern face. Received. Here we are. Fisher controlled the squally wind and followed the lead plane closely, and tracer bullets slid across the sides of the fighter from time to time. It was the ground defenders firing with anti-aircraft machine guns, but the weak firepower was not enough to threaten the squalls. The fire control radar screamed. And a red frame flashed on the head-up display, indicating that the radar had locked the target. The roaring missiles and machine guns became the last straw that crushed the camel. The exploding shrapnel swallowed the defenders' positions. You must know that Europa is not the Earth. The temperature here is below -160 degrees. Without oxygen, once the spacesuit is damaged, the low temperature and lack of oxygen will quickly kill you. The steel torrent passed by and drove past the outline of the battle line. The broken limbs of the UNSA soldier mixed with the water vapor melted by the explosion and were quickly frozen. The blood flowing out of the gurgling left bright marks on the ice surface, just like a painter's. Artwork generally blooms on the planet. The unfailing and painless robot army is still advancing, and the remaining UNSA soldiers are like foam in the waves, and disappear without seeing them. Golden Squadron, Mount Olympus is going to make a maneuver. You can land on the surface first and wait for us to come back. Received. Can we participate in ground combat? No, you can only enter after the robot confirms safety. Well, I want to kill 2 more Earth bastards. The fighter plane landed on an empty ice field. Fisher confirmed that the protection on his body was intact before opening the cockpit. Number 3, we are going to fight, and you, the pilot yelled to Fisher. Can I walk around the battlefield, pick up a souvenir or something? Of course, we will come as soon as we go. Speaking of which, Fisher's lead plane didn't care much about this airborne wingman. Anyway, it seemed to him that Fisher was gilded by the local fleet, on Mount Olympus. After I felt the atmosphere of the war, I would leave, so I didn't care, but ran towards the elevator with his subordinates. Flew over to follow Fisher's faithfully, holding a folk assault rifle in his hand, and a large folding shield in his left hand, and his scarlet electronic eyes scanned the blizzard vigilantly. Fisher walked silently on the battlefield just now. The pits and pits that the missiles and artillery shells shot out of the ice have been filled with snowflakes. The bodies of the UNSA soldiers who were killed not long ago are still there, and they lie quietly. Where, the Martian colonial army did not intend to collect their corpses, but Fisher could see these dead souls wandering in confusion on this battlefield at this moment. The light of the star torch shined again, and a strong golden psychic flame gushed out of Fisher's body, illuminating a world in the gloomy subspace, and then the souls of these war dead, like finding their home, pounced on the star torch in the flames. But Fisher was in a cold sweat at this time. When countless souls poured into the star torch, they also brought their memories and unwillingness to a lifetime, and Fisher was like watching a movie countless times. I experienced everything I experienced again. Despite the protection of psychic energy, Fisher's spirit did not collapse because of these memories, but he still made his physical strength overdrawn. However, as these souls made the light of the star torch brighter, the continuous power restored Fisher's physical strength, even strengthened his body again. This is... Fisher clenched his fist. Star torch not only strengthened his body, even the combat skills of the soldiers who died in battle, their experience has also continuously entered Fisher's mind. It's just that these experiences and techniques are very vague, like slurs. And it doesn't improve Fisher himself too much. More memories are like sinking into the ocean. Just as Fisher was still reminiscing about the memories pouring into his mind, the siren that flew over suddenly sounded. What's the matter? Fisher took out his pistol and looked at the distant storm. The alarm transmitted the data to Fisher's helmet-mounted display. The data showed signs of life activity in a crater not far from Fisher. Fisher put the robot on standby and leaned forward cautiously with his weapon. It was discovered that it was an UNSA soldier who was still alive. Hey, hey! Fisher stepped forward to wake up the soldier to treat him, but the next second he flew over and did not know when he appeared next to him, and the assault rifle in his hand was aimed at the soldier. No! Fisher grabbed the flying arm, and even squeezed the armor to some extent. But he was still a step too late. The Volk's muzzle was already emitting blue flames, and the plasma ammunition ripped open the soldier's protective clothing. The wound was frozen almost instantly, even though the soldier was still there. Moaning in pain, but Fisher knew that he was over. I'm sorry. Fisher put his hand on the opponent's helmet, and the flames gushed out and swallowed his body. Woo woo woo, there are so many things in the graduation season, sorry, brothers. Oh, 8 said, I will continue to work on the thesis. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, War Escalation. Chapter 22 Escalation of War. The flame swallowed up this soldier. His armor and his flesh seemed to not exist in the world at all, leaving no trace. Only one military registration card remained in his hand. Come to Famandi Trick, this is the name of this soldier. He is British and belongs to the UNSA Military Science and Technology Academy. Fisher picked up the soldier's NV4 rifle that had finished shooting, then inserted it vigorously into the ice, and then hung his military registration card on the butt. The gust of wind mixed with icy debris blew, blowing the military registration card into the sky, but the chain was still tightly tied to the of the rifle. This is not the first soldier to die in the war, nor will it be the last. He died in obscurity. Maybe no one but his relatives will remember him many years later. The war has never changed. The death of this soldier did not affect Fisher's emotions, but it only made him feel a little bit of ill feeling for the SDF Martian Immigration Defense Front. If Fisher only wanted to fish in troubled waters before, now he is ready to add another kick when the Martian Immigration Defense Front is about to fall into the abyss. In fact, it was not that Fisher had never thought of exploding Serenkoch's dog head with a single shot, but killing him is actually useless. Sooner or later the Martian war machine will be activated, not to mention that Cook has been on the ship since he was on the ship. He hadn't been out on the bridge before, and he was surrounded by robots, and there was no chance to start. When it comes to robots, Fisher looks at the flying over behind his and gets angry. Martians can do anything else. They are the first to make killing machines. The communication channel will be short and intense. Gunshots. It was the Martian colonial army executing prisoners of war. There are plans to carry out human massacres in large batches. This is also the battle plan of the Martian colonial army. It has been implemented since the First Rebellion War: shooting, burying alive, poisoning, and even pumping oxygen to suffocate the victims. Its brutality is no less than SS and the Japanese army. When Fisher, who was about to return to the hangar, was about to board the plane, the other pilots of the squadron also walked up from the elevator triumphantly. "Lieutenant Colonel Fisher, did you find anything good?" the leader asked with a smile on the channel. "It's just the wreckage, what's the matter?" Fisher pointed to the robot. The storage box on the waist of the latter contained a piece of the warplane wreckage he had in his hands. He was going to make a souvenir. "Come on, I'll give you one." Seeing that Fisher's souvenir was so shabby, several pilots smiled. One of them removed a big guy from his back. The secret weapon prototypes developed by UNSA are all in the warehouse below. It's a pity that you don't go down. Oh. Fisher did not expect these guys to be able to take this thing up, but after another thought, Mars has more advanced laser cannons. This thing of UNSA is just icing on the cake for the Martian colonial army. These pilots are only optimistic about Fisher's local fleet identity and deliberately make friends. After all, the various scientific research departments of Mars are monopolized by the 8th Fleet, and the local fleet usually uses old goods to make do with it. Fisher also did not decline. Anyway, this cluster laser cannon seems to be installed on a large scale on both Mars and Earth in the later stage of the battle, so it is not surprising that he was a pilot with a laser cannon. "Sir, we detected an approaching UNSA light gunboat. Let them in, I want to give them hope." Cook looked at the shining red dots on the radar, and continued with a sneer, "Then kill the hope again." Olympus deliberately hid the warship on the other side of the satellite, and waited until the gunboat belonging to the UNSA Special Forces SCAR dropped all the special forces it carried on the ground before flying out of the air mass. The driver of the gunboat did not even understand what was going on, and then the strong electromagnetic radiation paralyzed the entire gunboat. The gunboat that lost the power system could only rush into the embrace of the Earth under the influence of gravity without looking back. The Special Forces members of the SCAR-7 team that entered the experimental base also made a big killing in the waterproof of Cook. The commander of the last code-named Wolf successfully completed the task of destroying the weapon prototype with his men. It's just that the explosion not only destroyed the laboratory, but also blew these special soldiers out of the surface, and finally several people were heavily hit on the ice. Did we succeed? Yes. It worked. The 3 special forces were happy and discovered a terrifying fact within a few seconds. Their gunboat was gone, and oxygen was about to bottom out. If there were no foreign aid, they would not survive for 5 minutes. At the critical moment, Couch brought his men onto the stage domineeringly, and gave them oxygen in the posture of an incredible winner. "We destroyed the prototype of the weapon, you can't get anything." The evil wolf looked impassioned, and his 2 men also winked at the Martian soldiers, mocking them. "Hee, weapon prototype, we don't need it anymore." Cook snapped his fingers casually, and the next second, the Olympus, which was high in the sky, opened fire and the dazzling laser beams let out. Note: to smash a huge meteorite floating outside the satellite. The evil wolves have a look of grief and indignation. Why do they come here from the Earth all the way? Isn't it just to destroy the prototype of the weapon and prevent the Martians from getting it? But now they find that Mars is not only stronger than them. Weapons that have already formed combat effectiveness. Looking at the expression on the opponent's face, Saren Cook was very satisfied. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling everything, especially the moment the opponent fell into the full set of his own carefully designed. "We won't surrender." The wolf gritted his teeth. He knew that he and his brothers were already fierce. It would be great to have a whole body in the hands of Martians, and he didn't expect anything else. "Of course, Commander, I didn't expect you to succumb." Saren Couch waved his hand indifferently, motioning for the robot to press the captive to the ground. "We are here to destroy you. Kill them, don't use guns, save some bullets." After speaking, Saren Cook walked towards the transport plane without looking back. When the burly robot heard the command, he immediately raised his fist and knocked down his fists. The captured Special Forces soldiers could only watch the cracks in their helmets getting bigger and bigger, and then they cracked and broke completely. "Come!" Shards of glass and shards of frozen blood splashed everywhere, leaving only 3 vague bodies alone on the ice sheet. "Command the fleet to gather, target Earth, and all dispatch." "Kidney stones, I was sent to the hospital by my roommate at 1 o'clock last night. Why is the graduation season so difficult? I'm sorry that I can't make the achievement of 3,000 words this month. I'm sorry for everyone." End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Attack from Space. Chapter 23, Attack from Space. Today's Geneva gongs, drums, and firecrackers are blasting in unison. The armed parade has always been a masterpiece of the UNSA. They liked to do this even before they were out of the earth. One is to tell the people that I have made a big baby for the taxes and digging, but there is no corruption. The other is to recruit soldiers, giant ships, cutting-edge fighters, and send a few female stockings to the side. Okay, the team is full. But in any case, a huge fleet will give the people confidence, especially the people on Earth who were spanked and in the last battle are looking forward to the aspiration of the space fleet. After 10 years of sharpening a sword, 100 years will have to build a powerful navy. The people on Earth are very lucky. Although they lost the war, the essence of the navy was preserved. The old navy who learned the lessons of blood and tears successfully tempered a group of qualified successors came out, and now, they are enjoying their glory. Eclipse, Tigris, Roma, and Johannesburg, huge starships named after the Earth's metropolis slowly flew over the streets amidst the cheers of the people. For this ship review, the Earth's propaganda machine was used for half a year. The media, military experts, and even the people have been very confident about this. Our planet finally has the capital to fight against Mars. Amidst the noise, Archie Minria silently carried his file bag through the cordon set by the military and police, and came to the office building of the Geneva Orbital Defense System. Mechanical engineer. He held up his ID, and passed the scan and security check under the watch of the Marines at the door. Happy days. The security staff greeted him with a smile. Yes, it's really exciting. I want to put on my uniform and go shopping on the street. There will definitely be a girl who will come over. Ria responded excitedly. Good idea, I'll try it after get off work later. As soon as he walked into the elevator from the lobby, the smile on Ria's face disappeared without a trace. Stupid earthling. Thinking of working with a bunch of Earth idiots with alcohol and beauties in their heads every day, Ria couldn't wait to explode where he was, but he had to endure it because he was Mars. Director of the Military Intelligence Service. As early as a few years ago, Admiral Salen Cook began to infiltrate the Earth, including but not limited to buying, assassination, coercion and replacement. When the Earth was building an orbital defense system, Mars didn't think about stopping the opponent, but at that time, Mars was exhausted because of the protracted fighting, so he could only watch the opponent fill his home with defensive towers. Since the storm cannot work, it will come to Yin. Mars dispatched a large number of spies. They pretended to be war orphans during the Earth-Fire War. They grew up on the Earth and then hibernated quietly. When they were awakened, Ria was considered too. It's just that he killed an Earth engineer, and then he was lurking on the Earth after a facelift. Several years of life on the Earth made him feel unfamiliar with everything about Mars, but for him, the sea breeze from the Mediterranean is far less cordial than the sandstorm from the Martian Rift Valley, because the latter is a symbol of home. But today, he can finally get rid of all this completely. When the needle was pointed at 8 o'clock, the atmosphere of the whole city instantly burst. Because the flagship of the Earth fleet, the most powerful aircraft carrier Retribution, appeared over Geneva. As the flagship of the Earth fleet, Retribution was not powerful. The kinetic energy turret, but its own near-fire resistance is enough to tear the approaching Martian destroyer to pieces, and the Retribution is also loaded with the UNSA Troop Special Forces SCAR team. Every member here is a sea, land, and air all-around elite. Being able to carry a gun on the battlefield, Wen Neng leads 1,000 troops, so all the people on Earth are proud of him. And this ship review is also considered the first voyage of the Retribution, after which it will be deployed on the Earth-Moon line of defense to counter the Martian fleet. However, no one noticed that when the Retribution passed over Lake Geneva, an Aeotis railgun deployed on the ground suddenly turned its muzzle. Earth's most powerful battleship? Let me try if the Earth's most powerful shield can destroy your Earth's most powerful spear. Rhea sat in the Orbital Defense Systems command tower with a smile and looked at the AA guns and guns. He steadily aimed at the disciplinary number. It's just that when he was about to fire, he suddenly heard the news on the channel that the UNSA's highest commander, Admiral Rains, was taking a Raven transporter and was preparing to board the Retribution. As an intelligence officer, Rhea naturally knows which is important to destroy an army's brain or destroy a battleship, so he immediately changed the target. Boom! Goodbye, Earth! After confirming that Admiral Ryan's transport plane was destroyed, Rhea immediately activated all nearby artillery to start attacking the Earth fleet in the sky. The Earth fleet, which is still flaunting its might, did not expect that its proud orbital gun would aim its muzzle at it. Warships were hit by surprise, and then plunged to the surface with flames, while those dormant on the Earth. The Martian spies for a long time have also violently attacked. They first attacked the police station, took control of the weapon arsenal and robots, and then began to surrender the enemy of the Orbital Defense Command. At the same time, Rhea also wanted to Mars to send a successful raid code. Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. The Martian fleet that received the signal immediately began to make a leap, and a warship crossed the Earth-Moon line of defense and appeared in the high-altitude orbit of the Earth. Now they waited for Rhea to kill the Earth fleet and then blow up the orbital gun. Only after waiting for less than half an hour in outer space, the Mars fleet not only did not wait for the good news from the ground, but also found that the Earth fleet's Retribution had rushed out of the atmosphere with the remaining 7 warships and hundreds of Jackal fighters. A counterattack was launched. At the same time, the Earth Coast Guard stationed at the high-altitude orbiting space station also dispatched all fighter jets and patrol gunboats to support the counterattack of the Earth Army. What about Rhea? Didn't we mean that our raid today was an armed parade? The Mars 8th Fleet Advance Team was caught in a hard fight. The Earthlings flexibly used their tactical advantages. The advantage shook off the chase of the Gale and sent missiles into the vital points of the Martian battleship, while the Retribution blocked the front of the Martian fleet with its thick armor and strong near-fire resistance, fighting for the destroyer brother behind her. Output opportunities, blue beams, orange missile tail flames. The two camps started a fierce fight as soon as they contacted, but everyone with a discerning eye can see that if the Earth's orbital defense system is not resolved, the Martian fleet will finally return. I suddenly remembered that after I finished the college entrance examination 2 years ago, I also had surgery. Now I graduated from undergraduate with surgery again, Nemas, reincarnation, my hands were swollen, my feet were scalded by boiling water after reviewing at night. I should be better tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Prepare for a Lunar Assault. Chapter 24, Preparing for the Moon Assault. Fierce fighting continues, especially the performance of the pilots of the SCAR team. The outstanding Jackal fighters are like ballerinas dancing on the edge of death in their hands. Every attack will cause headaches for the Martian fleet, and there have been counts. The destroyer was shot all over the place, and the loss of the Unsa was only a few dozen fighters. Sir, what should I do now? On the Mount Olympus watching the battle in the distance, Saren Couch was also thinking about whether to attack now and destroy the remaining warships on the Earth, or wait, maybe the next second, Rhea will send good news. Call for help, this is Achilles' heel, our reactor is damaged, and we are about to. The call for help stopped abruptly. Sir. The advance squadron has lost more than half of its aviation squadron. We lack the strength to fight that aircraft carrier. The air traffic controller looked anxiously at Saren Kachi. Prepare for the leap and destroy the Earth fleet. At this point, Saren Couch has to admit that his plan to solve the Earth fleet and Earth defense system in one go has completely failed, but now that the remaining fleet on the Earth has left their ground firepower the cover, then leave all their fleets. As for the Earth, there will be a chance. Saren Cook persuaded himself unwillingly. Leaning in the cabin, Fisher strenuously swallowed the last bite of biscuits, then watched the nutrient solution in the cabin storage box lick some of his dry lips. It has been more than 100 years away from the restraint of gravity, and humans still haven't. To solve the physiological problems of pilots, the only improvement is that the food tastes better, the diaper material is better, the water absorption is stronger, and it does not appear bloated, but as an exquisite boy, Fisher thinks himself not very thirsty yet. Order to strike, order to strike. As he continued to stare at the nutrient solution in a daze, his brother Antonio rushed into the hangar in a stride. We are already at war with the Earth fleet. Today, let's see how many trump cards we can play. Are you ready, boys? It's time to let those Earth know that we are great today. The pilots immediately cheered and jumped for joy. Then before everyone calmed down, the sailing battleship shook abruptly, and the warning lights on both sides of the hangar immediately turned on. Ready to go, hurry, hurry. The ground crews and robots that came out of the bees climbed up on the fighter jets like ants, refueling, and hanging missiles, creating a fiery atmosphere before the war. The transition engine at 4 times the speed of light propelled the huge battleship Mount Olympus through the universe, and it took less than 10 minutes to reach the battlefield of the Earth in full swing. Fisher, who was ejected again, has not even left the state, and the warning system of the tornado fighter and the robot behind has already started to give an alarm. Missiles are coming. 3 missiles spun towards the huge hull of the Olympus, and then they were blocked by heavy armor. The dense fleet was fighting each other. After seeing the Martian fleet coming for reinforcements, an Earth destroyer once again released a squadron of jackals, joined forces with the jackals of the Coast Guard, and aggressively rushed towards Fisher and others. People! Pull up, each challenge, let us go. Fisher glanced roughly at the hot battlefield. A jackal that was very close to him was chasing behind a gusty butt. The light cannons and missiles kept staring at each other, but it was a pity that a snakeskin walked away. A shooting technique was too great, and the jackal missile didn't stick to the opponent's tail after lighting up, but exposed his 6 points. Fisher switched the fighter's wings to the closed mode, and then started the afterburner to instantly reduce the distance between the 2 parties to 1 kilometer, and then confirmed that the fire control locked the other party, and fired 2 missiles at once. The jackal fighter in front also found the uninvited guest behind the ass. Rows of heat traps ejected from the sides of the fighter. Then the pilot controlled the fighter to make an accelerated turn and successfully threw off the incoming missile, but a Coast Guard pilot was nervous, but Fisher flew out of the fireball caused by the explosion. The gusty wind's wings opened, and the advancing speed dropped sharply, then Fisher pulled down the joystick to the left, and the gusty wind directly changed the direction of the nose on the spot, intercepting the opponent's escape direction. Goodbye. The volley shot was like a fierce fire snake, hitting the jackal. Thanks to the blessing of the souls of the dead in the surrounding battlefield, Fisher's firing timing was kept at its best, and the 20mm gun just hit the jackal. The Jackal's engine broke down and the opponent's ability to move was destroyed. The pilot was still intact and screamed in the cabin. 1. After confirming that the opponent had lost combat effectiveness, Fisher continued to control the fighter to fly to the most intense place, where a large number of souls gathered. Relying on leak picking and trivial tactics, Fisher subsequently killed 2 jackals, but just when he was about to solve another one to become the trump card, the starry sky less than 10 kilometers away from him appeared the first time the Earth entered space. In a collision battle, under the order of the commander of the Retribution, Allard. The Retribution rammed the already super Olympus with an unstoppable momentum, who was preparing to kill the last surviving Unsaw destroyer Tigris. No. Olympus Mountain caught fire, we must leave. Each aircraft first evacuated to the friendly starship, choose the opportunity to return to build. After a fluttering sentence, Olympus Mountain directly entered the jump and left the battlefield, leaving only a bunch of fighters staring at the big eyes. Damn it, it's almost. At this moment, both the Earthlings and the Martians were beating their chests and their feet, and the flagships of both sides were hit hard, one lost power, and the other ignited a fire. As long as the aviation forces of both sides work harder, I can definitely keep the flagship, but the current situation is that the Martian fighters that have lost the Olympus cannot be effectively supplied and maintained, and the Jackal fleet on Earth needs to defend the paralyzed Retribution. Retreat, let's take the moon first. The commander of the advance team of the 8th Fleet understood that continuing to fight now will not only harm him but also cause the entire army to be wiped out. The top priority now is to recover the fleet and the remaining forces of the 8th Fleet have converged. Anyway, they have basically solved the Earth fleet. Now that the moon, the most important resource port of the Earth, is fixed, the Earth can only be locked in the atmosphere again by Mars, and there is no possibility of rising. How to put it, the plot of COD-13 may be boring to you, but the basic technology here is a very important improvement for the Marvel Universe, because I want to write about human resistance, not just a few superheroes, so if you feel bored, you can raise it first, and COD-13 will be over in about 10 chapters, and then the giant will emerge from the east wind of Iron Man. In addition, kidney stones and eating meat have no effect, I want to have an elbow. End of this chapter. Chapter 25, Firewire Promotion. Chapter 25 Firewire Promotion. God, who will save us? The Moon, as the starting point of the Earth-Moon system, has always been an important port for the Earth's external connections. Here you can see the minerals produced by Vesta and the high-yield crops produced by Mercury Farm. The coming and going transport fleet set sail from here, loaded with the finished products processed by the Earth, and then returned to the Earth with loads of goods. In addition, there are several cruise ships of air travel companies that also receive tourists here, if there is no dense sky. As far as the battleship is concerned, this place must be very beautiful. But there is no if. After the failure of the plan to attack the Earth, the Mars 8th Fleet quickly adjusted its strategy. Since it cannot win a quick battle, then starve the Earth to death. To complete this plan, the Mars fleet must take the Moon. In fact, if this task was originally handed over to the Olympus Mountain, it would take only a few minutes. Its shaft gun can produce extremely terrible consequences after firing at full power. A few seconds of firing can destroy a strong fortress and continue. The shooting can push asteroids out of orbit. Therefore, for Olympus, this port on the Moon can be done with just a few minutes of continuous shooting. However, due to the impact of the Retribution, the Olympus has made an emergency jump to the unknown corner of the ditch, so the heavy task of capturing the port fell on the shoulders of the 8th Fleet's advance team and reserve team. Hurry up, go up and up. Bullying the Moon, the Martian warship, which has no heavy anti-aircraft firepower, threw the assault force directly against the opponent's innocuous anti-aircraft firepower, and the Moon's UNSA unit had less than thousands of coast guards. Team and a small number of boats. It can't stop the Martian colonial army like wolves and tigers. The Jackal fighters of the two squadrons that took off desperately launched an assault against more than 10 times their enemy, but the result was tragic. These Coast Guards only achieved the result of damaging one enemy aircraft. All turned into cosmic dust. Many arm blocked the car. Fisher can only express regret for these brave soldiers, but only regret. Mr. Colonel, the airspace is clear, and your Marines can move on. Thank you very much, Commander Fisher. It was the commander of the Marine Corps who was speaking. His soldiers were madly suppressed in the crater by a gunboat that was lucky enough to lift off. At the critical moment, Fisher was still holding 50 guns. The upper air defense turret of the gunboat was plowed once, which freed the ground troops. Grateful to the commander of Dade, he said that when the battle is over, he will definitely praise Fisher to him. Now Mars lacks talents like you. Fisher is naturally kind. As far as he knows, the high-ranking military officers of Mars have high authority and can freely enter and exit various classified laboratories. The most important thing is that he can only be received by Salin Couch if he is promoted, so that he can be given a chance. Do some tricks. Fisher has been greedy for Mount Olympus for a long time. Whether it is the deployment of the robot force or the internal equipment, they are all first class in Mars equipment, but the aviation squadron only has the authority to move in a few locations, such as engine room reactors. Locally, he would be stopped by fully armed robotic soldiers before he passed. There will be black hole sentry guns next to him. Even if he turns the commander of the aviation team into his own, it is useless. On the battlefield, thanks to strong fire support and a large number of cannon fodder robots, the Moon's airport was quickly reduced to half, and the terminal building was breached. Because there was no direct command from Sarin Couch, the robots, and Martian Land, the team was busy chasing the retreating Coast Guard. The shivering civilians survived a lot. Fisher also jumped off the plane, ordered some robots from the Marine Corps, and entered the airport. The civilians were locked into a safer warehouse. In addition to regaining the souls of a large number of fallen soldiers and turning them into fuel wood, Fisher found that because of his actions, the gratitude of those anxious civilians to him also changed his star torch a little bit. A little bit of golden starlight slowly melted into his body. Fisher raised his hand and found that it seemed that his psychic power might have been upgraded, but now there is no time for him to study it. Sir, sir. Seeing Fisher was in a daze, a Marine Corps sergeant called him tentatively. What's wrong? Sergeant. Fisher coughed and asked pretentiously. No, I just think you seem to be more radiant. The Marine Corps sergeant gave a small compliment. Yes, very visionary. I will suggest to your chief to promote you to sergeant. Fisher patted the opponent on the shoulder and walked out of the room first. But I am already a sergeant. The Marine Corps non-commissioned officer looked tangled. After the civilians were settled, Fisher ordered the Marines to weld the gate to death. At the same time, he instructed the robot to bring a pile of debris to block the gate, and then return to his landline. According to the plot, he will be punished after emergency repairs. It's time to support the Moon at the speed of light. Although he wanted to meet the brave and fearless Captain Reyes, Fisher gave up the opportunity and returned to a Martian aircraft carrier in the name of supply. Facts proved that Fisher's choice was right. Just a few minutes after he landed, the Retribution arrived with the only surviving destroyer, the Tigris. After entering the battlefield, the Retribution was the first to release its Marine Corps. During the hurricane advance of the lunar assault vehicle, the Martian colony's external defense line was directly torn open. Then the Retribution relied on its own elite Jackal squadron and the Coast Guard Jackal that took off from the Moon to break the Martian defense line. The Martian pilots who had suffered a lot of damage in the previous Earth raid had to go into a bitter battle again. With the opponent's surprise attack and home court advantage, he lost again and lost nearly 100. 10 of them were dead because of the dead ace. The tragic battle situation made the Mars fleet unbearable anymore. Although most of the warships are still there, they are a piece of fat in the eyes of the opponent's fighters without the cover of fighters. Anyone can take a bite. After a few hours of fierce battle, the Mars fleet once again staged a situation where it wiped out 8,000 enemies and turned into victory. 2 consecutive raids were met with a grey-nosed Martian wailing, but Fisher was very happy. Because of his previous victories and the heavy losses of the Olympus pilots, his wish was fulfilled. Sarankachi, it is necessary to boost the morale of the men and let them reorganize to deal with their current biggest enemy, the Earth aircraft carrier Retribution. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Inner Demon. Chapter 26, Inner Ghost. According to Sarankachi's idea, Mars should build a blockade against the Earth, so that the Earth has no food or drink, and no resources to build guns and warships. But things backfired. First, the Earth's orbital defense system did not shut down as planned, which caused the Martian fleet from afar to fight in the Earth's high-altitude orbit. Then, his lunar raid was frustrated by the Retribution, which was full of damage control skills. Why? Sarankachi wanted to grab the collar of that one and ask why his plan would fail, but he couldn't, because he was the highest commander of the 8th Fleet, and he could kill several high-ranking generals at will. Failure to pay, but what happens afterwards? Sighed with emotion that his subordinates were a bunch of reckless men who were full of brains, and had to cast their eyes on the screen in front of him. The war is a whetstone. In less than 2 days, the Mars 8th Fleet lost more than 100,000 people, but a lot of good sprouts emerged from the soldiers who survived, especially during the moon raid. Nearly 60 ace pilots came out all at once. These ace pilots can provide sufficient reserve forces for the heavily lost fleet command. As long as they have been trained in the military academy for a period of time, they can become very good candidates for captains. Of course, this is in wartime, so don't think about training or anything. After giving a military rank, let's continue on the front line. Satellite domain. After Titan, which was originally an important fuel source for the Earth, changed its surname to Mars 2 years ago, the Earth has always lost control of the Saturn domain, and the methane produced by Titan has become a catalyst for the Martian war machine. Fisher stood by the bridge of the Poseidon aircraft carrier, staring at the thick air cloud layer below the battleship. Tens of millions of volts of lightning burst in the cloud from time to time, reflecting the yellowish-brown light, and the huge aircraft carrier, the body is like an ant in the sea before the cloud layer, thickly covering the entire planet, without making any waves. Below the clouds, it was a scene completely different from the calm that Fisher had seen before. The lightning pulled out a long trajectory and fell from the sky, and the gust of wind mixed with yellowish-brown ammonia almost stuck to the surface of the battleship. On the Earth, there are steep valleys and strange rocks. There is almost no plain. You can only see the water curtain of ammonia washing down the hillside, and thick pipes protruding from it, like a giant snakes shuttled through these valleys. That is the pipeline that transports methane. Titan is currently the most important energy base for Mars. The methane fuel produced here supplies all aspects of Mars. At the same time, due to the harsh environment here, Titan is also an important part of the Mars Aerospace Research Institute. Research base. Not long ago, Fisher got his wish and met Salencook, but the latter just brought together a group of outstanding officers and said a few words, and then a star on one's shoulder, these just now the promoted new blood was sent to Titan. Because it has been deflated in the hands of the elite squadron of the Retribution, Sarankachi had to order the laboratory on Titan to mass-produce the new experimental Super Gale, and pair it with the ace pilots, hoping to use this method. Against the UNSA, Fisher was honored to be one of the first pilots to accept fighter jets. "Sir, here we are." While Fisher was still looking at the connected ammonia rain outside the window, a group of heavily armed assault soldiers walked into the bridge and saluted the captain on the semi-floating bridge. "Road. Very well, Captain, we will receive a batch of confidential information later. I need you and your Marines to stay in the warehouse until we reach Mars." "Understand?" "Yes, sir. We will stay in the warehouse tightly," the Marines replied loudly. After the Marine Corps left, Fisher also pretended to walk to the captain inadvertently, and made a request that he wanted to go down and have a look. Because of Fisher's own status as a pilot, the captain didn't think too much, thinking that the other party just wanted to see the new fighter early, so he nodded and agreed to Fisher's request. After putting on the equipment, Fisher went straight to the hangar for the first time and watched the flatbed truck send a few more sci-fi looking super tornado fighters into the hangar, but what the soldiers present did not notice, Fisher kept his gaze on the other side, being carried into the hangar by a few robots, and then sent to the dark green safe in the next warehouse. Although it is not clear what it is, Fisher knew that it must be a good thing, because during the handover of the laboratory personnel, Fisher also heard instructions such as moisture-proof, indicating that the safe is likely to be a confidential document. Paper documents only available in the research institute. As for why they are transported by warships, if they are transmitted by signals, these classified documents are likely to be intercepted by the Earth's deep space sensors. And the thick gas cloud map on Titan will also intercept the transmission of signals. Fisher, who had made up his mind to figure out what was inside, stayed in the hangar after the handover was completed, and while looking at the fighter jets, he chatted with a few new ground crew members. After a few cigarettes and thinking and brainwashing, these ground crews immediately became brothers with Fisher, and Fisher also knew what the contents of the box were. A batch of manual drawings of tornado fighter jets and hyperspace engines. These things are very secret. They should have been sent back to Mars for storage at the beginning of the war, but because Saren Couch drew all the battleships away, the execution of the combat plan resulted in a full 2 days delay in the transportation operation. After obtaining the specific material information, Fisher immediately had a bold plan. He wanted to steal these confidential documents. After confirming the target, Fisher immediately began to make a plan. There were less than 1,000 personnel on this aircraft carrier, and less than 200 combat personnel. There were fewer than 20 Marines waiting in the warehouse. As for the robots, Fisher can use his own authority to turn them off, and after getting these files, he can leave and drive the super strong wind away. Anyway, the Star Torch will be recharged in less than 2 days. He himself, the supplies you carry can survive this period of time. It only takes 1 day for this aircraft carrier to reach Mars from Titan, so Fisher decided to do it when the crew rested at night. However, to his surprise, it seemed that he was not the only one eyeing this aircraft carrier. People. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Update will be delayed. Chapter 27 Update will be delayed. Now the only thing that prevents me from graduating is the thesis, which can't be subdued. My head is about to explode. This afternoon, I've been sitting in front of the computer for the whole afternoon. I'm sorry, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Someone Cut Off. Chapter 28 Someone Cuts Husband. In the empty space of the universe, bursts of dazzling arcs suddenly burst out, and the increasingly dense arcs spread sharply, until a few seconds later, a behemoth suddenly appeared in the universe. This large object is the Poseidon aircraft carrier. It has just left the transition state and undergoes a routine inspection, because the current transition technology of Mars is not yet mature, and the cooling system needs a period of time to recover, that is, Mount Olympus. The new engine of the spacecraft can make long-distance or multiple short-distance jumps, such as going straight to the Earth from Mars, and then returning directly from the Earth to Mars. The captain of the Poseidon was also a veteran who participated in the last war. He was very familiar with the emergency procedures of the battleship. Just after Poseidon jumped out of the transition state, he ordered the Marines to leave the ship with jetpacks. The meteorite belts on both sides were searched. What's the matter? Report, sir, this is Marine number 1, and there is no emergency at the moment. Very well, continue to be vigilant, we still need to carry out a 10-minute test. Yes. It's just that neither the alert Marines nor the sensors on the battleship found them. 2 very small meteorites are slowly leaving the meteorite belt and flying towards the battleship. Maybe they found something wrong, but there is no doubt, because in the meteorite, Floating meteorites are so common. The captain of the Retribution, the commander of the SCAR team, Colonel Reyes, is now watching the huge shadow that is getting closer and closer with his breath. Next to him are his good brother, Captain Zayaudal, and his little brother, the E3N tactical robot codenamed Ethan, and Sergeant Omar of the Marine Corps. This squad has been lurking in the meteorite belt for more than 3 hours. Not long ago, they had just finished the siege of the Moon and received a letter from the Earth. According to the battle report, an aircraft carrier of the Martian army will transport a prototype weapon through this star field, so the Retribution arrived here first, put down the squad and left. After the 4 of Reyes successfully boarded the ship, Yi Sen will send out a signal, and then the disciplinary will jump into this airspace, complete the raid mission, and quickly leave after stealing the weapon prototype. The plan went very smoothly. The Martians did not notice their little movements, and the 4 of them arrived at an emergency maintenance tunnel in the abdomen of the Poseidon aircraft carrier without any risk. The natural power of the robot Ethan easily pulled open the sealed gate of the maintenance passage, and then the remaining 3 people filed in and successfully lurked into the Poseidon. Okay, we paralyzed the battleship engine, then called the Retribution to enter the arena, finally got the weapons and materials, patted the and left, do you understand? After entering the battleship, Reyes couldn't wait to wait. Others showed their plans. Others are naturally good-natured, even if Reyes said that everyone would follow him to Mars to assassinate Sarencook, his little brothers would be happy to accept it. But Fisher didn't know that there were people who were worried about the confidential information he had booked a long time ago. He was packing up his weapons and equipment in his room. The brainwashed ground engineer created chaos in the hangar and attracted the attention of the guards. Then he would let fly over into the warehouse with a gravity grenade, and detonate when the guards were not ready, and at this moment he carried the gun and moved the guards forward. Solve. What he didn't expect was that before he had walked halfway, a dull explosion sounded from the depths of the battleship, and then amidst a buzzing sound, the entire aircraft carrier went out of power. There is an enemy boarding the ship, all personnel enter the combat position, activate the guard robot, and destroy them. The red emergency light accompanied by the aircraft carrier captain's angry roar, and then the entire battleship tossed like boiling water just boiling. The heavily armed marines and sailors with hand tools swarmed into the engine room, and the sound of crackling gunfire and explosions came from that direction one after another. Good people are safe for life. Fisher, who was suffering from the headaches of the numerous sailors in the hangar, was overjoyed and hurriedly watched these soldiers leave their posts. And he himself ran towards the aircraft carrier hangar in the opposite direction. Having the identity of a senior officer as a cover, he successfully passed the cordon of the security robot, and successfully merged with the newly recruited ground crew in the hangar. How's it going? There are 12 patrolling armed robots in the hangar. We can shut them down, but we in the warehouse can't help it. Their task is to stay in the warehouse. They won't come out unless the enemy hits the door. Regrettably, he pointed to the simple drawing he had just drawn on the wall, which was the terrain he had just investigated. Don't care about this, I have a way. Fisher kicked and flew over behind him. At the beginning, the 8th Fleet assigned this stuff to themselves for insurance purposes. Now it is time for them to taste what they call infernal affairs. The firefight continued, especially after the UNSA called the Retribution. The UNSA who entered the Poseidon received more reinforcements. The elite armed commandos directly blasted part of the gates and airlocks of the Poseidon, and then infiltrated into every corner of this aircraft carrier like ants. Such fierce gunfire naturally made the guards in the warehouse nervous, especially before the captain also instructed these soldiers if they could not hold the battleship, they must destroy all the drawings. Just as these soldiers were fully alert to the surrounding movement, they flew over with a gravity grenade in their waist and walked into the warehouse. What is this? Why did this robot enter the warehouse? Hey, machine, get out! A soldier stepped up impatiently and wanted to fly over and drive him out of the room. K flew over and ignored his orders, walked into the crowd on his own, and then took out the gravity grenade hanging from his waist. "Hey, what are you going to do?" The movement coming over was so terrifying that after the grenade jingled and fell to the ground, the soldiers only woke up like a dream, but it was too late. The erupting magnetic field disturbed the gravity, causing these unprepared soldiers to float in the air, and Fisher, who had been waiting outside the door, heard the movement and rushed into the room with his weapon in his arms as soon as he covered his face. After getting these soldiers on guard, Fisher did not bother to check the specific items in the box. He destroyed the surrounding surveillance and put the safe in, and then left the scene of the crime. A big sun and a few corpses were left behind. "Okay, the weight check has dropped to 15, it should be almost done." End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Sturdy Black Pot. Chapter 29, The Sturdy Black Pot. When he left, Fisher deliberately cleaned up information that might reveal himself. He removed all the processors of those robots, and even the ones that were disassembled into scrap iron by the magnetic field of the gravity grenade did not fly over. After that, Fisher directly unscrewed the former's head. "Sorry, fly over, thank you for your sacrifice." Fisher ran out of the hangar cautiously with his weapon. As soon as he opened the door that was cut off due to the explosion, Fisher saw a small hunter. The J-robot crawled over, grumbled. "Damn!" Fisher didn't even think about raising his hand with a shot, and exploded the hunting robot. The charge of this thing is a kilogram. Once it explodes, it is not a problem for everyone to die within 10 meters. Not to mention its microcomputer will guide the robot to quickly climb to the nearest enemy. This progress is too fast, right? Fisher flashed back to the hangar door, and then took out the EM-1 plasma rifle from the subspace to start welding the door. You should know that according to the boarding training that Fisher received when he was the 4th class, they are just a clean man in a cabin. Instead of bombing or smashing in the battleship like these stunned people, they are forced out. A straight road. In this regard, he could only choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Anyway, there is a small door on the 3rd floor of the hangar, which is used to enter and exit the personnel on duty. Of course, the soldiers who will be responsible for the duty have been transferred out of their posts. After the gate was welded to death, Fisher dropped 2 directional blasting mines, and then Fisher activated the propulsion device of his combat uniform and jumped up and jumped into the corridor on the 3rd floor. Pass. Just as Fisher jumped up, there was a loud noise from the hangar door. The alloy fire door protruded like a rhinoceros, and there were several rounds of FVCK and other curses. The sound came from the gap. "Sorry, buddy, the party is over." Picking up the and smashing the decoder next to him, Fisher would pull out the wire to overload the access control. The crashing downstairs continued. Maybe it was tired of knocking and opening the door. The unsaw commando that broke the door replaced it with a thermite bomb. The sizzling sparks quickly burned the entire door into molten iron. "Friends, don't open fire, the enemy is behind." Fisher used a lot of energy on the upper side to open the gate that was locked due to the overload. As a result, before he could relax, a dozen people flooded in the long tunnel. The soldier of the Mars Marine Corps was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted. The Martian soldier who was about to shoot immediately shouted loudly, "Don't shoot, friendly forces are approaching." "Sir, are you okay? Where is the enemy?" When Fisher crossed the cordon, an officer immediately asked. "They are breaking through the hangar door. There are a lot of people and there are assault robots. I just have time to weld the door." Fisher urged the psychic energy in his body, forced himself to sweat, and then directed the officer with a very sad expression. Cried. "It's too fast, there are our fighter jets in the hangar. That's the latest test model." Fisher's attitude of worrying about the country and the people made the Marine Corps officer sigh with emotion, saying that the Marine Corps just died and the Air Force just flew. They all believed that the Air Force was just a bunch of useless guns and spent the most military expenses. But the most important job was the Marines, but now looking at the smoky looks on Fisher's armor and the expression on his face that he feels guilty for not rescuing national property, the Marine soldiers with awe. "Brothers, follow me, regain the experimental machine, rush." The Marine Corps officer showed an expression to Fisher that gave me everything, then picked up a Titan energy machine gun, and rushed into the tunnel first. Fierce gunfire sounded again, and the Martian soldiers inspired by Fisher's spirit rushed to the UNSA Special Forces undauntedly. The fierce firepower made Reyes also had to choose Plan B. The retribution, "We are suppressed, explode the armor and let the jackal come in." Received. "Be careful." Just when the soldiers and robots of the Mars Marine Corps had formed an encirclement to Reyes and others, and they were about to carry out their final attack, a dull explosion sounded from the thick explosion-proof deck door outside the hangar, and the entire battleship shook abruptly. "Activate the magnetic boots!" Reyes yelled. The next second, the deck door burst open, and a violent airflow almost instantly ejected the unprepared Martian soldiers out of the gap in the hangar. The entire decompression state lasted nearly 30 seconds, until the hangar became a vacuum. A Jackal fighter that switched flight status flew in from the gap. The vector ion engine in the rear of the Jackal fighter cockpit spewed out blue flames, and two 30mm cannons were aimed at the hallway on the third floor of the hangar. When the first reinforcement Marine came out, the Jackal opened fire. "NS! Back!" The frightened Martian soldier yelled in the communicator to retreat, but the comrades who followed and the magnetic boots on his feet made his movements less flexible, and he had only time to turn his head. The 30mm high explosive-shaped energy armor-piercing projectile is like a coulter slicing through the medicine trough, shattering the soldiers inside. The broken limbs and splashing blood are frozen in an instant. The last thing these soldiers see is the companion. Cold face. Tactical literacy cannot be compensated by the number of people. The Eighth Fleet has expanded too quickly. Almost all experienced Marines have given away food in the lunar raid. Now the Marines on each battleship also have a small number of officers and non-commissioned officers. I have actually been on the battlefield and I know how to face various situations, but unfortunately, the elites on the Poseidon either died in the raid or were sucked out of space. For those war veterans, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. What the survivors on the half-crippled Poseidon did not expect was that the retribution did not destroy the Poseidon, which was on the verge of disintegration, but quickly after seizing the fighter jets in the hangar. "Evacuate this airspace." "Why are they walking?" a damaged soldier who had been hit in the impact asked curiously. "Because our reinforcements are here." Fisher's eyes stared at the airspace next to Poseidon. After a large number of arcs flashed, the majestic posture of Mount Olympus almost filled the entire window. "Search and rescue the survivors, clean the battlefield, and clean up the wreckage of the battleship." Fisher looked around and seemed to have become the highest-ranking person on the Poseidon. As for the captain and his staff, they were already on the retribution. In the first wave of strikes, accompanied the bridge to a space roam. "Sir, urgent order, Admiral Sarankachi wants to see you. The duplicate check report is finished today, and then printed tomorrow. I should be fine with graduation, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Get Ice Cream First. Chapter 30, Get the Ice Cream First. "Sir." Salen Couch's figure appeared in a messy battleship. He couldn't help frowning as he watched the blood splashing on the bulkhead and various debris fragments. "How about casualties?" The Poseidon killed 724 people from the captain and above, half of the wounded. The robot security forces were completely wiped out, and 80% of the ship's equipment was scrapped. If it is to be repaired, it will take about 3 months. In addition, we transport the prototype of the weapon was stolen. Understood. Now you are acting as the captain of the Poseidon and transfer all the wounded and assets to the Poseidon. Salen Cook gritted his teeth, and finally made a difficult decision: abandon the ship. Abandon the ship? But the Poseidon can be repaired if you pull it back. Fisher was about to jump up. Mars is so rich and powerful. If an aircraft carrier says you don't want it, you don't want it. We don't have time. Acting Captain Fisher, General L.E. Francis mentioned you to me. He said that you are very capable. Then you should understand what our mission is now. Punishment number. Yes, we must solve this battleship, those Earth offenses. Serenko was so angry that after jumping out of the encirclement of Mars, the aircraft carrier of punishment was like a fish into the sea, turning Mars into the sea. The logistics was upset, the methane factory was blown up, the ace pilots were done, the destroyer escorted the formation, and they were destroyed. In less than 2 days, the Retribution has killed more than 20 Martian ships of various types. Hundreds of aircraft, if converted into tonnage, would be nearly 1.5 million tons of warships, which is already the total tonnage of 6 Olympus. It's nothing more than the loss of warships and fighters, but those factories that took a lot of effort to build on various planets are gone, and it is that Serenkachi tastes the pain of the meat. Mars has no shortage of titanium ore for shipbuilding, but the methane fuel used by warships and some rare elements are collected from other colonies. Yes, sir. Fisher turned off the communication, and then strode to the second bridge in the middle of the battleship. Because of the armor protection, there was no loss, but the personnel and other things can only rely on the multifunctional C6. The robot will make up for it. Everyone, carry out preparations for abandoning the ship. The wooing alarm sounded again, and the spare generator that appeared to be repaired by the damaged tube began to work. The surviving sailors on the entire battleship were silent for 3 seconds after hearing the order. Then swarms flocked to the kitchen of the Poseidon, where there were still more than 1,000 liters of ice cream and jam. Okay, don't grind, continue to move, hurry. Fisher stood at the entrance of a telescopic corridor connecting the Olympus mountain, holding a large iron basin in his arms. It was full of strawberry ice cream, and he would fork a large spoonful into his mouth from time to time, and then bulged his cheeks and gave orders to the busy robot. And the other surviving sailors are almost the same as him. The ammunition stored in the ammunition warehouse was transferred in the first wave, followed by the food stored in the huge cold storage on the Poseidon, and the third wave is not important. Data and supplies. With the tireless service of the robotic force, the transfer was quickly completed. After the final farewell ceremony, all sailors on the Poseidon were transferred to the Olympus mountain. A volley of guns from Mount Olympus turned the Poseidon into a burning space coffin. This is a difficult decision, sir, but I believe that we will get revenge. Seeing Fisher's unhappiness, a Marine Corps officer on the Poseidon thought that the opponent was trying to lose the warship. Uncomfortable. I believe you. Fisher did not explain that he was actually uncomfortable because he just ran to the powerhouse of the Poseidon. Originally, he wanted to see if there was anything broken to clean up, but when he walked in it was only discovered after the closed door that during the raid, the commando of the Retribution directly blasted the entire engine to pieces, and the Poseidon was now equal to a space coffin. After the bombardment ended, Fisher was surprised to find that although the Poseidon was still burning, the main body of the battleship remained intact and the hull was not broken, but the entire battleship had lost the value of recovery. This thing has been floating in space for tens of thousands of years. It is estimated that it will become a space hulk. Seeing that the Olympus did not continue to make up the knife, Fisher did not talk too much. After all, he will go to the military meeting. Is the message confirmed? Yes, sir, the head of the Intelligence Bureau, Colonel Ria, has been captured, so our raid was unsuccessful. I get it. The ugly expression on Serenkochi's face finally faded a lot. Activate all our power on the Earth, and save him. Serenkochi looked at the huge globe in front of him, his brain was spinning rapidly. The Retribution wants to buy time for the Earth, so we will directly attack the Earth, gather all the ships, this time we will solve the problem of the Earth once and for all. Serenkouch's speech was not applauded by the other captains of the fleet as he thought. In the end, it was Fisher who took the lead and clapped his applause, only to be glared by another group of people. "Sir, is this too risky? Our previous actions..." A captain objected. "So this time we will not enter the high-altitude orbit of the Earth. We enter the atmosphere directly." This. If it only made the captains hesitate before, Sarencock's current tactics are like dropping a huge boulder on a calm lake. "Sir, think twice, this is too dangerous. There will be a period of delay for the battleship to jump out. If it is attacked, the consequences will be disastrous." Someone raised an objection. "We are completely ignorant of the situation on the Earth. What if Colonel Rhea is not saved?" "Enough, Rhea will be saved, and I will send the most powerful assault team." After realizing that successive failures had shaken the confidence of his subordinates, Sarencock was furious, and he stood up and cursed his subordinates. "All cowards! I have decided, you can oppose it, but you must execute it, otherwise I don't mind killing a few more captains." After saying that, Sarencock sent his battle plan to all the officers, and then hung up angrily. Up communications. "Mr. Fisher, I heard that you have been studying abroad for 2 years on the Earth." After the meeting, Sarencock turned his eyes to Fisher in the corner. "There is one more chapter, it will be later, and then COD-13 will try to solve it in 3 chapters. End of this chapter." Chapter 31, Covert Action. Chapter 31 Secret Operation. "Sir, I'm just an ordinary pilot, I haven't fought land warfare." Fisher didn't have to guess, and Sarencock's purpose was clear at a glance. General Cole Francis didn't say that. "This is an order." Sarencock's face was serious, with a tone that could not be denied. "Okay, sir." Fisher can only express his obedience to the arrangement, "but I hope to get all the equipment I may need." "You will get all our current weapons and equipment. After you disarm the air defense system, the Olympus mountain will enter the field immediately, and the future of Mars is in your hands. Please rest assured, sir, long live Mars." Fisher tensed his facial muscles with all his strength, and resisted to stop laughing. The future of Mars rests in his hands. How blind these Martians are! However, Sarencock was moved by Fisher's awe-inspiring expression. If it were not to maintain his own image, he would give Fisher a hug. But this short stare is enough. Fisher's golden Chinook energy has planted seeds in Sarencock's mind, just waiting for a time to blossom and bear fruit. In fact, after the raid was prevented, the USA military has rushed to interrogate the spies arrested on Mars. Facing the terrible conditions in Geneva, these interrogators who were so full of fire would naturally not be able to give the other party any preferential treatment. The tap water, coupled with the torment of not being allowed to sleep, soon a few spies became soft because they couldn't bear it, and poured out everything they knew. It's just that the UNSA interrogator's headache is naturally the Martian spy leader who was captured by Reyes, Archie Minria. "This guy is like a stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. He hasn't eaten, drank, or slept for 3 days. I have the energy to greet my parents with the interrogators. If it hadn't been for Admiral Ryan's orders not to hurt him, I'm afraid Rhea would have become a pile of human trash." In addition, UNSA's sweep of the ruins of the city of Geneva continues. There are still some remaining Martian soldiers and robot troops in the huge city. Therefore, the UNSA search and rescue forces are fighting and searching for surviving civilians. "Sir, Geneva is not very safe yet, or you should withdraw first." An officer stood nervously on the top floor of the UNSA building. After hesitating again and again, he spoke to the silent Admiral Rains. "No, I'll just stand here, let me see the one who doesn't open his eyes came to me." "But, you are also responsible for commanding the entire UNSA fleet. There is only one aircraft carrier left in the fleet. I believe Reyes is the prisoner. Geneva is not very safe. You can send him to Berlin as soon as possible. The federal prison there is well defended and safe." "But..." The officer wanted to say something, but was stunned by the black-faced Ryan's back. "Well, I will arrange it now. They are moving. In the ruins of a building less than 3 kilometers away from the UNSA headquarters, Fisher, wearing a dark tactical cloak, was lying motionless among the bricks and rubble. Beside him, there are also more than a dozen Martian commando soldiers in the same costume. Attention, they are out. In the telescope, Rhea, wearing yellow engineer clothes, was framed by 2 heavily armed heavy assault troops out of the UNSA headquarters building and stuffed into a 6-wheeled armored vehicle. "Do you want to do it?" a soldier next to Fisher asked in a low voice. "No, this is their defensive place. Let's take a detour and go ahead to intercept them." For this rescue and attack, Mars was paid for, and directly invested in 2 experimental Crow transport planes with jump engines. Fisher and the others bypassed the lunar defense line and disguised the Crow transport planes as wreckage falling to the ground. The fragments arrived in Geneva. "Sir, they are on the viaduct." The Martian soldier who replaced Fisher and the others sent a report. "Follow them and drive them to the expected ambush." Fisher took the PDA, drew a few times on it, and marked the pursuit route. In the rain curtain that almost obscured the starlight, 2 armored vehicles roared over the wreckage and rushed onto the viaduct that was still intact. Enemy attack. As the UNSA vehicle escorting Rhea accelerated, it frantically asked for help from nearby friendly forces. The armored vehicles belonging to the Mars Commando also accelerated and shot at the vehicles ahead. The dazzling fire and the deafening sound of guns went straight into the sky. Seeing that the was about to drive off the viaduct, the 2 concrete pillars supporting the bridge surface exploded. The truck creaked and slammed heavily against the ground amidst the click of a click, smashing the occupants inside. Fast, they reacted. Fisher strode to the height of the ruins, looking into the distance. In the dark night, a little bit of light was quickly approaching. The Martian commando soldiers quickly used heavy demolition tools to disassemble the armored vehicle, and then pulled out the Rhea from the inside. "Sir, are you all right?" "Don't worry about me, I still have a task. You guys hold me the chasers." Rhea breathed a sigh of relief, took a pistol from a commando soldier and started to move, and at this time the UNSA jackal who was in charge of the guard the fighter plane has arrived above the ambush site. "Free fire!" Fisher shouted to order all the soldiers to start shooting. While he shot and chased Rhea, only a few combat robots followed him. Fisher knew exactly what Rhea was going to do. It was nothing more than detonating the time bomb that had been laid on the air defense system long ago, destroying the AA electromagnetic railgun, and then activating the transmitter installed in the body to wander high in the sky. The Olympus of the United States was attracted, but Fisher didn't intend to let the other party do this. Anyway, the star torch was almost fully charged, so give the other party some more fire and then leave. Just because he was not familiar with the terrain, Fisher quickly lost Rhea's figure, and even the combat robots were sent to search for UNSA soldiers to fight because they might reveal his position. "Where is this guy?" Just when Fisher was at a loss, a Jackal fighter jet spraying sparks turned and fell to the ground. Fisher, with excellent eyesight, saw the spray on the Jackal fighter pilot. A pair of graffiti and mother-in-law under the cabin. Fisher recognized that it seemed to be the new captain of the UNSA Retribution aircraft carrier, Reyes himself. He must have come for Rhea, and Fisher did not hesitate to follow up. So what's the point of talking about past relationship history when a bunch of people don't sleep at night? Over and over again, holding the shredded food that others have eaten. 2 more completes. Good night everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Yeah, I'm an undercover agent. Chapter 32 Sorry, I'm an undercover Martian commando. When Fisher had just climbed up a church whose roof had been flattened by half, a string of bullets crackled his chest, and the impact knocked him to the ground. Damn it! Fisher rolled on the spot, avoided the bullet and shrank behind the wall, then he grabbed the probe grenade on his waist and threw it out. Beep! Flashing red detection grenades released light waves invisible to the naked eye, displaying the UNSA soldiers firing on the helmet display. Fisher turned and climbed up, took the EBR-800 energy sniper rifle from his back, and locked the target through the stone. The azure blue energy beam melted the stones and steel, passed through the bricks and asbestos tiles, and then hit the fragile body. The energy weapons used by the two parties in the Infinite War are not lasers in the strict sense, but plasma excited by electrical energy, which has a strong ability to damage the human body after hitting the human body, even if Fisher only deliberately attacked these soldiers. Vital parts, but these soldiers will inevitably use artificial limbs in their future lives. Sorry. Fisher dropped the hemostatic bag on his body and kicked off their weapon and followed the trail to chase after him. Rhea's landing site was not too far away. The Jackal fighter's vector engine was destroyed, but the open cockpit and the fallen Martian combat robots showed that he was still capable of fighting. Reyes hid behind the bunker looking at the flaming machine gun above his head. He chased Rhea all the way to a half-collapsed skyscraper, where he was attacked by a large number of combat robots, if not the friendly Raven transport aircraft. Provided him with a wave of fire support, then he might have to shrink behind the bunker and wait for reinforcements, instead of relying on single-handedly killing and heavily blocking to the next step at the top of the platform. At this moment, Reyes was already distraught. He didn't realize until now that Rhea's goal is not to escape, but to destroy the steel shield that guards the Earth's sky. It can't be dragged anymore. Every second dragged on, the Earth is more likely to be attacked. Once the magnetic railgun deployed on the ground is destroyed, Reyes can't even believe what will happen. The Martian army will kill everything. An Earthling, they don't need slaves or population. For them, Earthlings have been equated with livestock. Riding on the machine gun to replace the energy magazine, Reyes's folding shield on his open arms roared and rushed towards the last Martian soldier guarding the platform. The two fell to the ground together after the collision. The Martian soldiers tried to pull out their pistols to deal with Reyes, but the latter held the muzzle down. The fighting between the two attracted the attention of Rhea, who was debugging the detonating device. The latter glanced at the two people on the ground, then turned his head back to the computer in front of him, and there were still dozens of seconds before the circuit of the overloaded AA gun. As long as the overload is completed, one's own task is also completed. Reyes also noticed Rhea. He tried his best to press the gun of the Martian soldier and fired several shots in the direction of Rhea, forcing Rhea to leave the console to avoid the bullet, and the Martian soldier took advantage of it. This opportunity pulled back the gun and gave Reyes a hard shoulder. Look, these are you people on Earth, hesitate to do things, but in the end nothing can be done. Rhea sneered and got up, looking at Reyes who was caught in the head. He couldn't solve it after being shot in the shoulder. The Martian soldier was captured by mistake instead. You will definitely fail in the end. Reyes resisted the pain and looked at Rhea, who was squatting in front of him, who was still playing with a dagger. It's a pity that you can't see that day. Rhea ignored Reyes' nonsense. After the terminal showed the progress, he didn't hesitate to drop the keyboard, and then Reyes saw the deployment around Geneva in horror. All of the electromagnetic guns exploded and smoke billowed. No, no. What did you do? This is a manifest destiny. Rhea was full of enthusiasm at the moment. He looked at the saber in his hand and thought for a second to lift the saber to his abdomen, but at the moment he just raised the knife, 2 gunshots broke the silence on the scene. With a trace of fanaticism on her face, Rhea stiffly fell in front of Reyes, and at the same time the Martian soldier fell, both of whom were shot in the head. Reyes looked at the gunshot. There was a Martian officer in a black and red combat uniform. He also had a golden pilot medal on his chest. Are you? Seeing the other party put away the weapon, Reyes also stood up with his shoulders covered. To make a long story short, he has a transmitter on his body. As long as you dig it out, Mount Olympus will enter the atmosphere and send a shot to the building. So what you want to do is to think about it, and don't think about it. As long as you don't dig out the transmitter, it's okay. After Rhea's vital signs disappear, the transmitter will also send a signal, so we still have 30 seconds. Fisher took out the medical kit and pressed it on Reyes' eye quickly said on his shoulder. I understand. Reyes did not question whether what the other party said was true or false, because Admiral Ryans was always on the channel, and he heard what Fisher said, and then the Admiral's guard directly pulled on. Flew out from the building. Retribution, prepare for the leap, Xiao Sa, notify the Marines, and prepare for boarding. In just over 10 seconds, Reyes thought out a countermeasure and reported his plan to the Fleet Command. Let go and do it, I have sent someone to support you. Admiral Reyes gave all the permissions to the other party before Reyes finished the report, and then he turned the caller to Fisher. So this gentleman, who are you on Earth and why are you helping us? I don't remember that we have you in our intelligence personnel. I'm just a passerby. It's just a shame to help you guys. It took humans thousands of years to get out of the Earth. As a result, the first thing is not to explore the vast universe but to kill each other in the solar system. Don't you think it is ironic? Fisher took the intercom and looked at the sky in the distance. A new round of sun was rising. In the next second, a huge U-shaped starship suddenly appeared in the sky above Geneva, followed by broadcasting. The tyrannical speech from inside. This is Admiral Saren Kochi of SDF. I declare that the Earth will completely surrender to Mars on this day. Now, I order you to kneel on the ground and wait for execution. The announcement of the broadcast was not over yet, and the shaft gun of the U-shaped recess of the Olympus had been aimed at the headquarters building of UNSA. After a dazzling light, the building and the buildings within a kilometer of the surrounding area only left a huge round pit with blue smoke. Getty, it's now. There is one more update. It will be late, because the great sentinel of Iris, the nightmare of the Dark Elves, Athalion the Cruel will arrive at his loyal Ojuan, Yyssy, Tige and Athalion are more unpretentious. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Give it to him, give it to him. Chapter 33 Give it to him, give it to him. Getty, it's now. When the Olympus, which had just fired its gun, was about to transfer its huge hull, another large arc appeared from the sky, and then only the Olympus, 2/3 the size of the Retribution, almost appeared. It was posted on the right side of the Olympus. Sir, our power is declining and we can't fire. Looking at the Retribution, which was close at hand, Saren Cook was so anxious that he was about to smash the table, but the energy magnetic field generated by the warship jumping out of the super-light state was directly abolished. With all the systems of Mount Olympus, the Mount Olympus can only be a floating island floating high in the sky for at least 5 minutes. S.A. On the ground, Reyes hurriedly jumped up without waiting for the rear door of the transport plane to be fully opened, and then he remembered that Reyes had just asked him to look at Fisher. It's okay, I won't run. You will be busy with you first. Fisher found a fairly clean stone and sat down, and then took out a box of compressed biscuits from the small bag around his waist. Well, is there any water? I don't know what to say. After Reyes took the water bottle of Marine Sergeant Kashima and threw it to Fisher, he waved his hand and let the pilot take off. They had to take advantage of the 5 minutes that Olympus could not move. Complete the boarding operation. And Fisher, just as he said, sat leisurely and started eating and drinking. When the ping-pong game was extremely lively in the sky, 2 Crow transport planes also flew over, and then the top commander of the UNSA, Admiral Rains, walked down with a large bag of military rations. Your compressed biscuits on Mars are like shit, taste the earth. Mr. Fisher. Rains waved his hand to let the crow leave, walked up to Fisher by himself and took a piece of dry food in Fisher's hand. I put it in my mouth, chewed it twice, and then spit it out. Then I'm welcome. Fisher did not refuse, tore open the package of military rations, and then took the energy bars of various flavors inside and ate them crunchingly. So, who are you? Admiral Ryans looked at Fisher carefully, and he found that the current Fisher and Fisher, who had left an image while studying on the Earth, were very different from each other. Man, if it were not for various detection methods to determine that there was no difference between the two Fishers, he would have to wonder who replaced him. Me? I'm just a human being, Admiral Rains. How about we make a deal? What deal? I have the patrol route of the Mars Home Fleet's deployment map, including the Combat Readiness Reserve Warehouse. I want all the technology of the artificial gravity system and the jump engine. What good is this for you? Rain's first thought was that this guy was crazy, but after thinking that the whole war situation could be completely reversed, he still patiently continued to talk. You don't have to worry about it, just say yes or not. Of course, you can also lock me up or shoot me, but doing so will only make the tug-of-war between Mars and the Earth continue for several years or even decades. Shear smiled confidently. This is not that Fisher deliberately frightened Reyes. You must know that in the original plot, Reyes learned the tactics of Salen Couch after capturing the Olympus Mountain, and directly jumped to the Martian local fleet. It took the Olympus Mountain crash and the Retribution crash. The entire ship only survived the huge price of 4 people before destroying the orbital dock of Mars. The battleships that the two sides had accumulated over the past few decades were gone, and then the plot Fisher could think of it with his toes, nothing more than a 20-year truce, licking the wound, accumulating strength, and continuing the war. Come here, take him away. After thinking for a few seconds, Ryan suddenly shouted, and the UNSA soldiers who were alert not far away also cooperated with a vicious look. But to Rain's disappointment, even though the muzzle was about to poke his nose, Fisher still looked calm. Okay, let's go down. Ryan sighed helplessly. He was too eager to win. The ups and downs of the past few days have made him a veteran who has been on the battlefield a bit unbearable, especially Olin. If not for Fisher's reminder of the shelling of Mount Passes just now, the thousands of lives in the UNSA headquarters would have turned into dead souls again. I can't give you everything you want, at least the jump engine won't work. Rain's head shook like a rattle. Then changed to something else. The robot is fine. I remember you did some tactical strengthening robots, that's fine. Speaking of intelligent robots, Fisher is really greedy, not to mention Ethan. Just Mars. The endless stream of robots made Fisher slobber. After all, robots are really a very good substitute for human lives. That won't work either, we spent billions of dollars on this project. Then do you want to get Mars? Ryan's forehead violently, and at this time Reyes also sent him a communication. General, we have entered the Olympus, and we are fighting the enemy. Okay, I will continue to send reinforcements. Reyes, I must take the battleship down. After Ryan's hung up the communication, after hesitating for a few seconds, he still chose to agree to Fisher's request. Okay, find me a room. I will give you information when I get the data. Yes. Ryan's was even more happy when he heard that. Find a room to shut you off. I don't believe you can run. If you can, you disappear out of thin air. Ryan's did not hide his thoughts from Fisher, but the latter did not mind. He would leave after he got the information, so even if Ryan's put him in jail, it would be useless. After reaching an agreement, Ryan's immediately ordered his hands to move the materials that Fisher needed. Yes, it was the transfer. Ryan's did not choose to give Fisher the electronic data, but let his subordinates bring a card of drawings and the data was pulled, and half of the room was filled with the drawings and materials of the artificial gravity system that Fisher needed, not to mention the other drawings, but Fisher did not mind. The paper drawings that he sent over came one by one. If he is not an expert in this area, it does not mean that he does not have an expert. When that happens, he only needs to hand over the information to the scientists who are full of whimsical ideas. After getting a lot of things he needed, Fisher also happily sent out the information about the Mars native fleet. After checking, Ryan's also found that the other party did not lie to himself, so he relaxed about Fisher. As a result, he was waiting in the conference room for Reyes to attack the Martian report. Fisher's people and drawings disappeared cleanly. Even the monitoring showed that the person was still there in the first second, and then disappeared in the second. The weird video. Who is this guy? The second thing is to sleep, and to answer some things in this article. I am a lazy person and like to solve one problem at a time. This book will solve some of the historical problems of the previous book, and the historical problems of this book. I'll leave it to the next book, which means that I'm too lazy to change the title of the book, so you feel disgusting that you can finish the curse and leave. After all, I'm not an RMB, so everyone likes it. In addition, I'm actually short of my website. It's been almost 2 weeks since I came here. I also talked to the editor in charge of Blu-ray. Because there are too many graduation matters, the signing of the contract has to be postponed. The editor in charge also said that there is no problem, so you can invest if you want to invest. After all, it's just a rush, that's what I can contribute to you. Okay, that's all, good night everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, New Pattern. Chapter 34 New Pattern. We have won. The victory report from Mars completely dispelled Rain's suspicion of Fisher. He can conclude that Fisher must have nothing to do with Mars, so Fisher should be a spy for other forces. An unknown force flashed in Rain's mind that had transformed Mercury into a farm. After Sato and Mars went to war, these guys have been watching. While selling resources to Sato and making a fortune, they also took away Sato's a pile of spoils. Rains is certain that Fisher must have been sent by the eastern country that has been keeping a low profile. But what can he do even if he guesses it? Rabbits are strictly one of the member states of the Solar System Alliance, and they are on the united front. Although there are still all kinds of doubts that have not been solved, this does not prevent Ryans from enjoying the victory. With the information provided by Fisher, plus the 2 heavy ships of Olympus and Retribution, which are full of elites, the whole Mars is still immersed in a series of previous tactical victories. I did not expect that my capital ship would change its owner once it went out. When the Olympus laser cannon killed 2 unlucky Martian destroyers, those Martian soldiers still wondering what happened. After understanding the mutiny of the Olympus, the Martian local fleet launched a desperate assault. Massive storm fighters gushed out of the orbit. When the Olympus was about to be submerged, the Retribution jumping out, a wave of electromagnetic shock blew off 1/3 of the strong wind, and then the Jackal group composed of the Earth's ace pilots flattened the remaining group of wild fans with an unstoppable force. Mars, which has lost all its air and space power, can only choose to negotiate a truce, but Reyes, who is in charge of frontline operations, told them that you can only choose to surrender unconditionally. A shot from Mount Olympus caused a wave of earthquakes. The tragic situation turned Mars into chaos. The recalcitrant diehards and the surrenderers who were planning to negotiate a fight fought first. The blood flowed into a river of people. At the same time, it scared the Earth Expeditionary Army who was about to intervene, thinking again and again. Later, the Earth decided to wait for the Martian fight and the dust to settle before proceeding with landing operations. So, everything about Fisher was quickly forgotten by the UNSA headquarters, and only a few files have records about him. I am back. In the secret base in the suburbs of Washington, just after Fisher's figure appeared, he couldn't wait to run to the camera previously placed here, but when Fisher was disappointed, his crossing process once again burned out a high-definition camera. You can't take a picture. Fisher pinched the camera, and a golden psychic flame poured out of his hand and burned the camera to ashes. Then he took out his phone to check the missed messages during this period. He stayed in the world of Infinite Warfare for almost a month, and after about 3 days in the Marvel world, the 10-to-1 ratio remained unchanged, but it seems that the world is not peaceful for these 3 days. Fisher opened the app on his phone and found that the news on the front page was a headline of who he was. At the same time, there was a very vague figure under the headline, and there was a vague flame under his feet. Iron Man. Fisher recognized this identity at a glance. Tony Stark, a sorrowful man, came to the Middle East to see justice and bravely because of his inner anxiety. The New York Times, Clarion Daily, and CNN have all published a lot of news reports about Iron Man. In addition to praising his achievements in the Middle East, there is also a lot of speculation about his identity. Among them, CNN's report should be the most exaggerated. They said that Iron Man is actually a super soldier of the Russian army. He appeared there to promote force and so on. After reading the full report, Fisher said that this report can be reduced to a few words. The U.S. Army, Congress fights for money. In addition, there are a bunch of other reports saying that Iron Man should be an aristocratic knight, and what a knight is to come out. The Horn Daily guest should be the closest to the identity of Iron Man. It is also possible that their editors directly set Batman. The template, the rich man whose parents died when he was young, was traumatized by the war. They also made a list with a lot of attention, giving examples of a bunch of eligible objects, but Fisher found that there was no Tony Stark in it. As for the reason, the Clarion Daily felt that this uncle was tired enough to deal with female models every day. How could he run out to be a superhero, but Mr. Justin Hammer is more likely. If this store didn't take Hammer's money, I would stand upside down and drink water. Fisher carefully read the description of Hammer. The whole text is to the effect that this superhero is not Hammer, then please contact Hammer. People can engage in deeper cooperation and exchanges on combating war criminals and saving civilians. Fisher didn't even want to go down, no need to guess, it must be a hot search by Justin Hammer. As for the following news, it is nothing more than a reporter interviewing Titan's weapon development expert, Dr. Samuel Hayden, asking about some data about the Iron Man armor, and Dr. Samuel Hayden said that a similar prototype Titan has completed the development and is in progress. Performance testing. It looks like Kate did a good job. Fisher turned off the phone, pulled the surrounding equipment on a thick dust-proof cloth, and then walked out of the safe house. Hey, Kate, I'm in the safe house, come and pick me up. Go. The female secretary's roar came on the phone. Brought you a gift. 30 minutes later, a general off-road vehicle creaked and stopped in front of him. Do you know how many things have happened in the past 3 days? Kate was aggrieved. Fisher ran away before, but on the second day after he ran, he was in full view of the golden red in the Middle East. The Iron Man appeared on the stage with such a grin. The fiery son of the giant who was fighting with the terrorists at the time hadn't realized what happened. Those terrorists were blown into the sky by that guy. This scene happened for 2 days in a row, although the military still wants to keep it secret, but the pictures and videos of the scene have been sent out by reporters who are staying in the base, so now all walks of life are looking for this man. How is our exoskeleton? After getting in the car, Fisher did not hesitate to lie on the secretary's delicate white thighs. Pop! A stack of documents was photographed. Well, you have completed the first batch of production. Yes, and according to your instructions, Dr. Samuel has let the wind out. The Ministry of Defense has sent officers to ask us. Well, that's good, let's store it first, it's not time to go on sale now. Take a certificate and take a photo. Today, I ran 6 back and forth between the 2 campuses, 20 kilometers away, you dare to believe it, I'll wait for the second. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Group of Demons Flurry. Chapter 35 Flurry of Demons. Immediately after graduation, there will be revenge and revenge in the crowd. If there are grievances, complaints, and noisy, our dormitory, as the biggest boss in the class, has taken on the task of persuading the fight. There are still a few hundred words in the update. I will continue after I am busy. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Invitation Card. Chapter 36 Invitation Letter. Strictly speaking, exoskeleton armor is not a novelty in Marvel. As early as World War II, the Hydra Corps used the Cosmos Cube as an energy source to create exoskeleton armor. Of course, that thing was not powered by power. It looks like a sealed armor. In fact, there are still many exoskeleton armors without power assistance, such as the Audst the Halo, which has a life support system that can support them in short-term operations in space. And Tony Stark's steel suit, according to his own statement, is a high-tech prosthetic limb, not a weapon, so it is not an exoskeleton armor. The nose of capitalists is very sensitive. It has not been a week since the appearance of unidentified steel fighters. Almost all arms companies announced that they would develop similar equipment. The subtext is that governments make money. Among them, the fastest moves are also the giants. Just a week after Fisher returned to the company, a video was posted on the IN's account of Titan. Sometimes, we are always powerless in the face of danger. At the beginning of the picture, a weak man was being beaten wildly by other men with hoods on their heads, just like Captain America decades ago. Time stopped suddenly, and a soldier who looked like the man who was beaten appeared in the screen. He was wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform and a fast combat helmet. The most striking thing was the piece of equipment on the soldier. On the outside of his limbs are fixed with a metal strip. These metal strips have been extended to his back, on a device similar in appearance to a posture corrector. But this is not the reason for you to shrink. When these words appeared on the screen, time flowed again on the screen, and then the soldier grabbed the mob standing in the last position. With just a flick, the mob flew. It was a few meters away. The mob who reacted immediately released the beaten man, turned around and began to besiege the soldier. The sharp blade and the short club shouted at the soldier with a sharp wind, but they stopped before falling on the soldier, and the picture continued. Stretched, the camera was placed on the mob's hand. The soldier was pulling up the mob's arm little by little. Judging from the raised veins on the mob's bare skin and their gritted teeth, these mobs had already used all their strength, but they were still invincible. Now, it's time to fight back. After taking the mob's weapon, the soldier threw his fist to fight back. When he punched, a series of numbers appeared near his fist, marking the strength and speed of his punch in every second. The attack speed. In the narrow alley, the soldier was tossing around like a nimble monkey, fists to the flesh, but the mob's counterattack did not touch his clothes at all. Finally, the mob was knocked to the ground, leaving only the soldiers and the beaten man to look at each other. Although this video is only 2 minutes, it has received hundreds of thousands of attention in less than a day, and even more than 10,000 comments. For a while, the Titans' limelight even overshadowed the previously raging Iron Warriors. Many investment institutions were moved by the wind and contacted the Titans hoping to reach further cooperation. Even Capitol Hill, which has no rabbits or eagles, is considering whether to increase capital investment. After all, so many companies say they want to do this, but only Titan has taken out the sample video in such a short time. Although it is only 2 minutes, the information disclosed in this is enough to make other arms groups collectively wooden big. Of course, the most autistic among them is a middle-aged man who thinks that Stark Industry is leading the world for 50 years. At the beginning, he was still complacent about the Mark III battle armor he built, which carried 12 pieces. Shoulder-launched missiles and 2 wrist missile launchers, coupled with the pulse cannon in the palm, are a piece of cake to fight those terrorists. The joy of repeated victories is as happy as drinking ice-cold soda in the summer. As a result, he's squatting in the basement thinking about how to improve his Mark's armor. A promotional video of the Titan was released on the small TV. Stark was a little puzzled. He opened it in the wrong way, right? When Stark Industries sold arms before, other arms companies followed suit. As a result, now Stark has closed the Weapons Research and Development Department. He has made a steel armor himself, and other arms companies have followed suit. Copying Stark Industries is addicted to copying. But Stark was just cursing. After all, he said before that he wanted to change himself and stop being an arms dealer. This was his choice. And from a professional point of view, Stark can see that the exoskeleton armor developed by the Titan should only have the initial frame deconstruction, but the Titan boss Fisher Adams has been emphasizing the modularity of weapons over the years, so Stark concluded that Fisher should have completed the development and experimentation a long time ago, but it has not been released, and now he is anxious when he sees a tin guy flying around in the sky. If Fisher knew that Stark thought that way, he would definitely say you think too much. The reason why he released this is because of political considerations in addition to a round of money. It is now reserved in Fisher's hands. Some of the various technologies of the Titans have been eaten by the Titans, and the orbital accelerator that Fisher thought about before is one of them. He originally wanted to build the accelerator in Iraq. After all, it is now the largest base of operations for the Titans besides the mainland. But because of confidentiality reasons, the Washington side gave him a bit of a tone, so he could only retreat and choose to build one in the local area, and now he puts the exoskeleton on the market, but also buys the military and the plan of the Department of Defense. After all, the Department of Defense will be responsible for the evaluation of the orbital accelerator, confirming that this thing is controllable and will not endanger the United States before it can be established. On Fisher's side, after he declined investment requests from many groups, a lobbyist from France approached the door and said that they hope to reach deeper cooperation with Titan, including cross-shareholding and cooperation, R&D centers and even merged groups. And Fisher was taken aback when he saw the back of the other party. No way, the name on the other side is really too backing the Macallan Group, which is the only designated military supplier in the European Union. At the same time, they are also the largest military-industrial group in Europe, taking over 70% of arms orders from almost all European countries, and even occasionally snatching meat from American arms dealers, and their latest executive is called James Macallan. He also invited Fisher to visit the Macallan Group in Europe and sent a hot stamping invitation specially. I don't know very well, why are girls always doing things before graduation, especially since we all graduated once before, but the second time we graduated, we still couldn't hold ourselves back, and made a fuss all night. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Some Friends Come From Afar. Chapter 37 Friends Come From Afar. In fact, the Macallan Group has not given up on the development of the American and Asian markets over the years. When the United States bid for the fifth-generation fighter jet a few years ago, the Macallan Group participated in the bid. At that time, they proposed a very sci-fi. The US military at the time was also very tempted by the concept plan of the supersonic fighter jet, but it was a pity that the Ministry of Defense chose the Stark Group's F-22 fighter jet in the end. Don't ask why, the question is to support domestic production. In fact, another important factor that Stark Industrial's bid failed at that time was that Tony Stark didn't care at all at the time. The sun and the leg are singing every night, and the waves are like a scorpion. The outside world does not know this. They only know that Tony Stark is a rising rookie. Stark Industries is bound to go from peak to peak under his leadership. After the failure of the Tucker industry, there was a lot of scolding on the internet. What Stark is the world's first, what American technology is 500 years ahead of the world, a bunch of elites, and Russia are on the internet. He directly packaged all the beauties hired by Stark and told them to leave, and then Obadiah told Stark very seriously that if you still want to continue to enjoy life, you can get the order. So Stark, without even wiping off the powder on his face, he made drastic reforms to Stark Industries' F-22, improving performance and reducing costs. In the second round of bidding, looking at the complete machine produced by Stark Industries, even the wind tunnel model was not produced. It's so tempting. It can deform wings, is equipped with pulse guns, can cruise at supersonic speed, and has a range of 8,000 kilometers. The most important thing is that this fighter, codenamed Night Owl, also supports head aiming. Yahi Voice Control, the person in charge who was in charge of introducing the performance at the time, also said that the system of the Yexiao fighter can recognize dozens of languages and dialects. But in the end they still failed. The Ministry of Defense euphemistically stated that your aircraft is very advanced, but we currently use Starks. After running back to Europe, the Macallan Group hadn't figured out how to start over again. As a result, the United States began to sell F-35 to its allies. This is also a product of Stark Industries. The market did not grab it and was suppressed by the other party. This is a bad news for the Macallan Group, but fortunately, the old Europe has not forgotten Macallan's credit. France and Germany have purchased a batch of Macallan Group's gusts, which allowed the Macallan Group to ease. Angry. After a failure, the Macallan Group did not give up. When the Titan was just established, the United States opened the development plan for general-purpose armored vehicles. The Macallan Group came to the ocean with the M8 mobile artillery system they developed. I was defeated by the Titans again, because when designing the M8 mobile artillery system, the idea of the Macallan Group was to design this thing into a light M1 tank that can be airborne, a gas turbine, a 105mm smoothbore gun, and a Hunter fire control system. If this thing is put at other times, it is estimated that the US military will also purchase it, but then Fisher directly opened it. At that time, Fisher brought out a light-wheeled infantry vehicle equipped by the US military in the Advanced Warplane, a 75mm automatic gun, programmable smart shells, and a 75mm titanium tungsten alloy shell with a magical damage effect. The tail-stabilized armor-piercing projectile can pierce the frontal armor of the M1 tank, as well as the laser suppression sighting system and active interception system. The highly intelligent cockpit can even allow the driver to fire while driving, just as simple as a computer game. After entering the field test session, the M8 artillery system continued to explode. Embarrassment, the track fell off, the body was stuck in the mud and could not move, even in the live ammunition shooting link, because of the vibration produced by the artillery shooting. It also caused the target to miss. In short, the final winner became a giant, and the Macallan Group may have a shadow over this. Since then, it has concentrated on operating its own 3-acre land in old Europe and no longer actively proposes to enter the American arms trade market. Now that the Macallan Group has proposed to cooperate with the Titans in depth, Fisher wanted to ask who gave them the courage. Liang Jingru? Do you think that Stark is not selling arms, and you have the illusion that I can do it too? But this man from the other side of the ocean is not at all compelling. When communicating with Fisher, he also said that it would be an honor for the giant to cooperate with the Macallan Group. Do you need me to throw this guy out? Kate looked at Fisher impatiently. No, please treat this baron well, arrange it in the Hilton Hotel, the presidential suite, take out the bottle of Lafite that I saved in 82 years, and entertain him, and then arrange a few tricks for him at night. Multi-ethnic, you know, we are not Europe, the United States is equal, and all races are the same. Fisher gave Kate with a kind smile, and the special envoy of the Macallan Group, the guy with the French baronial title, thinking that his words moved Fisher, he spoke harder on stage. At night, looking at the luxurious hotels and the beauties of all skin colors lying full of indoor swimming pools, the envoy felt as if he was in heaven. Until 3 o'clock in the night, the Washington police knocked on the door of his presidential suite. Open the door, Washington police, we got a tip, someone is looking for a lady here. When the envoy rushed out of the room, he found that not only the police were standing outside the corridor, but also a bunch of reporters and videographers from the media. In the end, what happened? This was the last sentence that the envoy thought of before fainting. That's right. Fisher arranged all of this. Fisher did not think about agreeing to the Macallan Group's request for cooperation. First, Fisher's surname was Adams. This was a member of the Boston Consortium. How could it be possible to do this kind of harm to others and disadvantage oneself? Second, the matter of cross-holding is not that Fisher looks down on Macallan. The entire Titan has tens of thousands of mobile combat troops, fighters, missiles, and support aircraft that can be dispatched at any time. It's even more the same. All employees add up to more than 600,000 people. The Macallan Group's size is just how much? According to Fisher's knowledge, they are only now beginning the development of nano-devouring worms, perhaps in other worlds. Devouring bugs are very scary gadgets, but this is the Marvel world, and high-frequency electromagnetic pulses are not advanced gadgets for these large corporations. Therefore, Fisher never thought that the Titan would agree to the party's conditions at the beginning. I don't understand, there are so many things after returning home. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The Peep of Hydra. Chapter 38, The Peep of the Hydra. We failed in negotiations. In a dark room, James McCallan in a suit and shoes was whispering to the people in the corner and on the other side of the phone. Your plan is taken for granted, Rex. Don't think your invention is the most powerful. If this is the case, why have we failed successive bids? James McCallan said with a dull expression. My technology is naturally the most advanced. Think about the guard around you, Mr. McCallan. The Cobra Guard is enough to fight against any kind of soldier in the world. Captain America is not an opponent. On the other side of the phone, there was an anger. His male voice, but his voice is quite hoarse, and there are some sounds like a fan whirling. But the giants have never seen us directly. The representative I sent to the negotiation was also made a fairy jump by them, these guys. You still have to blame yourself. Why are you a Frenchman? You know, in the eyes of us Americans, you French really pull your hips. The United States won both world wars. The voice did not conceal the triumph in his tone. The United States won. James McCallan looked like you were teasing me. Americans think so a lot, my boss. Since 1949, the rise of Europe has been provided by the Americans, and what you are doing now is to destroy the American jobs. Not to mention, McCallan sir, did you really invite that Fisher to come to Europe just to discuss cooperation? No, I want to be a good brother with him, so that he will send me his company assets obediently. He is just the first step, and the Tony Stark. McCallan said viciously. That will be a very spectacular picture. Yes, thanks to your nano-worm. McCallan smiled at this moment with great arrogance, as if he had already controlled the world. Then wish you success, Mr. McCallan. McCallan, an arrogant fool. James McCallan did not expect that after the phone call with him, the chief scientific officer he trusted the most would have such an evaluation of him. What he did not expect was that after the communication with him, his most trusted scientific officer called out another communication. Sir Pierce. I want to report one thing to you. Didn't you say that it's okay not to call this number? Is the line safe? The man named Pierce said in a hurry. Safe, this base is all my subordinates. McCallan knows nothing about everything happening here. That's good. What is worth your hurry to find me? James McCallan wants to organize an international arms dealers rally, and then he will wipe out those guys at the meeting and use nanoworms to control them. This plan is interesting. Pierce on the other end of the phone suddenly felt that Rex's words made him a little bit interested. So in your opinion, is there any possibility of success in this plan? Ordinary arms dealers should be fine, but those top-level ones are difficult, and their security teams are not vegetarian. Even your Cobra Commando can't do it. Commando Cobra, with all due respect, Chief Pierce, you are expecting nanoworms to build super fighters like Captain America. In fact, you might as well expect him to come alive and give you blood tests. Nanoworms strengthen their bodies, but they cannot. Their spirit, not to mention, after putting on the thick exoskeleton armor, they are more like super cannon fodder. Is there no way to improve? No, I still need more research. After all, I just went out in this field. Well, by the way, Rex, what do you think of the exoskeleton armor they launched from Titan? Low cost, low technology content, but conducive to large-scale manufacturing. Rex thought about the production capacity of the Titan that he had known about. If you want to arm the entire American army, the Titan can complete it in only 8 months. Orders. So, did we underestimate the giant god company before? It can be said that the Titan has a trend of surpassing Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries has now closed the Weapon Research and Development Department, and the boss of the Titan, as far as I know, is very aggressive and his personnel. The army has been deployed to more than 20 countries, and the total military strength is even stronger than some European powers. I see, you continue to work, we still need James McCallan as a cover for us, the organization will not forget your credit. I understand, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Fisher didn't even dream of it. Because of an exoskeleton, he had already entered the site of the famous Hydra, and he was still in the most cowhide branch of the American government. Alexander Pierce, former SHIELD director, one of the top leaders of the World Security Council, this big man can be said to have made great contributions to the United States. He fought in the Vietnam War in his early years, and later served as the director of CIA. Well, Nick Fury was also the director of CIA, presumably this is also considered the internal rules of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Hydra forces of Pierce's line are almost transformed from the American forces. There are many American generals, political representatives, and business leaders, but they and the American consortiums are in good condition. Now I am interested in the skills in Fisher's hands, mainly because of Tony Stark's Middle East show. It's just taken in Fisher's identity. Pierce still dare not take the opponent's technology by force, and can only find a way to pull Fisher into his own camp. But before Fisher went into the water, Pierce felt that he had to consider the opponent's strength. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the satellite phone and dialed someone he didn't want to see at all. Sokovia, no one would have thought that this slap-sized country is the territory of Baron Strack, another branch of Hydra. The relationship between Strack and Alexander Pierce is not harmonious, but it depends on everyone. For Hydra's sake, there will still be some cooperation, and one of the main reasons for Pierce to call each other is that Strack also controls most of the government personnel in Sokovia, and Sokovia's internal the conflict between the armed factions is so fierce, and Straker himself is inevitable. Is home, the first one, and there will be another one before 12 o'clock. From today onwards, I'm a vagrant, woo woo woo. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, Me, Fisher, the Ministry of Defense makes money. Chapter 39 I, Fisher, the Ministry of Defense makes money. Middle East. Obadi silently looked at the steel suit put together by a group of illiterate terrorists in front of him, his face was incredible. After smoking a cigarette, he asked the terrorist boss on the side, "Is this something Tony Stark made in the cave with his hands alone?" Obadestan was speechless after getting affirmation from the other party. "You have so many people, but I didn't realize that the opponent made a battle suit instead of a missile? Are you blind?" Obadestan does not mention it. Fortunately, when it comes to the terrorist boss, we are also full of anger. We have never read a book. We can distinguish the difference between a missile and a battlesuit. If you listen to me, kill Tony Stark directly, there will be these shit. I want this suit. Obadestan waved his hand and asked his men to move up the goods. The result was 10 commandments. The terrorists who helped quit. "We have died so many people, and now you have to take this, there is no such a cheap good thing, believe it or not, make me anxious, I will post this matter online." The 10 commandments said in a loud voice. "Then how much do you want?" Obadi waved his hand, motioned his subordinates to put down the weapon, then showed a very bright smile, and walked to the boss of the 10 rings. "The last time I needed 5,000 pieces of munitions, and what kind of missiles? I want 100. "Oh, it's a bit expensive, how about we discuss it slowly?" Obadiah pointed to the tent not far away, "Let's go in and talk slowly, and take a drink by the way. We YSL fighters never drink." I understand, cocktails are not alcohol." 5 minutes later, Obadiah, who looked indifferent, sorted out his coat and walked out of the tent. Not far away, the terrorists of the 10 rings had been disarmed by the Stark Group security forces he had brought. Are being tied together and beaten. "Kill them all, then put that thing on the plane, let's go." "Yes, Boss. After a fierce gunfire, the terrorist camp ignited a huge fire, which lasted a whole day before being extinguished, leaving a whole area of ashes, and it was not clear who the deceased was and what identity. And when Stark learned of the news, he was also stunned. He hadn't found these guys to settle the account yet. Why was it gone? Now even his ashes are being lifted by the gale. This is not right. In fact, Stark is not blindly trusting others, it's just that he has been addicted to enjoyment before, too lazy to care, but now that an extra battery in his chest also makes him less of a desire to enjoy life, and more considerations for the lives of people around him. For Stark, the only person he trusts at the moment, except for the secretary, Miss Pepper Potts, is the driver Harpy. Of course, Harpy can be the mascot, and he still has to look at Potts. After placing the object of suspicion on his closest uncle, Obadiah, Stark himself has been anxious. Obadiah has the favor of the Stark family, and it is he who has carried forward the entire company. Stark didn't want to, and didn't want to admit that Obadiah himself killed him. Even Potts didn't believe it, but she followed Stark's words and downloaded it on the company's computer. After the confidential documents, she believed that it turned out to be the key to Tony Obadian. But when Pepper was about to notify Stark, he found that the other party had gone to Washington because of Colonel Rhodes's invitation, so Pepper hurriedly called the other party, and because Stark went to a confidential location, the phone could not be answered. Pass. So anxious that Pepper could only call Harpy, the two drove to Washington. Of course, Pepper did not forget to call Stark in the car. On the other side, Rhodes invited Stark in the past to let Stark himself evaluate the exo-armor produced by Titan, because Rhodes himself knew that the big guy flying in the sky was Stark, and he knowing that Stark could not sell this thing to the military, he turned his attention to the giant. To be honest, Fisher did not expect that the first order of the Titan was from the Air Force, but it is right to think about it. After all, the U.S. Air Force is a first-class person. Sufficient funding makes them full of curiosity about all kinds of new equipment, including exoskeleton. The military hopes to purchase a batch of exoskeleton armor for the base security forces and ground crews. After all, these ground crews usually run around to refuel and hang bombs for the aircraft. After the skeleton is built, one person can do the work of two people, and it can do it faster. A bomb weighing several hundred kilograms can be packed into the magazine by two people, not to mention how easy it is. Not to mention that the Air Force also hopes that Titan can further improve the exoskeleton armor. It is best to accommodate the anti-G suit and the function of the parachute, which can be very helpful to the pilot. This thing is a very simple power assist device. If I were to replace it, I would definitely be able to build a better looking one. Stark danced and gestured to his good friends about the shortcomings of the giant exoskeleton and what lacks protection. Ah, the appearance is too ugly, in short, this is rubbish. Then why do you suggest that the Air Force increase procurement efforts? Rhodes was very curious. Because this thing is for the army, it is much better to install all the soldiers on a large scale than to wear a suit for a very few people. Stark explained, I can't sell my suit, and you let me design it. I can't design a set of exoskeleton that is more suitable for the military's large-scale deployment than this thing. They really took all aspects into consideration. They can do everything. And you look at these card slots and prefabricated frames, I'm sure that for the requirements you mentioned before, Titan will definitely have multifunctional modules, which can switch various modes at any time, such as thick flesh shields and dexterous assassins. Then I'm really pleased to invite you. Rhodes is very happy. This brother is so good. He never cheats me and helps me review the equipment. With Stark's endorsement, Rhodes is already there. With a plan in place, he planned to give advice to the top leaders the next day, and first equip all the Air Force personnel with this thing, even if you look at the military dogs at the base. If the Army and Marine Corps learn about Rhodes's plan, they will probably cry to death, especially the Marine Corps, because they are poor, so even if they are equipped with exoskeleton armor, they will only give priority to the frontline personnel. As for the others, they will go a little later. There is something like a wealthy air force, including dogs. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, the so-called High Table. Chapter 40, the so-called High Table. Happy, can you hurry up? Pepper patted the leather seat in front of him anxiously, and after the back of the seat collapsed, he bounced back for a long time. I'm driving. Look, the pointer is almost 120. You have to know that this is an intercontinental highway. There are a lot of cars. Happy complained while driving the Maybach car back and forth in the dense traffic. I was busy packing my luggage and preparing to move to the house. Suddenly Pepper called me and said he had to see Stark. Happy knew that Stark had gone to Washington, so he said that he would wait until Mr. Stark came back. This is something about Tony's life. So the two drove non-stop to Washington, but Pepper seemed a little uneasy on the road for more than 300 kilometers, and looked back all the way. What are you looking at? Is someone chasing us behind? Harpy still didn't know what was going on. Seeing Pepper kept looking back, he glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. Well, besides the car or the car. Don't worry about so much, keep on speeding up, hurry up. Damn Stark, can you answer the phone at all? Pepper is almost mad, and God knows that Obadiah didn't find out what he was doing. The series of evidence was enough to keep Obadiah in prison for 500 years. If she were Obadiah, she would definitely kill herself at all costs. Pepper was actually right. Obadiah found out that her secret had been leaked just after she left, but because there were so many people in the mansion, Obadiah did not start, and prepared to wait for Pepper to return home. Besides, she didn't expect this woman to go out of the gate and ran to find Stark, which caught Obadiah by surprise. However, Obadiah is also a person who has seen strong winds and waves. He gave up letting his men go out, but decided to pay for the murder. He returned to his house, took out a dust-filled box from the basement, and then took out a very old mobile phone from the inside. This mobile phone was specially made and could only call one number. Hello, Continental Hotel is at your service. After dialing the phone, a very seductive female voice came from the other end. I'll give out 2 million, and offer a reward to Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's secretary. Please confirm, 2 million, a reward for Pepper Potts, the female voice said uncertainly. I'm sure, the sooner the better, it's best to do it tonight. If you can, and Tony Stark, kill it together, I can add money. I'm sorry, this sir, Mr. Tony Stark needs at least 10 million to start. Then kill Pepper Potts first. I have already sent you the money. Of course, sir, have a nice day. Continental Hotel, on the surface, this is a very ordinary old hotel with first-class facilities and good service. Guests who come here say it is very good, and they will definitely come again next time. In the world that normal people can't reach, the Continental Hotel is also famous. Without him, this is a gathering place for killers. In fact, the Continental Hotel is a collective term. There are 12 Continental Hotels in the world. These hotels are responsible for the locals. The killers provide business, and they draw commissions from it, and they are also responsible for deploying local killer operations. These mainland hotels all have a common superior, which they call the High Table. The High Table has 12 committee members, corresponding to 12 companies. In the hotel, the specific identities of these committee members are hidden behind masks and voice changers, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that these committee members are wealthy and powerful, and the origin of the High Table is also very old. They have appeared in many important events in Shanghai. Obadiah's commission quickly entered the huge database of Continental hotels through the operator. A female technician operating a computer with a big has a gangster tattoo. She still has a Camel cigarette in her mouth. Although her voice is not as beautiful as before, but her eyes are still sharp when she sees the computer suddenly refreshed. After the message, the female technician was stunned for a few seconds, then spit out the cigarette in one bite and called the supervisor on the side. "Is this news true? Let me see." The middle-aged bald man in roller skates slipped to her side and looked at the computer screen. "If Fisher must say one more thing here, Titan's computer has reached the level of another world in 2020 early, and the big is still used here, which is too low. Since it is the customer's request, it should be no problem, let's send it out." The supervisor thought for a while, then said, "Okay." The female technician nodded, and then shouted loudly to the space on the right side of the room separated by the iron fence, "Paper Potts, Executive Secretary of Stark Industries, $2 million, it will take effect." The busy lady gangster on the other side immediately stepped on roller skates and wrote the data in chalk on the blackboard on the wall. The data was then transmitted to another computer, and finally sent to the mobile phones of various killers in New York. At the same time, in New York, many people's mobile phones vibrated at the same time. These men, women, and children unanimously took out their phones and looked at the information they had just received, including John Wick, whom Fisher had met. Paper Potts, currently located in Washington, $2 million. John Wick looked at the price and was very moved. But he had also heard of the great reputation of Stark Industries, so he did not plan to act immediately, but let's wait and see. After all, as far as he knows, the bigwigs of Stark Industries are not easy to deal with. The US government still attaches great importance to the safety of the rich, not to mention that Pepper Potts is Stark. My personal secretary, the secretary of the wealthy? Everyone knows that there is nothing to do as a secretary, but nothing to do as a secretary. But not all killers use their brains to analyze it like John Wick. Many people have their eyes straight after seeing these $2 million, not to mention that they will get the circulating gold coins inside the Continental Hotel after the mission is completed. Gold coins with fingerprints can not only enjoy certain benefits in mainland hotels, but also a very important transaction currency. Killers can circulate this stuff to ask for help from others. Of course, this stuff can be exchanged for US dollars, but there is no killer will be stupid to this extent. So after getting Pepper's specific location, countless assassins moved like sharks smelling blood and rushed to Washington in various vehicles. At this time, Pepper Potts finally got Stark's call. "Pepper, what happened?" Stark, who walked out of the shielded area, also realized the seriousness of the problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Sorry, Washington is my place. Chapter 41 Sorry, Washington is my place. Tony, it's Obadi. He has been selling arms to terrorists. Pepper couldn't care about blaming Stark for what he was doing. Why didn't he answer the phone and simply lost everything he knew? Past. What are you talking about? Obadiah. Stark claimed to have seen strong winds and waves, but he was still stunned by the news. He had doubts about Obadiah, but when the suspicion was really hammered, I don't want to believe that this is true. Where are you? Happy and I have now entered DC. Okay, I see. I'm at Andrews Air Force Base. Don't go to the Stark Group office. Find a secret place. The safer the better, then I will go to you immediately. Kepping regained his mood, and then thought about what he was going to do. He pulled Rhodes, a good friend who was going to eat supper. Yes, click on 300 soldiers, let's go catch Obadi. Why? Tony, are you drunk? Rhodes looked dumbfounded. Just now the two of them discussed whether to go to Washington to find a few beautiful ladies to drink and multiplayer sports together at night. How could Stark be so instantly serious? Obadi, he is a second to five boy. He was the one who colluded with terrorists to attack me. He sold the arms too. Tony tried to keep the story short. Are you sure, this can't be a joke? Rhodes also put away his hippie smile, becoming extremely serious. It's true, Pepper has evidence in her hands. Where is she now? Rhodes was already ready to take out the phone and report the situation to his boss. She came to Washington to find me, you have to send someone to protect her first. Without authorization, I'm afraid I can't help you, Tony. Why? Stark puzzled. Because there is the heart of DC, Washington, and the United States. I'm just a small lieutenant colonel. The only thing I can do is to go with you to take her over. I knew I should have managed your relationship before and sent you as a general. Stark knew that it would be too late to manage the relationship. Washington is no better than New York. In New York, he can call FBI and acquaintances of the police department to request support. It doesn't matter in Washington. Wait, Stark suddenly turned around and looked at the exoskeleton armor piled in the warehouse. The boxes where these armors are stored still have the giant logo on them. Hello, Mr. Fisher, this is Tony Stark. Last time you mentioned the mass accelerator with me, I had some thoughts. Would you like to hear it? Although he was very unhappy, Stark had to admit, he was about to be severely slaughtered by Fisher again this time. In the last rescue operation in the desert, Fisher used the giant to rescue him and charged him millions of benefits. The hush fee will certainly not be cheap this time, but Stark still understands the principle of making money and avoiding disasters. Mr. Stark, I don't know, you have a habit of talking about business with others at night. Fisher took the phone and looked at the sky. The night is approaching. This time is the opening of the evening multiplayer sports. At that time, he also made an appointment with the chief of a ballet troupe, planning to learn Russian in the evening, and Stark called. Really, I have always had it. Stark was choked and didn't know how to respond. In the past, he was either trying to challenge the limit or on the way to challenge the limit. Where would he be in charge of the company? Even if others come to him, he ignores his business. Now he knows how others feel. That's it, my secretary Pepper, she's in Washington, she may have some trouble, don't you have a security service? I will triple it. Protect her until we arrive. Stark looked at his watch. Andrews Base is not far from Washington, and military vehicles can be there in an hour and a half. The security service can only go to the head of the department to sign the contract. It only takes 5 minutes to call and discuss the drafting of the contract. Fisher hadn't thought that the development of the matter had been out of his foresight. Both Stark and Pepper in Washington, that is to say, the Iron Man vs. Iron Overlord that should have taken place in New York is gone, unless Obadi finds another source of energy, and then goes all the way to Washington with the firepower of the North American air defense system. Isn't it faster to call you? They are almost at the door of your company, and I will call your account for the money. Okay, you're in a good time. The Titan security team in Washington has one left. Tomorrow is going to protect the Senate President's daughter. Since you are in a hurry, I will send them. Fisher slid his hand. PDA, which sent Pepperpot's information to the Titan's database. Then a security team standing by in the headquarters building immediately changed into a suit and rushed over. That's right, it's here, Harpy. Pepperpot saw the huge atlas on the building from a long distance, and Tony just told her that it would take more than an hour to get here. In the meantime, after her safety was handed over to the Giants' security team, the stone in Pepper's heart fell to the ground. Actually, I can protect you too, Tony is too nervous. Harpy looked at the two black Mercedes sedans that had leaned over, very dissatisfied. Obviously he was Stark's bodyguard. Okay. Tony is also worried about your safety. Pepper hurriedly advised the other person. Tony said that you are not only his bodyguard, but also his friend. Of course he doesn't want you to have trouble. Damn it, why can't I help him? Happy can only pat the steering wheel to vent, he decided, and when he returns to New York, he will practice fighting and shooting, and lose weight by the way. Ms. Pepper, we will be responsible for your safety in the next hour, please cooperate with our work. The security officer in a black suit passed a light body armor through the car window. Thank you very much, I will cooperate well. After taking over the body armor, Pepper put it directly on the outside of his lady's suit, regardless of whether he wrinkled his suit or not. For your safety, I personally recommend that you stay at the headquarters of the Titan and wait for Mr. Stark to arrive. We will hand you over again. What do you think? No, I have something very important. I have to give it to Mr. Stark right away. Can you ask you to me there? Pepper wanted to answer the news from the party, but he saw the bag in his arms. There are all Obadi's incriminating evidence, and she must give this thing to Stark as soon as possible. Well, if you insist, we can you there. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Street Assassination. Chapter 42 Street Assassination. Under Pepper's repeated insistence, the leader of the security team, a Moroccan female soldier who had served in the Middle East for 6 years, agreed to the other party's request, but she also requested that Pepper's car must be in the middle of the convoy so that it can be protected. She is thoughtful. Everyone, be careful, this is Stark's secretary. The captain took out the ALATS-45 pistol from the holster under her arm to check the condition of the gun. Because they are security personnel, they can only use self-defense weapons such as pistols, but the pistol is generally used to fight close combat at 20 meters. Yes, but in order to ensure the firepower advantage of the security personnel, Fisher decisively equipped himself with the .4 or 5 pistol of the same name as Atlas. The Atlas on the front of the magazine is like a small carbine. With a hollow point bullet, its effective range is 50 meters. This distance and some submachine guns can be mutually pumped. The only problem is that the bullets are a bit low. Obviously the group in New York can carry KF-5 and AMP-9, why we can only take this? The driver started the car and drove out the gate. Because this is Washington, and heavy firepower is being used here, are you putting eye drops on Uncle Sam? 3 cars formed a sophisticated convoy into the bustling street and drove along the Hudson River all the way to Maryland. Now feel at ease. Harpy grabbed a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. He ran for a day without eating. Pepper's nervousness at the time really scared him. Yes. Looking at the escort, Pepper felt a warm current. Although she was very dissatisfied with Stark's romantic nightlife every night, she didn't say much, but worked hard to help him clean up. Funeral, I didn't expect Stark to care about himself so much after he was in danger. But no one noticed that when they passed by a hotel door with a camera, the camera suddenly turned its angle of view and followed them all the time. I found the woman, but it looks like she has a guard. Less than 1 block away from Pepper, a white van slowly drove out of the alley. This is a very standard killer gang. A Mexican driver, a white gunman, a black technician, plus a brown-skinned girl who is responsible for fishing for triumphs. The black technician casts a big net in Washington through his hacked webcam. As a result, it also made him find Stark's Maybach sedan. Go, 2 million are beckoning to us. After knowing the location of the target, the white gunman waved his hand, and the van followed with sobbing. Not only this van, but also a bunch of killers who used various methods to know Pepper's location through various means, but these killers knew that Pepper was more escorted. What about the guards? In the white van, the Mexican driver asked his boss while chewing on the chicken rolls. Mary, it's up to you. The white gunman who assembled a lova said without looking up. No problem, leave it to me. The brown girl smiled and took a folding bicycle from the car's bulkhead. Juan, stop at the front intersection. Before the car stopped, the brown girl jumped out of the car on her bicycle, and the van also dropped one direction, and then disappeared into the flow of traffic. There are still 20 miles. It's really easy to make this money. The more you do this, the more you can't relax your vigilance, don't smash our sign. Understood, Captain. At this moment, the convoy is approaching the suburbs of Washington, and the number of vehicles and pedestrians has been greatly reduced, and even the traffic lights have been reduced a lot. Therefore, the speed of the convoy has increased a lot, but when the lead car crossed across, a bicycle was suddenly abrupt. When the car broke out, a cool-dressed brown-skinned girl in the car panicked and the bike flipped over to the front of the car. Alert! The female captain took out a pistol and looked at the girl who was calling endlessly. Go down and take a look. The driver winked at the co-pilot. Miss, are you okay? The co-pilot lifted the back of his suit, put one hand behind his waist, and slowly leaned towards the opponent. I feel my leg is injured. How did you drive the car? The brown girl shouted loudly, and raised her fist to hit the bumper of the car. Madam, we have something, please leave. If you have any questions, you can tell our lawyers. Now, please don't get in the way. What's the matter with me getting in the way? You look down on our brown race, don't you? You white people built this road? You are racial discrimination, I'm going to sue you. Number 3, how is the situation? The security personnel on the chasing car did not know what happened. A minority ethnic group seems to want to corrupt my every pen. The security staff named number 3 has changed into a cold tone. Please leave immediately, otherwise I promise that Immigration Bureau will come and look for you within 3 days. To chat with. Hey, you threaten me, fake squid. End number asterisk. A series of Spanish curses spurted out of the brown-skinned girl's mouth. And number 3 was not to be outdone, with his mouth open, and a series of Spanish smashed over. At the same time he was ready to reach out and drag the lady off the driveway. Seeing the other party stretch out her hand, joy flashed in the eyes of this brown-skinned girl named Mary. Her right hand inadvertently brushed her denim skirt, and then a small dagger appeared in her palm. Closer, looking at the man close at hand, the brown-skinned girl did not hesitate, grabbed the knife and poked at the other's chest, but to her surprise, the blade did not respond to the feeling of touching the body. It looked like it was stuck on a steel plate and shook. Bulletproof flapper. These words flashed in the brown-skinned girl's mind. She wanted to shout out to warn her companions, but it was over. The white van had already driven over, and the security officer's fist was too arrived before her eyes. Attack! Protect the VIP! The number 3's response was also very quick. While shouting a warning, he raised his fist and hammered the brown-skinned girl's eye sockets, hit the brown-skinned girl's eyes with gold stars, and then punched again. Stuck on the bridge of her nose, the brown-skinned girl fainted to the ground with bleeding from her nose and mouth. At this time, the white van also stopped on the side of the Maybach, the door opened, and the white gunman holding the Lova smiled and pointed his gun at Pepper, who did not understand what happened. Boom boom boom. The clear gunfire interrupted the tranquility of the sky, and at the same time gave the nearby killers clear directions. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, You have to have money to get it. Chapter 43, Money must live to take. The white gunman simply failed to fire the gun. Because of the number 3 warning, the security team had already pulled out the gun when they approached. The moment the white gunman raised his rifle, more than a dozen hollow .45 caliber bullets had penetrated the thin body of the van with sparks, and shattered warheads and metal fragments splashed out in the car. Slapped the people in the car and shouted. Because the muzzle velocity is not high, the shattered warhead did not cause any fatal injury to the killer in the car, but the more than a dozen holes on the body were painful enough. Go, go! The security personnel who got off the car kicked off the gun held by the white man who was still wailing and jumped back into the car. Mr. Harpy, please follow us. The engine of the lead car roared, and the tires rubbed against the ground to create black marks. I followed. Happy spit out the window, then squeezed the steering wheel with both hands, and focused his attention on the road ahead. Pepper was also eclipsed at the moment, took out his mobile phone and called Tony Stark. What? Why don't you stay with me? Stark was anxious and annoyed, wishing to go up and slap his secretary on the forehead first. Those things you said must be given to you as soon as possible. I don't have a network or a portable terminal at hand, so I can't send them to you. I can only run over. Pepper was also not angry, and directly contacted SI. Tucker quarreled on the phone. "Sorry, it's all my fault." Listening to Pepper's crying voice, Stark regretted it inexplicably and shouldn't have dragged her in. "Let them drive to me." Rhodes grasped the steering wheel in his left hand, and took the radio on the car with his right hand. "Hey, boys, get your M16 ready, we are going to have guests." "Received, sir." Then there was a sound of loading on the radio. In order to help Brothertown, Rhodes brought the base's guards directly out of a squad. He wanted to see which one was not long-eyed. "We must perform violence in front of the largest violent agency in the United States." The attack on the white van was just the beginning. The convoy didn't go far, and a motorcycle followed hummingly. The rider took out a Uzi submachine gun and fired indiscriminately. White spots were splashed on the car's body. After finding that his weapon could not penetrate the car's shell, the rider gave up the pursuit, turned into another road, and threw the bullet Uzi into the wave. Tomac, then speeded up and disappeared into the city. If there is a killer who gives up, of course, there is also an iron. A large truck that is very common on intercontinental highways also came to join in the excitement. The driver slammed the horn and drove the truck to the speeding convoy at full speed. "This is the guard of Peppers." The security team was also in a hurry. Rolled down the window and cracked the glass of the truck. It was a gunshot. A non-mainstream head was also protruding from the truck, holding up a short tube spray, which was several tens of meters away from the convoy. The distance started ping-pong-pong-pong with each other. Fortunately, this is the outskirts of the city. The fierce exchange of fire between the two sides did not accidentally injure the civilians. At most, some flowers and plants were broken by stray bullets. But it is also because it is a suburb, so Washington police or something will not be able to make it here for a while. Both sides can only fight and run. "Damn, I must apply to equip us with a carbine next time, or PDW is good, it doesn't help to give a shotgun." The female captain of the group replaced the pistol in her hand with a new magazine while cursing. So, the killer's truck was modified. The hood and glass are bulletproof. As a result, they have fired more than 100 shots. The opponent is still unscathed. However, the opponent's modification is not without cost. The additional weight provided by the armor makes the truck's engine is always a little bit behind the team, that is to say, the opponent keeps this distance at most, but if you want to reduce it, don't think about it. "Prepare, they are coming." Rhodes grabbed the 1911 in his hand, which meant a pattern. He directed the soldiers he brought to park the jeep on both sides of the road, preparing to wait for Pepper to arrive and open fire to stop him. Enemy. As the gunshots approached, Stark's heart became tense. "If I have a suit, then all the problems will not be solved." Stark, remembering that he rubbed his hands, did not realize that he was just now. It seemed that he had a new idea about the battle suit, but even if he remembered it, he would wait for his little secretary to be saved before thinking about it. "Sir, here they are," a soldier shouted, pointing to a car that was speeding up in the distance. "Okay, I'll aim a little, and stare at the truck behind." Seeing an army appeared in front of him. The spirit of the Titan's security team was refreshed. The truck behind was like brown sugar, and it couldn't be thrown away. Now there are reinforcements. If the driver wants the ladder to go back, then he should give up. It's a pity that this driver either took drugs too much or was determined to take the 2 million. The truck made a long cry, and then followed behind the Titan's Mercedes and crashed into the Hummer on both sides of the road, hiding behind. The Air Force soldiers could only evade in embarrassment. At this time, Colonel Rhodes reacted fastest. He picked up the M16 and pointed it at the truck's water tank as a shuttle. The killer whose water tank was exploded panicked, but he had no time to run, so he gritted his teeth and turned the front of the car and drove into the woods under the road, but Rhodes would naturally not let go of his credit. With a big wave of his hand, he led his soldiers to chase after him. And Stark naturally strode to his secretary. "Get out of Harpy." Pushing away the driver who wanted to hug him, Starkla took Pepper into his arms, his face full of apologetic. "Sorry Pepper, I shouldn't have let you go." "It's okay, I'm really okay, this is Data." The tears on Pepper's face were still not dry, but she still maintained her final strength in front of her boss. She shivered from the bag she was holding tightly. He took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Stark. "This is evidence of Obadi's arms trafficking." He made a bill, and he clearly remembered to whom and what goods each sale was made to. "Okay, I get it." Stark nodded. He used to treat Obadiah as his most important dependency. Now it seems that this dependency is the one that harmed him the most. "Hello, is it Director Martin?" "This is Tony Stark. I have a document here to prove that Stark Industrial Executive Director Obadi committed the crime of treason. I don't know if you are interested in it." After taking a hasty glance at the contents, Stark called a friend of the New York FBI who he knew very well. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Laxative, in South America, just entered the rainforest. Chapter 44 Laxatives, in South America, just entered the rainforest. American ballet is not beautiful. Russian ballet, beautiful. The stubborn Russian made the 1.9-meter Russian ballerina tremble with laughter. Fisher's cell phone rang suddenly, and Fisher handed over the initiative to the female chief, and took the phone and leaned against the bed. "How is the situation?" "Stark is really angry. The Air Force, the New York FBI, and NYPD have surrounded Obadi's villas. The FBI's special police have launched an attack. War correspondent Kate is paying fees. Sheer broadcast live. Stark is really angry and angry. Obadiah tries to kill him and the people around him again and again. If this can be tolerated, he will change his name to Shitaja." After so many years of career, Stark still made a lot of friends, and these political and police friends also attach great importance to the relationship with Stark, especially the director of NYPD George Stacy, although it's just a sub-director, but the jurisdiction that is in charge happens to include the Stark Industrial Building. For this reason, Stark also donated a lot of money to NYPD and the police equipment they developed. Therefore, it is reasonable, Director Stacy will in charge of this case. Ready to detonate. Retreat. The special police with police on their vests tightly grasped the ICR-7 rifle in their hands, and a small number of special police also held a thick explosion-proof shield. Following the commander's order, the explosives installed on the big iron door of the villa were detonated. The special police carrying the demolition hammer followed closely. The bulletproof chrome alloy door was smashed open, and then the special police swarmed in. "Quickly, pay attention to the second floor, go up and up." Before the security and cleaning staff on duty at the villa realized what happened, they were overwhelmed by 4 or 5 big men. Faced with the black hole's muzzle, the security guards were fart. They didn't dare to put one. They were just security guards who went to work just to get off work. Although their monthly salary was enough for their family to live a good life, it did not mean that they would fight the police for the owner. Dozens of fully armed special police officers searched the villa where Obadi spent millions of dollars to the sky. They were barely digging 3 feet in the ground. They did not find the shadow of Obadi. Several cleaning agents were scared. The trembling also said that Obadi did not go home yesterday. It seems that Obadi has gone abroad overnight. The FBI hurriedly retrieved Obadi's consumption records and found that the other party ran to Amazon last night, and Obadi gave the company an excuse that he wanted to go to the tropical rainforest to investigate a green environmental protection project. Although the bank froze Obadi's company account for the first time, the latter has already withdrawn nearly $1 million in cash. Combined with the local prices in Brazil, as long as Obadi is not wasted, he will spend the rest of his life. No, he must be caught and let him accept the sanctions of the law. Stark will never accept this result. Obadiah is like a poisonous snake. If it can't be solved, he still has Pepper Harpy. There will be trouble. Actually, Stark thinks a little bit more. Obadi is now worrying about the debt crisis. It stands to reason that, as a former high-level executive of Stark Industries, Obadi should not be short of money. However, he had sought out the Continental Hotel to kill Pepper, but he was protected by the Titan's security team. Later, Stark hired several tall female bodyguards from the Whitewater Company to protect themselves 24 hours a day. Even Pepper had 2 female bodyguards standing at the door when he was taking a bath. This made the mainland hotel's killer unable to start, and it was not that there was no need to touch it, but the end result was that there were a few more in NYPD's prison. A good guy picking up soap. In just a few days, 30 killers in the Continental Hotel in New York were caught or scarred from being beaten. The losses of these killers were all counted in the Obadi account, although these were not influential. The killer is worthless, but it can't hold the crowd. $100,000, then 30 will cost $3 million. The problem is that Obadi called and hoped to withdraw the order. As a result, the Continental Hotel said there was no cooling time. Then, it will take a full week to withdraw, which makes Obadi unable to carry it. This is all money. When he left Stark Industries, most of the money in the roll was frozen. The cash that I took out is still usable. Now Obadi is hiding in a small village in the Brazilian rainforest, planning to come back, first make money, expand his power, and then go to Stark to take revenge. Stark, Stark. Obadiah turned around and muttered. In the corner of the room, he covered a large humanoid object with a rain cloth, but it looked a bit bigger than a normal person, and from the rain cloth the reflection of the metal can also be seen below. Pepper, the gift you gave me is gone. Stark returned to his villa and found that he was missing a collection. After asking Jarvis, he knew that Obadiah ran to his villa and took it away. He had his first reactor, which was placed in a glass frame by Pepper and gave it to him, but it was taken away by Obadi. Will he steal technology from this thing? Pepper was a little puzzled. Isn't that reactor almost out of power? No, it's worse than that. Obadiah is very likely to get the escape tool I made when I set out from the desert before. That thing is not easy to deal with. Stark started to have a headache. Did he plan to build one? Taiwan anti-mark battle armor. Then what are we going to do? Contact the FBI? Oh, yes, when you came back from the Middle East before, an agent also found me and said he was in what country and bureau? Land and Resources Bureau. No, it's very long anyway, he left me the contact information. Do we want to contact him? Don't worry, the top priority now is to reorganize Stark Industries. Ms. Pepper Potts, would you like to take over from Obadiah now and become the executive director of Stark Industries? Stark asked seriously. Road. I shouldn't be able to do it. Pepper was a little worried. She had been very knowledgeable about Stark Industries over the years, but if she wanted her to be in charge, she was afraid that she would not be able to convince others. It's okay, I will support you. End of this chapter. Chapter 45, Snake Shield. Chapter 45 The Snake Shield Coming. Washington. The radiant ballet chief gave Fisher a fragrant kiss, then twisted his waist and left Chevrolet's co-pilot, leaving only a fragrant breeze. I left a note with the address and phone number. Fisher checked the address that should be in Moscow, then crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the storage box in the co-pilot's position, and so on. I'll make an appointment again when I go to Russia. After sending off the ballet chief, Fisher went back to his office. Recently, because of the promotion of exoskeleton, the steady flow of orders almost squeezed his mailbox. The 5 major U.S. services, Air, Sea, Land, Maroon, Coast Guard, ordered nearly 1 million sets, and then the National Guards of each state also placed some orders. Various law enforcement agencies, not to mention large institutions like FBI Shinsa, even the Tobacco, Alcohol, Firearms and Explosives Administration. Here comes an order of 500. Not to mention NATO allies. Even Teddy Bear and Rabbit sent their ambassadors in Iraq to ask where they could sell some of them. It is best to transfer production authorization and so on. Kate sent him a report in the morning. So far, Titan's exoskeleton has nearly 4 million orders, and Fisher's price is 700,000 sets, just the deposit for these orders. Titan has nearly 30 billion in the account, not to mention subsequent upgrades and transformations, not to mention many countries just want to buy a batch first, and then see if they can crack the production. For these small 99, Fisher is very clearly, he doesn't intend to hide want to authorize, give, but every time you produce an you have to give me 5% of the income. For this share, Fisher knew that someone would play with him carefully, but it depends on its value. The exoskeleton is just the most basic template. The higher value lies in the subsequent upgrades, surprises, and experts of the exoskeleton. Hidden, these upgraded modules are the big head, and don't look at the exoskeleton as simple as a few iron sheets welded together. It contains a lot of small details, whether the metal material will cause the skeleton to deform and affect the load-bearing capacity of the skeleton. The welding process will affect whether the connection link of the exoskeleton armor is strong, and the high-energy battery is the top priority. The exoskeleton armor can support full power operation for 8 hours when using the original battery. This means that a soldier can use this gadget to fight for 8 hours and then change the battery. The version sold by Fisher can only work for 4 hours at full power, which is half the original version. If you want to maintain a longer operation, no problem, the energy backpack satisfies you, and with this bag on your back, you can also resist an EM1 plasma rifle, with unlimited power for you to use, but after putting on the backpack, it looks like a jetpack and an invisible system. Don't even think about it. As for whether the exoskeleton will fall into the hands of illegal elements, Fisher said if you use it, you can use it. Every exoskeleton armor system has a number and a built-in computer. As long as you use this system, then the giant can enter the back door that existed early to restrict the system, such as shutting down, refer to the last level of COD 11. The protagonist went to Irons to settle accounts, but the exoskeleton was hacked and could not work, and finally it was pulled by brute force. To unlock the exoskeleton. So Fisher does not worry about whether someone will trouble him with this stuff, unless you change a system that adapts to the exoskeleton armor. Anyway, as long as you use the giant, then the giant will definitely have a way to deal with it. Boss, it looks like you had a good time last night. Kate, who is only 1 meter tall, is already waiting for Fisher's arrival in the office. Yes, very fulfilling. I learned a few words of Russian. Harashau, hello, Dave, go on, which reminds me of my college days. Alas, it's a pity that I never met a Russian teacher who made me remember deeply. The only thing that gives you a deep memory is the 1 meter long legs and doubled. Kate rolled her eyes, and then said angrily, some government official is looking for you, saying that he is from the Security Bureau. He is a bald head. Bald. Fisher thought that it might be the undercover director of the Snake Shield Bureau, Marufak, who came to visit him. Where is he? Reception room. Okay, I'll go and see. Walking outside the reception room, and listening to the dialogue inside, Fisher was a little puzzled. It didn't seem to be the sound of marinated eggs, but it smelled like curry. Hello. Fisher, who opened the door, looked at the little bald head in front of him and couldn't help but want to laugh. SHI. Hello, Mr. Fisher, long admiring the name. Before the introduction of the accompanying Titan executives, the bald brother had already reached out. Hello, Mr. Agent, what are you doing with the Titans in your game? It's the Bureau of Homeland Defense and Strategic Security. I'm Agent Jasper Sitwell. We are an organization under the responsibility of the United Nations Security Council. We are responsible for the tasks of the world. The bald brother stood tall and looked extremely proud. Sounds great, you guys worked hard. Fisher was about to pay a check after he said it. In order to express my support for you to maintain the safety of the world, I personally donate 50,000 yuan to you, please accept it. Before the other party refused, Fisher had already stuffed the check into Brother Bald's pocket. Ah, this! The bald brother looked at the check and wanted to accept it, but after thinking about his task, he pushed the check back. We have taken your mind. The giant family has a big business. Unlike us, which is funded by various countries, donations are not necessary. This time, our organization hopes to purchase 200,000 sets of exoskeleton armor from the giant. Brother pushed his gold glasses and said embarrassedly. 200,000 sets. Fisher slapped his tongue. As the largest spy agency in the United States, the FBI only ordered 10,000 sets from him to arm his special forces and special police. As a result, the bald brother didn't even look at him. 200,000 sets in the blink of an eye, braised eggs, tell me how much you have been greedy over the years. Yes, because we are a global organization with a large number of personnel and often fight on the front line. Many brothers have lost their lives for this. So we hope to reduce their losses. The Titan's exoskeleton armor is very good. Okay, no problem, but we have to complete the military order before it can be your turn. I hope you will be considerate. It's okay, we understand. Oh, yes, all our purchase funds have been paid, and we have paid in full. As he talked, the bald brother showed a smug smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Rebates are a characteristic of capitalism. Chapter 46, Kickbacks are a characteristic of capitalism. Full amount. Agent Jasper Sittle's bold stance made Fisher want to put a big label on the other party. The triumphant person is stupid and has a lot of money, come quickly. Agent Sittle, you are really generous about this or whatever, so let me give you a discount. After the military order is completed, you can get the goods as soon as possible. Fisher squinted his eyes. And then enthusiastically shook Agent Sittle's hand. Indians. Fisher can remember how Laumezi sold the Indian aircraft carrier Vikramaditya in his previous life. India's lead was being drunk with vodka into melon skin. Then the aircraft carrier went to India and the problems continued. Year after year, a lot of banknotes were thrown into the Indian Ocean, but the aircraft carrier was still like that. It's not necessary, Mr. Fisher, you are so enthusiastic. Agent Sittle was still a little bit happy. Although he is a senior official of the Security Bureau, he is usually responsible for all kinds of things. For important matters, I often greeted all kinds of people with different educations, but this was the first time he was so warmly welcomed, and he couldn't help but make him a little light-hearted. Just based on the original price, our organization is paid by the United Nations. It's not short of money. Sittle waved his hand. Anyway, he couldn't get a cent of the money. So before coming, Director Nick Fury asked him to his request to save money as much as possible was forgotten. Well, you buy it at the original price. I will give you a 15% discount. The remaining money will be used as personnel training fees and equipment maintenance fees. After these costs are removed, the rest will be handed over to Agent Sittle. Ah, this! Sittle was in a trance, and the rebates were not confiscated when he used to purchase materials from the Bureau, but those were small amounts of hundreds of thousands, and this time the purchase was 200,000 sets. The rebate of the exoskeleton power armor left in his own hands is 300 million. At this moment, Agent Sittle wanted to cut the chicken head and burn the yellow paper with Fisher, 300 million yuan, or a green ticket, which would cost him hundreds of years to receive wages under the salted egg. This is not so good. Although he said so, the actions of the bald brother were completely different. It's okay, your organization serves the United Nations. It must be very weekdays, so it's time to have a cup of coffee for the brethren. Fisher waved his hand indifferently. Combined with the memories of his previous life, Fisher understood that the bald brother is in the 9 heads. Snake is not considered an important role, nor is it a tough guy. He is also concerned about his work. If this is the case, why not change the boss to the bald guy? In fact, when Fisher was shaking hands with the bald head just now, he has tried to see if he can penetrate the other's thoughts, but it seems that the bald brother has received special training from SHI Beware. In this case, Fisher will do what he likes. First, take sugar-coated cannonballs to corrode the opponent. I have to say that the United States is paradise. A wave of rebates has narrowed the relationship between Fisher and the bald brother. The bald brother even patted his arms and said that he would call him if he had something to do. There would be nothing that our XXXX Bureau could not handle. And Fisher also said that Titan has good things besides EXO. Look at our Titan deformation tank, look at our Xion-style VTOL transport aircraft, and look at conventional weapons, caseless rifles, plasma rifles, multi-function launcher. I tell you, this rifle buys guns to get accessories, this aircraft buys 10 to get missiles. It is no good to consider our drone. Jasper was dazzled by the long list. Looking at the various packages at such a discount, coupled with Fisher's hint, Agent Jasper Sitwell immediately said that for a conscience group like Titan, we are the government. The agency should strongly support it, so a phone call was made to Nick Fury. Director, I took a look at Titan and found that many of their company's products are quite good, cheaper than Stark Industries, but the quality is about the same, you see. Isn't the quota granted to you? You can figure it out. Nick Fury's attention was entirely on Tony's shit, so he didn't care about Jasper's proposal and gave the decision directly to him. After speaking, Nick Fury hung up the phone. Damn it, this doesn't make me worry at all. Mom provokes Fuchsia to scratch his big bald head. Tony Stark's father is considered a veteran of the Homeland Defense and Strategic Security Bureau, although he has his braids behind him. But this relationship is still there. It is reasonable, and Nick Fury has to take care of the other party. Therefore, after the incident in Obadi, Nick Fury sent his own capable man Phil Coelson to take him. The action team ran to search for the whereabouts of Obadi, but unfortunately, because of the intricate local relations, Collison's action team progressed slowly. According to Collison report, they have already set off 4 or 5 local communities. In the gang's old house, the seized flour alone was hundreds of kilograms, but Obadiah's shadow was not even found. This is impossible. Did Obadi really go to the rainforest? Do everything possible to find him for me and get him. Nick Fury said that he still has to find a way to put Starkla into his own. As for the Superboy group, you must have a certificate to vote. With Nick Fury's decentralization, the bald brother also let go. Fisher placed 3 or 4 PDAs in front of him, all of which were related products of the giant god, and the bald brother directly waved his hand to buy. It has always been a mystery how much SHIELDELIELD funds are used. They have an aerospace aircraft carrier and a full-loaded F-35 fighter jet. These assets can't support it without $100 billion. The cost of a Ford-class aircraft carrier is more than $10 billion. And that aerospace carrier is at least 3 times as expensive, which is only a lot more, and when it comes to US Team 2, it even smashes 3 updates without blinking. The insights into aircraft carriers are all green swords, and Fisher can only drool with the envy of its local tyrants. Now that there is a chance to kill SHIELD, no, there is a chance to continue to eat the big money, then why not? You must know that in the giant Iraqi factory, the 100-armed giant has already laid the keel, and the name is Liberty. The 2 giant ordnance giants of Hejan have also completed the main body construction. Now we are waiting for the mass accelerator in Florida. Actually, in terms of geographic location, countries located in the equator such as Indonesia and Brazil are more convenient, but the giant is nothing in these places. Basically, we can only take the second place and put the place in Florida, where the governor's state government, including the National Guard, are considered to be the Boston Consortium faction, and it is more convenient to put it there. These projects and the manufacture of weapons have made the Titans' finances unable to make ends meet, not to mention OPEC's screaming to increase production at every turn. Although the output of the oil fields controlled by the Titan is good, the income is up and down like a roller coaster. Now Fisher, in order to open up financial resources, Seoul intends to directly overthrow several small resource-rich countries in Africa. Speaking of Africa, Fisher suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten the holy place in the heart of a certain black man, Wakanda. Speaking of it, Agent Sitwell, did you just say that you had been in Africa? Fisher asked casually. Yes, we went there to catch smugglers and warlords. It was very hot, but luckily I was a bald head, so it was much easier than my comrades in arms. Oh, have you ever heard of Wakanda? Wakanda? Yes, I heard that wood and crafts are produced there. Oh, I heard that there is vibrating gold there. This thing is too rare. We only got a little bit from the black market in Europe before. All the vibrating gold was used by us on the satellite, although there was no vibrating. Gold is also fine, but you know, our military industry companies always want to make the best gadgets, and naturally they also need the best materials. Ahem, actually, Mr. Fisher, Sitwell coughed and then gently attached to Fisher's ear, and whispered, what you said is true, but even if it is us, and there is no way to communicate with those guys. The investigators sent by the United Nations can only see the thatched huts and rhinos there. As for Genjin, there is no shadow at all, so in the end, I can only stop it. Then there is no way at all. Fisher did not expect to produce a few tons of vibrating gold. A dozen kilograms would do. Because of the special performance of vibrating gold, it is used to make the giants with hundreds of arms and the ordnance giants. The high-frequency cluster laser cannon on the bird is perfect, but it's a pity that he couldn't find a way to communicate with Wakanda. Although he knows some black people are living outside, but here is the United States, and the most important thing is black people. Fisher did not remember the appearance of the dear man, not even his name, and he had previously hired rare mercenaries through the Leather Bag Company to try his luck, but it was a pity that they entered Wakanda after entering Wakanda. All was gone, and Fisher was not ready for a full-scale conflict with Wakanda, so it was naturally impossible to send his own assault team over. Actually, I heard that there will be a special auction in Europe in a while, and Mr. Fisher can go there to see it. Auction. Fisher thought of the golden invitation that was sent by Macallan. It seemed that it was also at the auction. It seems that he has to go to this auction. Then thank you, Agent Jasper. Well, wherever, Mr. Fisher, we are all friends. Friends should help each other. Our security bureau may continue to place orders for you in the future. When that happens, I will ask Mr. Fisher for more support. It's easy to say, it will still be at this price then. Fisher said intentionally. Thank you so much. Hearing that the rebates in the future will be based on this standard, the bald brother is not to mention how happy he is. There's something to do at home today, I'm a little tired, and because of the relatives here during this time, I've been sleeping on the floor and haven't had much rest. Today there are only 3,000 words in this chapter. I'm sorry, brothers. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, New Shareholders of Stark Industries. Chapter 47, New Shareholders of Stark Industries. Stark was not idle when Fisher received the order and was soft. On the one hand, he continued to develop his Iron Man armor, and went out to be a hero at night. On the other hand, he was layoffs frantically. Yes, in less than a week, Stark fired half of the unlucky guys in the senior management because these guys were all from the Obadiah faction or the kind who treated him in the company. Stark hired an entire team of lawyers to dig out the details frantically. In the end, not only did he fail to pay the liquidated damages, but also caused these executives to owe a debt and leave dingy. In all fairness, these executives did have contributed a lot to the development of Stark Industries, but no matter how they stood on the wrong team and followed the wrong people, Obadi took away his own bodyguard when he ran away. Captain, none of these executives have notified them. First, they were invited by the FBI to drink tea in their sleep, and then fired again at dawn. These executives had their desire to die, but at a critical moment, someone jumped out. Justin Hammer expressed his disgust for Stark. As many people are fired by Tucker Industries, he will sign as many people. Tony Stark has no eyes, but I know people with my eyes. Come, everyone, come to our Hammer industry and make a fortune together. Although it was purely disgusting Stark's move, Hammer was also a small gain. The expelled former Stark employees also had some skills and abilities to a greater or lesser extent. Their arrival could also bring Hammer Industry and part of the gap in Stark Industries. Red Panda fingertip universe strikes again. After some personnel changes, Stark threw another big bomb without waiting for the remaining old employees to catch their breath. He wanted Pepper Potts to be the executive officer of Stark Industries. One stone set off a wave of thousands of waves. The executives who were expecting to rise to the pinnacle of life were stunned. Why? As a result, Stark left soup for them, and meat to a woman who was just a secretary for Stark for a few years. If you can be the president by sleeping with Mr. Stark, I think I can too. From a 1.6-meter executive who weighs 200 pounds. Unconvinced executives and shareholders want to convene a general meeting of shareholders to re-elect the executive officers they are satisfied with. These guys. After Stark heard the news, his heart became unfamiliar. The consequences of his previous negligence were exposed, but at present he can only suppress the fire first and prepare to get some real information to these executives. Press down one by one. 8 a.m. New York, Stark Industrial Building. Because it was learned that Stark Industries was going to be the new shareholder meeting since the disappearance of former executive Obadi, even if it is raining heavily over New York at this moment, there are still countless reporters waiting here. As the most important arms supplier of the American military, Stark Industries is also very complicated to share shares. Stark himself owns 30% of the original shares, which is untouchable, and Obadi has 15% of the shares. Now these shares have been taken back by Stark, and the remaining shares, the American government has 10%, S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Leather Company has 10%, and the remaining 30%. The fifth is the scattered stocks on the market. Some time ago, because Stark closed the Weapons Research and Development Department, most of these scattered stocks were thrown out at low prices by their shareholders. Unfortunately, these shares were taken by Fisher. Probably 18%. More than a dozen domineering general-purpose bulletproof off-road vehicles tore through the rain screen and parked in the parking lot of the building with rising water vapor. The bright atlas letters on the side of the vehicle instantly attracted the attention of many reporters. The security personnel in black suits jumped out of the car and formed a wall to block the reporters who were approaching. Then a bodyguard who was as strong as Dashi Johnson held an umbrella and walked to the center of the off-road vehicle. "Boss, we are here." "Well, good. Thank you, John." Fisher closed the laptop in his hand, dropped it on the back seat casually, and got out of the car. "Oh my God, the big boss of the Titan Group, Fisher Adams, appeared in Stark Industries, can it be said?" A group of media tabloid reporters instantly made up hundreds of thousands of words in the business war, and the two major arms groups were tit for tat. One family is showing flaws while the other is going to be annexed. Many reporters feel blood is surging through various struggles and other explosive scenes. There is a big news today. For a time, the reporters didn't care about any stubbornness, and rushed in desperately, and the microphone passed the shoulders of the bodyguards to Fisher. "Mr. Fisher, can you tell me your purpose in coming to Stark Industries today?" "Mr. Fisher, is the Titan planning to annex Stark?" It's just to disappoint the reporter that Fisher walked into the Stark Industrial Building, accompanied by his driver and security captain John, without looking back. Welcome, Mr. Fisher Adams. I wonder what you do in Stark Industries today." An executive saw Fisher, who was surrounded by a row of men in suits. After hesitating, he went up. Asked before. Come to the shareholders' meeting. Fisher showed an extremely bright smile. Shareholders' meeting. The executives grumbled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They hadn't figured it out on Stark's side, and there was a wolf again. What are we playing? Although he was about to cry in his heart, the executive calmly called a beautiful blonde secretary and asked her to take Fisher to the conference room. Mr. Fisher, please come with me. The secretary swayed in a better posture, brought a gust of fragrance, and guided Fisher to the elevator. After Fisher left, the executive immediately took out his mobile phone. He and a few neutral executives formed a small group to communicate how to counter Stark's aggressiveness. The arrival of Fisher made him suddenly have a bold idea: why not try to devour the wolf? The idea of the executives has been approved by others. Anyway, neither Stark nor Fisher seems to be able to deal with either. If this is the case, let the two of them quarrel and we can sway around here. Survived. In the bustling conference room, major shareholders and minority shareholders were chatting endlessly. The recent gossip, female stars, international situation, stock trends, these are their topics, especially GHS. Unconsciously, how many a small group with different tastes was formed. As everyone talked, the happier, and even some people had made an appointment to wait for the end of the meeting to go to entertainment venues such as Red Romance and Purple Charm to contribute to the GDP growth of the United States. The door of the meeting room was pushed open again, and then dressed Fisher, who made a custom-made suit, walked in wearing sunglasses. Is it him? After seeing Fisher's Demogendeo sitting on the side row of the conference table, the shareholders of all sizes even whispered. The shareholder representatives of the American government were taken aback for a moment, and then revealed something like this. Then he took the initiative to come forward and talked freely with Fisher. But the representative of Shield's leather company was a little surprised. After all, as a professional business talent of Shield, he still understands what Stark Industries and Stark mean to them. If Fisher does annex Stark Industries, will this have any impact on the director's plan? In short, Fisher's arrival was a joy and a sorrow for several families. Looking at the uncertain expressions of everyone present, Fisher was very happy. Someone will be scared of a heart attack later. At 9 o'clock, Stark slowly walked into the meeting room wearing pepper pots. When he saw Fisher sitting in the side row of the meeting room, Stark was not surprised, as long as his shares were not in Justin. Hanmer is in his hands. First of all, welcome everyone here. As we all know, Stark Industries has been unexpectedly in this period of time, and there are many problems, especially the departure of Uncle Obadi, which is very close to me. This is nothing to all of us. Good news. Stark first made a brief summary. But decadence is only temporary. The future goals of Stark Industries will focus on the development of clean energy and high-tech technologies. To accomplish this goal, we need to elect a new executive to lead Stark Industries forward. Now, if you have anything to say, you can speak. After Stark finished his words, he sat back in his chair and played a small game. The other shareholders looked at each other, and the government representatives stood up first. Government representatives first commented on Stark Industries' contribution, and said that the government will continue to support Stark Industry in such circumstances. After he finished speaking, an executive went on to speak, saying that he would continue to contribute to the development of Stark Industries, and at the same time, for future development, he nominated himself as the executive officer. Hey! After listening to his formulaic speech, a group of shareholders immediately raised their middle fingers. Come on, Tom, you old thing, but you still want to be an executive officer? Why don't you take a picture of yourself, just like a bear? Do you deserve it? A bald uncle in his 50s patted the table scolded. What's wrong with me? I'm better than you no matter what. Laterman, look at your belly, your wife hates you for being fat. You fat pig. The executive named Tom is not to be outdone, and Laterman. The person sprayed directly. Fisher estimated that this is why those groups have to keep their doors closed when they are in meetings, so that they don't disclose a little bit of news, or let the outside world know that these so-called business elites are just like street gangsters with their throats and fists. Laugh out big teeth. It's the same when you have meetings. Next to Fisher sat a 40-year-old spectacle man who seemed to be some of Stark's technical director. He was given a share of Obity because of his patent. As a bonus. No, Titan never holds a shareholder meeting. Fisher squeezed the bridge of his nose. Although the Titan did acquire a lot of shares for development at the beginning, but later these shares were taken back by Fisher. At present, the Titan only less than 10% of the shares are left in the hands of other shareholders, and most of these shareholders are members of the Boston Consortium, who only divide the money and don't care. In other words, the giant has become his voice. That can't be imagined. The IT man crooked his head. At this time, there has been a wave of people arguing on the court, and the purpose of the arguing is also because of the choice of executive officer. Some people think that I can also go to me, and some people want to recommend the boss of their own small group. In short, this will the spit teacup is flying all over the sky, and there is no need for a chair. Enough, you people, I recommend Mr. Fisher Adams. At this moment, the executive who had met Fisher on the first floor suddenly jumped out. Seeing the eyes on the court instantly fell on him, Fisher was determined to send the executive to Africa to help him manage the branch. It's a pity that this man is an employee of Stark. Ahem, this proposal is waived. I am usually very busy and embarrassed by this job, but I have a personal choice. Why don't you consider it? Fisher coughed and continued. Oh, don't you know who Mr. Fisher thinks can be an important task? I recommend Ms. Pepperpotts. The meeting room was silent for a moment, and Pepperpotts was even more stunned. As for Stark, although he still kept playing with a mobile phone, Stark was also taken aback from the stand-up ears. Mr. Fisher, are you kidding me? No, why am I kidding? I proposed Pepperpotts as the new executive officer of Stark Industries. Who approves? Who opposes? Fisher stood up, resting his hands on the table, and his sharp eyes swept across the field. Everyone on it. Agree? Be opposed to? The shareholders here are silent. Everyone remembers what this old man came from. The giant's private army has the right to move and deploy in the country. Now that he has raised his opinion, who is against it? Who dares to object? I object. A young shareholder who had spoken before stood up. Well, in this case. Fisher snapped his fingers, and then John walked in with 2 black suits. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the March Africa tour package of our Titan shipping group. John, send him to the Congo, the tribal chief over there is already waiting. What are you still doing? Send him on the plane. Fei Cher Nunu gestured. Wait, I changed my mind, okay. The young shareholder stammered in cold sweat, looking at John whose arms were thicker than his thighs. I'm sorry, it's too late. John showed a self-confident smile, and grabbed the thin shareholder like a child. Looking at the hapless person being taken away, the remaining shareholders looked at each other, and one of them stood up abruptly. I also agree that Ms. Pepperpotts will become the executive officer of Stark Industries. Yes, we agree too. Ms. Pepperpotts is young and promising, and I agree. The shareholder Limita, who was still in trouble, became a united front and supported Pepperpotts in a unified manner. The contract has been signed, but I don't want to sign it anymore. I'm so entangled. The original 8th issue has been delayed until now. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, You Are Just Mortal. Chapter 48 You Are Just a Mortal. A dispute that was supposed to last for several hours ended under the pressure of a powerful dragon. It only lasted less than an hour. Would you like to visit the Stark mansion? at least I think it is much higher than the office building of your Titan. After the meeting, Pepper suddenly stopped in front of Fisher, who was leaving, and invited him. Oh! Fisher glanced at the corner of the wall behind him, where Stark was paddling his feet and watching the situation here. That would be an honor. It has to be said that even if an important department is closed, Stark Industries is still a very large organization. The entire building is 72 floors high. The top 6 floors are Stark's private space, usually only Pepper. Sis has the authority to enter, but Stark rarely comes to this building usually, and this is when the shareholders' meeting came. Starting from the 66th floor and going down, there are dozens of departments and institutions such as Stark Industries Aerospace Department, Biotechnology Department, Pharmaceutical Research and Development, Power Organization, Energy Development, Electronics Industry, Software Research and Development, etc., and even more insurance and banking. Yes, Stark also got involved in the banking industry. After all, in the United States, it's impossible for a consortium to not engage in a bank. As we all know, it's not safe to put money in a bank, but put it in your own bank. No problem, even the Boston Consortium has the First National Bank of Boston. Along the way, Fisher visited Stark Industries' newly developed Pineapple SIXS mobile phone, Pineapple tablet computer, and new energy electric vehicles. This guy can run 700 kilometers on a single charge, but there are no charging points outside the city. We are discussing with the federal government to see how to solve this problem. Pepper pointed to a parked car in the hall with some regret. The blue car about the same size as the Mini introduced. According to American tradition, if the charging pile you put outside the city is unattended, it will disappear within 3 days. After living in the United States for almost 30 years, plus the 40 years of the previous life, it will, although the folk customs are not proficient, it is not much worse. Even if the charging pile is useless, those black brothers or drunks will still not let it go. Maybe we can try to do it like a gas station. That's no problem, but in the years before this kind of car is put into operation on a large scale, you will not be able to recover the cost. Cost is not something we have to consider, we hope to lead the development of the industry. I don't know where the cat suddenly popped out, with a bag of chocolate beans in my hand. Pepper, it's almost noon, shall we not invite these guests for lunch? Seeing everyone on the court watching him, Stark waved his hand and pretended that he had just passed by. Okay, of course, let's go to the top floor. Perhaps to show off his taste for food, Stark sent Happy directly to his favorite Turkish kebab restaurant. The chefs and waiters all took to the terrace on the top floor of the building to make lunch. The meat was just fresh. The Australian wagyu was airlifted, and even Stark opened a bottle of Royal Salute in his own collection. Fisher had to admire the savory beef with carefully roasted spices, the roasted beef ribs that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Fisher had to admire the salty and fragrant cheese beef patties. Stark was indeed marvels. A gourmet. Speaking of, have you ever considered shooting a documentary, just called America on the Tip of the Tongue? I think it must be a big fire. Put a piece of tender veal into your mouth, take a sip of the Royal Salute, and finally wipe it with a napkin mouth. Fisher's style already has a full look like a little bourgeois. America on the tip of the tongue? Interesting, go ahead. Stark's eyes lit up. He liked this show, just like the collection of the Support Girl magazine he sponsored before. Those beauties finally climbed onto his bed, so these good food will definitely enter his stomach. It's the kind of shop exploring show. In the 50 states of the United States, you first divide a standard, such as which states are good at making beef, and which states are good at using lamb, and then start to introduce the most representative of the local characteristics. Food, recording the process of food making, tracing the materials needed for the food, and even introducing the generalization of those cattle and sheep, such as how much wine, massage, music, and vegetables are needed in order to make the meat more tender. The sunshine, the humidity, etc., etc., these are the contents to be introduced in the program. Also, in addition to making documentaries, we can also produce series of magazines, column articles, and even engage in competitions. Stark will now learn from other things. Pepper, contact National Geographic immediately, and put this in my schedule, and give priority to implementation. Pepper made me funny with you, but she also understood her boss's habit of patting her head to make decisions, and she still took out her tablet and recorded it with kindness. After having a topic, the atmosphere on the table was opened up, and Stark also chatted with Fisher about his vision for the future. I looked at the drawing of your mass accelerator. At least 4 reactors are needed for that thing. If it is to be built, the area will definitely be half the size of the Great Lakes. The required personnel and supporting facilities can be rebuilt. Metropolis. Then build it. As long as the funds for exoskeleton armor are now in place, we can start construction. I plan to complete it in 5 years. Fisher Adams, speaking of it. You and I have known each other for 4 or 5 years. I would like to ask, what is your real purpose for making this thing? Strictly speaking, mass accelerators can also be used as orbital weapons. After all, if it is loaded with live ammunition weapons, the strike range of this thing can even cover Africa. Yes, not only that, but Titan plans to use this gadget to hit 64 armed satellites. If possible, I even plan to build an orbiting space station in the high-altitude orbit of the Earth. Fisher took his tablet. Send a blueprint to the 3D projector in the center of the restaurant. This. Stark put down his knife and fork and walked to the projector. Jarvis. I'm here, sir. Take apart the 3-dimensional picture of this thing. Receive. The triangular orbital space station was instantly decomposed into dozens of parts by Jarvis, and Stark looked at it part by part. Staff cabins, research cabins, maintenance cabins, and weapons cabins. Stark couldn't help but stunned when he looked at the 3 huge cabins of the triangular space station wrapped in heavy armor. Yes, this is currently the biggest thing that Titan can handle. Mach cannon. According to the current technology of Titan, this thing can accelerate 600 kilograms of shells to a speed of 0.04 c and shoot them out. Who are you defending against? Aliens? No one really believes in the existence of aliens these days, right? No way. Stark said while carefully observing the structure of the Mach cannon. Why, people really believe that there are no aliens these days? No. Fisher remembers that Stark's father had studied the universe cube for so long. No, nothing. But how do you know that aliens come to Earth not to make friends with us? It is for war? What resources do they like on our planet? Are humans, or seawater? When human beings domesticated animals and turned them into pets, they didn't think about the resources of pets. Maybe there are aliens who think there are too many people on the Earth and come to help us with family planning. Family planning, what is this word? Stark now feels that Fisher is so radical because he had been a victim of paranoia as a soldier before. Anything is possible, Mr. Stark. If they do come, then what shall we do? At that time I would take out weapons to restrain them myself. I am Tony Stark. Yes, you are Tony Stark, but you are Tony Stark only on the Earth. Fisher can remember what the Rocket Raccoon said to Stark. Maybe Stark is on Earth. A genius that is rare in a century, but in the universe, in those great empires, the Carey Empire, and the New Star Legion, there are many people like Stark. After all, compared with them, the human background is still too shallow. After listening to Fisher's words, Stark wanted to hum twice to express his disdain, but he is also a person who can listen to what Fisher said. He still stopped thinking for a few seconds. I think we should stop this topic. This food is delicious, isn't it? Seeing the smell of gunpowder between the two people getting stronger and stronger, Pepper hurriedly jumped out to make a round. Of course, Ms. Pepper. After re-entering the table, the topic on the table was brought back to the business exchange by Pepper. Fisher's Titan has taken over nearly 70% of the global shipping business in recent years, and Stark Industries has many products. At that time, they were sent to other continents by giant ships, so in this regard, Pepper and Fisher still have a common topic. Even these years, Stark's charity activities and donated food while the clothes were still passing through the waters of Somalia. After encountering pirates, they were able to get out of the siege by the patrol gunboats of the Titans in the local waters. I heard that you have been buying all the vibrates on the market in the past few years. Is this true? Stark suddenly remembered this as he ate. Why do you also know about this? Fisher was a little surprised. You must know that in order not to attract too much attention, Fisher has set up 17 or 8 handbag companies, with agents ranging from Asians to African descents. But it seems that these methods are useless. No, the way you open a leather bag company to find an agent is very clever. Everyone usually doesn't think of a giant, but you still made a mistake. Stark showed a triumphant gesture and picked up the wine glass. Genjin needs special transportation vehicles because of its special attributes, and these vehicles have special appearances. As far as I know, there are currently about 40 special trucks of this type in Titan, and no other country in the world adds up. More than half of yours. Thanks for the reminder. Fisher nodded, and told them to change the appearance of the car when he went back later. In short, after this meal, Stark had less contempt for Fisher. He used to think that this guy was a relatively low-key Tesla oligarch, but now, Fisher is in Stark's eyes. Become a radical explorer of the future of mankind. In fact, in addition to the content of the previous chat, Stark also wanted Fisher to propose his own plasma anti-gravity system, and proposed the development of an anti-gravity car based on this. This is also a joint development project of the two companies, but because Stark's current technology is not mature enough, and Fisher has not yet fully grasped the things he brought back from COD-13, so this project is estimated to remain on the surface for a long time in the future. But Fisher didn't think that the skill of this meal would convince Stark, and because of some of Stark's quirks, he couldn't brainwash Stark, otherwise he would change Stark into something. For adults who are supreme, the picture must be beautiful. I really want to thank you for your help today, Mr. Fisher. Next time you come to New York, you can come to me or Tony again. In order to show his importance to Fisher, Pepper also sent Fisher specially after dinner. When they arrived in the parking lot, the scene of the two shaking hands and saying goodbye was also filmed by a tabloid reporter. Okay, besides, Pepper, Stark is a good match for you. After saying this, Fisher got in the car and left, leaving Pepper alone thinking. Boss, where are we going now? Go home first, and let the European side get ready, we have to go there next week. Fisher leaned in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Understood. John took the order in his mind, and continued, do I need to transfer the Ghost Squad over? No, let them continue to operate in Iraq and clean up the opposition over there. This is their first task. Notify Cormac, let the True Sons send 3 teams to the branch office over there, let them enter with makeup, don't get together, all the identity information is changed to all parts of the world. In addition, let Dr. Samuel Hayden find a way to send a scientific expedition to the Arctic, focusing on investigating the sea area under the Arctic ice cap. Money is not a problem, as long as the sooner the better. Understand? Although I don't know what happened to the Macallan Group boss, John knows that this company is now on Fisher's pocketbook. After all, the last one that Fisher arranged like this was the local Iraqi company. The opposition is armed, but now they have gone to enjoy 72 raisins. It's 4,000 words again. Big brothers and sisters, tomorrow is Children's Day, can you give me money from 298, a street writer who hasn't eaten enough? Bapunk 2077, I only know that the big brothers who read my book are all handsome, romantic, and suave, big sisters are beautiful and moving, drink plenty of hot water. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Woohoo, take off. Chapter 49 Woohoo, Take Off. Iraq. New Baghdad, 3 o'clock in the morning. Titan Base Airport, codenamed Zeus. A C-17 transport aircraft that has been magically altered and cannot see its original appearance is slowly and vertically landed on the runway of the base under the support of the rotatable jet engines on both sides of the wings. This C-17 can be regarded as Fisher's private jet. As a fierce man who has served in service, Fisher thinks that those who use Airbus A380 and Gulfstream G550 as private jets are all idiots. The internal cargo warehouse of this C-17 it has been reduced by half, and now only 2 parallel 6-wheeled armored vehicles can be parked, and the rest has been transformed into a bedroom dining room and a home theater. If Kate refused, Fisher would also like to build an aerial swimming pool. In addition to internal changes and flight control system upgrades, the C-17's cockpit has also undergone major changes. The cockpit glass windows are covered with armor and replaced by holographic sensors. If it is not because the flying coffin control system is not suitable for the C-17, the cost sheer wanted to do that stuff on it. The appearance of the C-17 has also been greatly changed. Dual automatic guns are installed on the back and belly of the aircraft. At the same time, there are 2 missile pylons on the belly, which can mount 4 air-to-air missiles. In terms of power, the original 4 HP PW2040 turbofan engines were replaced by 6-vector plasma jet engines, which have more horsepower and faster speed, and even the R&D department frantically installed a retractable float on the lower abdomen of the C-17 codenamed Paladin to support this. The plane took off and landed on the water in an emergency. Fisher's modification was also included in Boeing's own brochure, which caused quite a stir. Many of the rich and powerful dogs in the Middle East and Russia were quite interested, but they couldn't buy the C-17. Can only retreat and take Airbus to change. Welcome to Iraq, sir. After Fisher stepped off the plane leisurely, the 2 men immediately greeted him. Cormac Madsen, who was just 38 years old this year, once served with Fisher in the Marine Corps. The 2 men's different units also had a joint rescue operation. In that operation, Fisher risked a rain of bullets and bullets bravely rescued 2 friendly soldiers who were seriously wounded. This left a deep impression on Cormac. Later, because his daughter went to school, Cormac chose to retire. An acquaintance pulled over, of course, the same name of Cormac and COD11 universe Cormac also accounted for a large part of the reason. And the other man, the most eye-catching place is his arms, which are 2 mechanical arms. Dr. Samuel Hayden, perhaps because of the butterfly effect, there have been many characters in this world that are almost the same as those in Fisher's impression, such as this Samuel Hayden, who also suffers from an incurable disease. The body's functions are slowly dying. As a master of mechanical engineering and applied physics, he thought of replacing his dying limbs with machinery. For this reason, he chose to come to Fisher for help, because currently only Titan's prosthetic technology is considered the most mature. In the face of the younger brother who took the initiative to vote for the door, how could Fisher not accept it? Not only did he give Dr. Samuel Hayden the transformation he wanted, he also sent a dozen scientists to fight. Dr. Muir Hayden immediately used the team that Fisher gave him to form the core team of the Titans, and he was responsible for the reverse development of the technical drawings wrecked by Fisher from various worlds. "How are you doing?" Shaking the fleece windbreaker that Kate had just put on, Fisher let out a sigh of relief and asked with concern. "There is no big problem. Both the True Sons and the Sentinels have now completed the deployment of the new exoskeleton armor. That thing can make our soldiers one enemy 10. But there are still a few pilots we urgently need. The base now has there are 6 F-52 squadrons, but there are only enough pilots for 4 squadrons. Although we have recruited hundreds of volunteers from all over the world in the past year, it will take half a year for them to be proficient in flying technology. I will give you more detailed information tomorrow morning. You have a report." Cormac briefly introduced the current overview of Zeus Base. "I have a lot of them here. You should come to the laboratory to see them one by one." We are currently working hard to solve the heat dissipation problem of the 100-armed giant. As for the 2 ordnance giants, the assembly work will take about 3 months. It can be done. Having been working hard, not everything is too big. Fisher felt inwardly and blurted out. Although I admire his boss's usual unconstrained thoughts, whether the other party's strange words jumped out or left the few people present at the scene puzzled. It's okay, let's rest now. Tomorrow morning we will go to see the giant with 100 arms. Fisher waved his hand, walked, and went to bed first. Since the Titans entered Iraq, investment and inspections from other countries have increased. In New Baghdad, many star-rated hotels have risen from the ground and are located on the Tigris River that flows through the city. The ecological environment has been renovated. It also attracted a large number of tourists to travel, and the good circular development of the economy has also benefited the local people of Iraq. Since they can make money in peace, those militants will naturally not continue with the giant security forces armed to the teeth. Confrontation. Of course, if Fisher wants to live, he will definitely not stay in the hotels outside. Those hotels are not only expensive, but the security forces are also very weak. Will there be some thefts? Wouldn't it be better to rest in the special villas in the Titan base? You must know that these villas can be regarded as invisible benefits that Fisher provides to his subordinates. If the family members of the employees of the Titan come to visit the base, they can not only enjoy the free air ticket, board, and lodging, but also live in these villas. Fisher is well versed. The Emperor did not miss the principle of starving soldiers, especially because of the small scale in the early days of Titan's establishment. At that time, almost every employee had 4 or 5 insurances. Once they had an accident, their families could receive millions of compensation. Such generous treatment combined with Fisher's approachable way of dealing with people, it can be said that the loyalty of Titan's internal employees to him is above 70, 90 is considered loyal. Salute. After a night's rest, the vigorous Fisher put on a light grey training uniform and walked into the main building of the base. When the sentry at the gate saw his boss passing by, his voice was a bit louder than usual. "Good morning, everyone." The bustling hall was silent the moment Fisher opened the door. Looking at the crowded heads, Fisher was full of accomplishment. Knowing the arrival of the big boss, almost all the heads of the Titans in Iraq are concentrated here. The heads of the combat troops are concentrated on the left, and the economic and scientific research personnel are on the right. There is a clear separation between the two sides. "Okay, let's sit down." Fisher pulled the chair away and sat down, took the PDA at hand, and looked at it carefully. As of 2010, Titan has become a behemoth with more than 2 million employees. The specific data are as follows. There are 60,000 combat troops deployed in Iraq, excluding the Air Force and Navy, which are specifically divided into 10 attack brigades, Sons of Truth, and 1 Special Operations Brigade, Sentinel. The equipment data possessed are as follows. T-740 Titan D formation tank, 120. Infantry fighting vehicles/armored vehicles, 400. Fighting Falcon assault gunboat, 160. MV-66 Giant Bird VTOL transport aircraft, 280. F-52 fighter, 96, all expected to be deployed on the 100-armed Giant. F-16 fighter, 72. Su-25 attack aircraft, 24. Xian-style multifunctional transport aircraft, 108. Enterprise-class littoral combat ship, equipped with electromagnetic gun and UAV library 10 ships. Frigate and patrol boat, 30 ships. The dense data shows that the corners of Fisher's mouth are about to split. With this army, Fisher feels that he can even touch a certain 5 permanent country, yes, it's you, the United Kingdom. Large-scale military forces also require greater economic support. The average annual military expenditure required has reached 6 billion green tickets, even more than Germany. These funds are derived from the energy development, shipping, resource exploration and arms trade of the giant. Of course, there are some unseen black ops. In 10 years alone, the CIA paid almost $2 billion to the giant. After the follow-up funds of EXO are in place, continue to increase investment in aviation. Mr. Williams, it is best to increase the aerospace training for pilots. Is there any difficulty? The head of the Titan Air Force, Williams Reinhardt, was previously a member of the Bundeswehr. He has more than 20 years of flying time and is proficient in more than 30 kinds of aircraft. If it were not for the casualties caused by military exercises, he is a lieutenant general, but unfortunately there is no if. The unhappy Williams originally wanted to go to the United States to be a civil aviation captain to support his family, but the person in charge of the airline immediately pushed him when he saw his resume. To Fisher. No difficulty, boss, the new batch of pilots has received almost 600 hours of adaptability training. Now we only need to wait for our big guys to serve, and the aerospace forces can quickly become combative. You don't have to worry about this, as long as we solve the current problems, the big guy you want will appear soon. Dr. Samuel Hayden patted his chest. Then I will squat at the door of your laboratory every day to see when you can solve the problem. When we can solve the problem, it depends on when the boss can get the materials we need. Materials? Why don't people buy us materials? Do you want us to go over and trouble them? Hearing that there is a chance, the head of the sentry who has been fighting a security war, and former Delta Special Forces Commander Anthony P. Mann hurriedly jumped out to fight. No, your mission is not here, Anthony. I need you to turn Iraq into a real rear area, without any worries, and turn this land into our territory, understand? Clear. No, you don't understand. Fisher rubbed his temples, stood up and slowly said, I know you don't understand many of my commands, but they still implement them firmly. Even now, I don't hide it. Now, guys, what do you think of alien life? Alien life? A group of elders who were born in the army looked at each other, but many scientists on the other side had their eyes bright. Our Earth seems calm, but it is already in danger. As early as the 1990s, there were aliens trying to attack the Earth. Although they were finally stopped, they would not give up. I know some of you find it impossible. But what I want to tell you is that within 3 years, our homes will undergo drastic changes, and we are the pioneers responsible for the safety of our homes. You can make a bet with me. Fisher paid out $3. On the table. The maximum is $3. Does anyone want to bet with me? Sir, I don't think it's possible, I bet. An Asian giant high-level executive put down $1. And I. Me too. In a few minutes, everyone in the conference room had finished placing their bets. The head of the science department was almost all on Fisher's side, while the head of the military was half open. Kate, are you finished? Well, it has been recorded. The little secretary nodded. Okay, everyone, let us wait and see. By the way, can you not look at me with this kind of eyes? Fisher said to Kate uncomfortably in the slightly bumpy cabin, and the latter had already stared at him for half hours. What's wrong? I just want to know when you became a prophet. Also, is it true that aliens attack the Earth? Kate asked with a grin, lying halfway on the flat chair. This is not a prophecy, this is a fact that is destined to happen in the future, and what I have to do is to let the tragedies that are doomed to happen disappear. Do you believe me? I believe that from the moment you pulled me out of the burning battleship and jumped into the sea, I believed that everything you were doing was right. Said, Ketra opened her neckline and pointed to her chest. A scar above said seriously. Then you will not be disappointed. Sir, we are about to approach the Zagros Mountains, the pilot suddenly reminded loudly. Open the cabin door. Fisher put on the headset and gestured to the pilot a few times. The flank hatch of the Fighting Falcon gunboat opened, and before Fisher poked his head out, a gust of wind swept the sand and washed his face. As the end of the Mesopotamian plain, the Zagros Mountains in the northwest has always been considered a sparsely populated area, especially after the giants moved in. The Iraqi government also specifically moved some civilians from remote areas to the plains because of the giants contracted this mountain range. As for the reason, it is very simple. This mountain has mineral resources, and the terrain is complex, and there are a lot of shelters. It is perfect to be used as a secret base, and the giants currently being built by the Titans are hidden in this area, under the mountains. Today is considered to be the contract sent over. The May event was postponed to June. I really am a waste of the late stage of procrastination. In addition, if you feel watery in this chapter, please remind me. I will write this in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, 100-Armed Giant Aegean. Chapter 50 The 100-Armed Giant Aegean. The gunboat lowered its height after entering the mountains. A huge gap was suddenly opened on the side of a mountain not far from Fisher, revealing a long airport runway with warning lights inside. Welcome to Mother Base, sir. The pilot skillfully landed the gunboat on the runway, and raised to Fisher in a coquettish American military salute. Good technology, Lieutenant. Fisher shook hands with the other party, then jumped out of the cabin and walked to the people who greeted him. When I came last time, there was still a runway here. You guys moved fast enough, now there are 4. After all, we have a bunch of big guys now. We have to widen the openings, otherwise traffic jams are easy. Samuel shook his long robotic arm and walked in the first place. Behind him was his student and secretary Olivier. Dr. Ye is a scholar of quantum mechanics and space development, and in Fisher's eyes, it seems that Dr. Olivier is still an avid mechanical enthusiast, staring at the semi-mechanized Samuel Hayden all day and drooling. Speaking of which, this thing has swallowed us nearly 100 billion. Kate looked at the F-52 fighter plane parked in the hangar with emotion. It will be worth the money, madam. Olivia turned her head and said seriously, this thing can re-establish the world order. As the butler of the giant god, Kate was still having a headache for the huge financial investment, but Olivia's wife made her exasperated. I hope so. Everyone boarded the traffic car and went straight along the deep passage. After the giant contracted this area, tens of thousands of engineering teams started working day and night, almost hollowing out the interior of the entire mountain range, including the dry dock. Almost all important facilities, including laboratories and military production lines, can be said that apart from the Boston factory, this is the second largest branch base of Titan, for which Fisher specially named Mother Base. After hurried along the cool whistling passage for half an hour, the scene in front of everyone suddenly became clear. This is... Kate was suddenly excited by smelling the faint smell of sea in the air. Our number 1 dock is here, and our EGN is here. Samuel Hayden explained, the dry dock is connected to the artificial lake we built. Once EGN is built, it will be built from set sail here. Artificial lake, but I can smell the sea water. Kate was puzzled. The artificial lake is drawn from the sea by us, and it is also the source of water for the base. We have built 4 seawater purification plants to meet the daily needs of the base, and there is even more power to supply nearby cities. Is that the Aegean? Kate was caught by a huge metal artifact in the dry dock at this moment. 100-armed giants are the children of Gaia and Uranus. There are 3 children, named Briareus, Kotos, and Gugus. They are huge and ferocious monsters, even bigger than the Titans and Cyclops. Soon after they were born, their father Uranus saw that they were all ugly monsters and disliked them very much, which led to their subsequent encounters. They were imprisoned by Cronus in Tartarus. Later, after Zeus rebelled, the 100-armed giant reached a pie deal with him to help him overthrow his father. In Iliad, Homer mentioned a story not found in other Greek myths. Some Olympus gods, represented by Poseidon and Athena, attempted to overthrow Zeus. But the sea goddess Thetis invited a giant with 100 arms to protect Zeus and defeated the gods' rebellion. This 100-armed giant and the gods call it Briareus, and the humans call it Aegon. In the world of Ace Combat 6, there is also a giant called Aegon, which is the P-112 air cruise control aircraft of the Slovakia Navy. The original idea of this giant is to control a large area of airspace with carrier-based aircraft and cruise missiles as weapons. I think Fisher used his boss's power in order to get the blueprints for this thing. First he tried his best to get to the trump card position in the war, and then he was selected by the Slovakia Navy to become one of the P-112 carrier aircraft members. This is how we got all the information on P-112. The wingspan is 963.77 m, the total length is 433.3 m, and the height is 102.39 m. It can carry 72 F-52 fighter jets and has 7 light-wheel cruise missile silos. I can hardly imagine that there will be something bigger in this world. Samuel's face is full of accomplishment, but he watched it build up every day. Not necessarily, Dr. Hayden, don't say it's so dead. Fisher can remember that Hydra built such a large intercontinental bomber during World War II. Although the power source is the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, he is so big. A butterfly is irritated, and I am afraid that it will blow up regardless of SHIELD and Hydra. But it doesn't matter to Fisher whether they blow up or not. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and trickery are imaginary, unless you have both powerful strength and play conspiracy tricks, such as the detective Sherlock's Domum. It's here to negotiate. How is the current progress? Fisher leaned on the high railing to see that the densely packed engineering personnel and machinery were as small as ants. The keel is only completed, and the internal structure is still very slow. After all, we followed the revised drawings step by step. We only built a verification machine less than 100 meters long before confirming that the technology is perfect, and there are 2 next door. The little guy is also working on it. There is a shortage of manpower. After all, we need to keep pace and keep secrets. Samuel complained. How is C6 your research? The reverse of C6 is still not completed, but there is no problem with imitation, but I can't guarantee the safety. Then imitate hundreds of small-scale experiments first, and if there is no problem, go directly to mass production. Those robots can do a lot. Understood, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Okay, let's see how the big birds are. Fisher patted the railing and took the lead to walk to the next door. Less than 2 kilometers away from this dry dock is another huge workshop. Here is a huge workshop that is more than 200 meters wider than Aegon, but without a big baby as long as it. The sparks from engineers cutting are like raindrops. Sprinkle from it. Arsenal giant bird, Arsenal bird. To be honest, drones can develop to this point, and it is estimated that there will be nothing to do with our pilots in the future. This time, Olivia was changed to introduce. No, Doctor, drones will not replace manned aircraft, never. War is impossible to kill opponents with a single button, war like that cannot satisfy their desires. Yes, in fact, in the operation of the Arsenal bird, we have adopted 2 sets of modes. One is remote ground control, and the other is manual operation by the pilot. In order to prevent the drone from being hacked remotely, a one-click remote disconnection mode is also set, but once it is activated, the gadget will have to rely on the concerted efforts of 4 pilots to fly. So, these 2 things have swallowed up 2/3 of our income in the past few years, right? Kate calculated the huge number, already a little bit swearing. Yes, but their maintenance costs will be relatively low, especially for Aegon. We only used the fusion reactor for energy. Once it is up and running, the maintenance cost is about the same as that of a Nimitz aircraft carrier and a half. That's good, to be honest, Fisher, didn't you really make these things to rule the United States? Kate's voice had not yet fallen, and the remaining guys immediately took a golden light. Ruling the United States? How is it possible? Such a big mess, who wants to take it? Fisher waved his hand. Oh! Hearing his boss's speech, several scientists were quite disappointed. Most of them were recruited by Fisher because they were uncomfortable or unsatisfactory. They naturally didn't have a good impression of the United States, especially Dr. Samuel Hayden. After he got this disease, he was kicked out of the research institute, and his family's luxury car was also taken back. If he didn't usually pay attention to savings, some of his family assets, it is estimated that before Fisher asked him to join the giant, he had starved to death with his wife and children on the street. NS. But if you want to unify, you must unify the world. I have a name. If one day, Blue Star will change its name to Interstellar Federation, or Star Federation for short, and then build a space station in outer space and name it God Fort. Hearing his boss's speech later, the few people who were still disappointed immediately came to their spirits. Don't even think about it, the 3 melons and 2 dates on the earth are not enough for me to create these forces. Our goal is the stars and the sea. These are just appetizers. When we are proficient, we should build a big guy who can really sail in deep space. NS. Then, sir, the aliens you mentioned, when will they come to Earth? It can be as short as 2 or 3 years, and as long as 7 or 8 years. At that time, we will face the life and death of a race. And these are the necessities for us to buy time. Fisher pointed to the giant ordnance bird at his feet. Because the construction time was earlier, this ordnance giant bird, codenamed Freedom, has completed the construction of the main body, and the power system has also been installed. It is now being finalized. If nothing happens, it will be ready in 2 months. Soaring to the sky, as for the other ship codenamed Justice, because the heat dissipation problem of the pulse energy cannon and the laser cannon has not been solved yet, the progress of Justice can only be suspended. When Fisher can get the vibration, Justice can be built. By the way, sir, I took the time to make a sample of the explosive weapon you mentioned before. Would you like to see it? After inspecting the basic conditions of the 3 big guys, Samuel Hayden remembered the previous fee. Shear hurriedly said a kind of self-defense weapon for him. Oh, did you say there are samples? Yes, according to your instructions, 19mm caliber, rocket propulsion, diamond warhead, but those prayers you said, I didn't have any tools at hand, so I didn't portray them, but I let someone deliberately refine the shell. Quickly, bring it over and let me be healthy. Fisherton was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered. The chapter of 3002, there is no 4000, sorry, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, do you call this a self-defense weapon? Chapter 51, do you call this a self-defense weapon? Looking at the large automatic pistol with its own forearm length, Kate has a new understanding of the concept of self-defense weapons, 19mm bullets, 12 rounds of magazines, fully automatic firing, even if a lot of composite materials are used. This gun is over 3 kilograms. What is the concept? An M4A1 carbine is only 2.86 kilograms, and the pistol in Fisher's mouth is heavier than a rifle. You don't understand, this is a man's romance. Fisher is already full of enthusiasm this time. In his previous life, he spent a lot of money to get a MA37 model water gun and he was not so excited when he got it. Give me a 20-meter target. After finishing loading, Fisher pulled the bolt and raised the gun. Amidst the scream of the guide rail, a human-shaped chest target was hooked to a position 20 meters away from Fisher. Friendly reminder, this thing will be a little loud. Fisher grinned and pulled the trigger. Boom! Deafening gunshots and bright muzzle flames appeared at the same time, and almost at the same time the human-shaped chest target was blown to pieces. However, to Fisher's surprise, although the recoil of this gun is large, it is still within the controllable range, just like a 12-caliber shotgun. The adjustable floating buttstock has a special treatment for the inner diameter of the muzzle, and a flame arrestor, which can release almost all flame and gas like on both sides. The only problem now is that the fire is loud and the fire is obvious. And because using composite materials, this thing is best not to be used in close combat. Samuel explained carefully. Of course, we also made a heavy-duty rifle with 50 rounds of drums. The thing is made of all steel. The rifle weighs more than 17 pounds. No one can use that unless it is a soldier equipped with exoskeleton armor. So is it necessary? Change to another material? Or reduce the caliber, because small caliber rocket-propelled ammunition is still a bit difficult for us, and it can only be produced on a small scale at present. No, don't reduce it. You continue to research, and there will be more funds. In addition, let me install 2 of this stuff. By the way, Samuel, find me a technician who is good at carving. Abdullah Hussain carefully put down the carving knife in his hand. Just now, a big-breasted beauty who visited their village ordered a silver bracelet from him. This is a gadget worth $300. He didn't even think about it in the past. Dare to imagine that when he was a child, he and his parents had studied the craft for more than 10 years but finally picked up AK-74. If it were not for the policy support of the giant, Abdullah would never have imagined that he would actually have the day to eat by his ancestral craftsmanship. Aruba. Pack this quickly. After confirming that the silver bracelet had been built, Abdullah immediately called out loudly to the eldest son who was an accountant at the front desk. Okay, father. The young man in the little white hat immediately ran over with a box. Packed, father. After she skillfully packed the accessories with wrapping paper and ribbon, Aruba took the box and walked out of the room. Kong dang! Abdullah, who had just stretched out, was shocked when he heard a crisp sound. You fellow, it's best not to tell me that you broke the box, because then I should kick you fiercely. The tired Abdullah opened the curtain viciously and walked out. What are you looking at? Seeing the beautiful silver bracelet falling on the ground, Abdullah was about to slap his son, only to find that he was growing up and looking at the sky. Dad, what is that? Aruba pointed to a black spot in the sky that was approaching quickly. Abdullah squinted his eyes and found that the thing seemed to be an armed transport plane of a giant god. When he was a gorilla in his early years, he was embarrassed by this thing. It's just a plane, what can I see? Get the box ready, the guests are still waiting. But Dad, that plane seems to be coming towards us. What? Abdullah raised his head, and after staring carefully for a few seconds, he confirmed the fact that the transport plane seemed to be flying towards him. Is this coming to catch me? Isn't it the policy that, as long as you lay down your weapons, you will forget the blame after the labor reform period is over? Countless thoughts flashed by, but Abdullah didn't mean to escape. The Titan had registered all the people, and he would be captured by the town's National Guard shortly after he ran out. Anxious Abdullah saw the transport plane spraying blue fire and landing in front of his door, his heart instantly mentioned in his throat. When 4 soldiers wearing training uniforms with tactical vests and rifles on their chests walked out of the ZNVTOL transport plane, Abdullah almost fainted because the Titan's security police were dressed in this costume. Who is Abdullah Hussain? A female ponytailed officer in the lead asked the crowd loudly. I am. After taking a deep breath and touching his son's head, Abdullah stepped forward and said respectfully. Are you the best silversmith here? The female officer asked again. Yes, I'm a silversmith, I dare not claim to be the best. Abdullah, who wanted to say that I was a prisoner of war, was stunned for a second after hearing the female officer's words. They didn't seem to come to arrest him. That line, come with us, there is a list for you to do. Ah! Abdullah was dumbfounded. What are you doing, getting on the plane? We are very short on time. Oh! Abdullah, who reacted hurriedly, put on his little white hat and followed the soldiers onto the plane. The news that Abdullah was taken away by the soldiers quickly spread to nearby villages, and his wife, who was visiting his mother-in-law's home with his little son, naturally knew the news. It is not clear to the woman who was taken away because of her husband in a hurry. He ran home and cried for a long time with his eldest son in his arms. Then he began to prepare for the funeral for Abdullah. After buying a lot of joss sticks and grease, the three of them sat in the room. I waited until the evening, when Abdullah, who was carrying 1,000 yuan in his arms and carrying a cake and a leg of lamb, walked into the house happily. His wife fainted directly. This prodigal maiden. Abdullah, who heard the cause of the incident from his two sons, was angry and laughed, but his wife was dizzy. He could only go and invite the doctor into the house again, and woke up Abdu. Wife Law cried when she looked at her husband who was intact. And Abdullah had to explain that he was taken to help a big boss to sculpt jewelry. His craftsmanship is very good. The other party is very satisfied, not only gave himself twice the wages, but also gave himself a stack of food stamps. So he took the food stamps and exchanged some imported cakes, and after he took a leg of lamb, his wife burst into tears and laughed. Laugh a fart, go and cook the leg of lamb, and give me a cup of tea. It's been a long way from town to get here. I'm exhausted. In fact, Abdullah is not alone. In the past few years, because the living environment has become worse and worse, a large number of militants have chosen to come out of the mountains and surrender to the Iraqi security forces and the Titan security forces. After these guys have been screened, he went to Africa to play in the sand. The other hapless guys were sent to labor camps to build their beautiful homes. Of course, Fisher would not let these guys only know work. There are various kinds of labor camps. The training class taught them various skills: electric welding, chefs, beauty salons, and excavators. For this reason, Fisher specially gave a plaque to the training class, called the New Western Training Class. As long as they learned well, they could shorten it. During the time of labor, he performed well and could be released early. It can be said that his move disintegrated most of the militants that the giant needed to have a headache. As for the remaining diehards, they were handed over to the Ghost Squad. These veterans either perform the beheading, or instruct the bombers to send a laser-guided bomb into their hometown. In short, the quality of life in Iraq may not be as good as that during the Saddam administration. Other aspects have returned to the previous level, even in medical and transportation communications. After all, the Iraqi people did not have smartphones and tablets during the SDM period. Computer. The changes made by the Titans to Iraq are extremely huge. It can even be said that if the Titans withdraw from Iraq, then Iraq will return to the state before 2003. The central government will not issue orders, the local factions are numerous, and the warlords and bandits are constantly infested, so even in Iraq. There are a few officials among the officials who think that the giant tail is too big and dare not make the slightest move, let alone what they want to do to the giant. Once they have this idea, the civilians who are paid by the giant will tear them alive. So, even if some people of insight know that the giant is a poison to quench their thirst by drinking a cup of poison, they still have to drink it, but after drinking it, Iraq will slowly become the shape of a giant. Looking at the hole less than 20 meters away from him, Fisher took a deep breath and made a light swing. The golf ball rolled over and stopped abruptly where there was less than a palm from the hole. It looks like you have to practice. Fisher's father smiled and handed the pole to the bodyguard on the side. He walked to the battery car not far away, took out 2 bottles of iced mineral water from it, and threw it to Fisher. After getting one bottle, he picked up the other bottle and drank most of it in one breath. After all, I'm not like you playing every day. Fisher took a sip of mineral water, and then stepped on the turf under his foot and let out a sigh of relief. After inspecting the giant base in Iraq, Fisher returned to his old site, Boston, the capital of Massachusetts. Boston is not only the largest city in the northeastern part of the United States, but also a culturally famous city with a long history. It is home to Harvard and MIT. It is also the root of the Revolutionary War. Boston is pouring tea, Lexington's gunshots, Bunker Mountain, Concord, it can be said that this place has a long history of anti-British history, and Fisher came here. One is to participate in the annual meeting of the Boston Foundation, and the other is to find a good brother to help him block the gun. After all, we must prepare to engage in the Macallan group. If only the Titans end up fighting, it will be very noticeable. If there are a few more good brothers, then this battle will become an ordinary commercial conflict. I understand what you think, but this Macallan group is not as easy to deal with as you think. Although he has not been involved in family affairs much, Fisher's father is concerned about the various complicated entanglements between these consortiums. Fisher still needs to learn. James Macallan, their history goes back to the 100 Years' War. At that time, their family was a very important supplier of weapons to the French army. Originally, with this credit, they could mix up a very good earl title, but his ancestors I felt that the war was deadlocked, so I chose to bet on both ends. Then France won, so they were liquidated. Fisher took the conversation. He still had a vague memory of this when he watched the movie. Yes, after being liquidated, the Macallan family was forced to go into exile in the United Kingdom. It was not until the death of Charles VII that they returned to France and kept a low profile. During the French Revolution, they rose again and relied on the rise of Napoleon, France's arms supplier. Then there was World War I and World War II. It is said that the Macallan group was still working in World War II, but nothing happened after the war. You dare to believe it? ER's father was amazed. Anyway, they are all spicy and crispy pots, they are all forced. Yes, they were forced. Father Fisher rubbed the finished water bottle and stuffed it into the trunk of the car. I said this, mainly to tell you that forces like the Macallan group are entangled with those families in Europe. There is me and you and me, and they influence each other. If you want to bring them down, you must. The teacher is famous. The teacher is famous, for example, how about James Macallan is the back scenario funder of terrorists? Fisher touched his stubble, and said thoughtfully. Ahem, you can't talk nonsense about this, you know, kid. I know your ideals and your mother and I can't understand it, but we will support you unconditionally, so I will communicate your ideas with people from other families. I think they will also support you. After all, are we a Boston consortium? I understand, Father. Fisher nodded, and when he wanted to say a few more sensational words, another battery car drove up. Kate, dressed in sports, was wearing a sports vest, a pair of sports shorts, and the same dress next to him. Mother Fisher and the two sitting in the back of the car greeted loudly. They are all on the road. Do you still want to play? Understood. John, tell everyone to gather, we are going back to the hotel. Fisher nodded and greeted John, who was following him, to let him gather his bodyguards. The other families of the consortium were already on their way, and now they too have to rush over, at least not late. I didn't expect that CHCHD was broadcasting the Halo legend. It's a pity that the sergeant who controlled the prototype inside died, and Carl 141, it's uncomfortable to watch it again. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Meeting. Chapter 52 Meeting. At this moment, a castle hotel on the outskirts of Boston has been surrounded by big men wearing black suits and black sunglasses. A sniper wearing an unmarked training uniform has also been in position on the high ground, holding a big wolf dog. The patrol team went back and forth in 2 or 3 minutes, and Fisher was amazed by such a grand show. If you change to a giant, you only need 30 soldiers to complete the defense here. We will set up security turrets at key intersections, deploy stealth unmanned attack aircraft, and of course snipers. I found out in this year's newcomer. A lot of good seedlings, one called the Prophet, with first-rate marksmanship. John said while controlling the Mercedes. That's no way, who called today's host named Kennedy. Fisher straightened his shirt and waited until John parked his car at the hotel door and walked slowly. Look at who this is, Fisher Adams, the leader of our younger generation. Hey brother, how are you doing? A lady in a suit who looks very sunny and handsome with short hair and diagonal bangs stepped forward to hug flicked Fisher. Eat and drink, very good. Fisher felt the touch on his chest, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. When he was in college, he was added with C. Why is it like this now? Ruth Fitzgerald Kennedy, the most rebellious guy in the Kennedy family at present, is not one of them. Fisher still remembers that when she was in college after retiring, she was still a very hot big wave, good figure, good looks, and temperament. Fisher kind of wanted to tell a story with each other, but he didn't expect this guy to be a lesbian. She regarded Fisher as a brother, but Fisher wanted to see her through. Although playing with the brothers is horrible, Ruth hasn't done anything wrong with Fisher. Every time she plays with the beauties, she pulls up Fisher. Unexpectedly, after graduating and joining the group, this guy cut her hair and got tattoos. After he got up, he even shrank his chest, openly mingling with a few beautiful female secretaries in the group. Such a deviant behavior naturally broke the heart of her family's elder brothers and parents, but her grandfather's elders spoil her very much, and her own abilities are also outstanding. Harvard is not in vain, taking advantage of Boston's own advantages. Has made quite a name in the area of information technology. Where's Kate? Why didn't you see her? You can pull it there, I'm just such a capable female secretary, I don't want her to entangle you too much. Fisher slapped the opponent's paw on his suit without angrily. Aren't we good brothers? We should share good things, right? Shut fake up. Don't think about it. If you dare to get close to Kate within 10 meters, I will send the video of you and the cheerleaders jumping to the media. Really, you were not stripped naked the day you said it. Don't mention it. Fisher was sad for a while. Who said he was messy after drinking? Why did he get drunk and he was slouching and he couldn't stand still, so he shouldn't have mixed with this guy in the first place. Okay, let's not talk about this. What good business has recently been? Let us enjoy the convenience of following a transnational trust. Business. Fisher thought for a moment. The businesses currently involved in the Kennedy family are nothing more than traditional manufacturing, aerospace, materials, finance, electronic products, energy, and petroleum. But the McAllen Group's business has nothing to do with it. There are fewer conflicts with them, plus the banner of Kennedy, there is a show. Fisher nodded. When he really wanted to give the other party a preliminary idea, he found that this guy had already moved towards another BMW car. Hee, you girl, still so weird. An old man walked out of the car with a grin, and Ruth had already eagerly put his arm on the other side. Rex Kennedy, it is said that he was the cousin of President Kennedy that year. He once served as the director of the NSA at the time. However, as Kennedy was solved by a Carcano rifle, he soon became the director. Good noon, sir. Fisher, who is sympathetic and reasonable, and represents the young generation benchmark of the Adams family, must show his politeness. He nodded slightly and greeted the other party. So are you, good noon, Mr. Adams. Why didn't you see your grandpa this time? They went to the Antarctic to see the penguins on the research boat. This time my uncle led the team. They have already gone in. Oh, then I should go in too. Can't let them just wait. Fisher did not move when Rex walked in. He first smoked a cigarette outside. In fact, he didn't want to be involved in such so-called consortium meetings. After all, compared with other families, my busy point is different from them. After smoking a cigarette, Fisher walked slowly into the conference hall. At this time, a bald middle-aged uncle was thinking about a bunch of financial data, what market share has increased, and which country has completed the market development. Of course, there are also accusations against Rockefeller and curses against the Morgan Consortium. Fisher's movement in coming in was neither big nor small, and the movement was naturally watched by many people, but they only glanced at it, and then returned their attention to the original position. Are you smoking again? Just sitting in his seat, the cheap old man next to him asked in a low voice. Just one? Then you smoke some good cigarettes, the $9 Marlboro, are you serious? Mainly I like to take $99 shoes and crush $9 cigarette butts. You kid. You can always do something new. Fisher smiled and grabbed the mineral water bottle on the table and took a sip. At this moment, the people on the field have changed the spokesperson of another family. The textile industry they are responsible for has already accounted for half of the entire Americas. Now they plan to engage in some alpaca breeding in Peru, so they come to finance from the banking industry controlled by the consortium. Internal financing is nothing new in the consortium. Strictly speaking, this thing is left-handed to right-handed, and even interest is not available. A bunch of 5, 6, or 70 old men murmured for a while, and voted in agreement, so that man received an initial investment of 1 billion yuan. If the alpaca market can explode, there will be more investment in the later period. How long are we going to wait here? Fisher couldn't help but yawn, and asked himself Salert Adams, who was sitting next to his right hand. This is Fisher's cheap uncle and one of the 4 shareholders of Titan. Of course, he only has a symbolic 5% in his hand, but the annual dividends of this money are at least hundreds of millions of green votes, which is equivalent to picking up for nothing. It's still an hour. Uncle Chi understood Fisher's performance at the moment. In fact, he was also impatient. It would be better for him to play golf and drink fine wine and buy a few collections of paintings by the way. How do you usually deal with this matter? What do you mean? It's a meeting. Look at your father. Fisher turned his head and looked, only to find that his cheap old man would have been asleep in the dark, but he was stunned that there was no sound, his body was sitting upright, and he nodded from time to time, as if he was attending a meeting seriously. If it wasn't for me to have to say a few words later, then I would sleep better than him. All right. After waiting for almost 30 minutes, Uncle Kai adjusted his suit, pushed away the chair and walked up. The Adams family actually sold arms from the very beginning, such as Bell Helicopter. Many people may be confused when it comes to the name of the company, but when it comes to their products, UH-1 Huey, AH-1 Cobra, and MV-22 Osprey rotorcraft, these are all Bell's products. Of course, now also add the MV-44 Cormorant. Due to aggressive behavior, this thing is a 4-rotor heavy transport aircraft. This is regarded as Fisher's shares for Bell. In fact, at the beginning, Fisher was I wanted to buy Bell directly, but in the end I gave up. First, the scale of Bell Company is considered to be a large international company. Second, there are many Adams family members in the company. Help your family. What Uncle Cheap wants to talk about is very simple. The Ministry of National Defense proposed a light-armed reconnaissance helicopter concept. Bell combines some of the characteristics of the AH-1 Cobra OH-58 Kiowa Warriors and the RAH-66 Comanche, plus the nuances provided by the Titan. Deo Turbofan integrated a OH-70 helicopter codenamed Ziuan, which looks like a reduced version of the Comanche. Because the military requires light reconnaissance armaments, this helicopter is very small, about the same speed as the OH-58. At about 270 km per hour. It has optical stealth capability and a total range of 500 km. It is equipped with high-frequency spectrum radar, infrared thermal imaging probe, and integrated data link to guide rear attacks. In terms of weapons, Bell also using the doctrine of use, a 20 mm electromagnetic cannon was purchased from the Titan for self-defense. This list will probably create 6,000 jobs in Boston within 10 years and solve 6,000 low-income families, so. He meant very clearly, do you want these positions? As soon as the voice fell, the eyes of the heads of the remaining families when they looked at the other party immediately changed. 6,000 jobs were assigned to downstream companies in the helicopter manufacturing industry. The economic benefits and social impacts they brought were all leveraged. We are responsible for electronic products, so we should give us more. Shit, we are responsible for the supply of materials, so we should give us more." A group of normally well-dressed guys clamored again, leather shoes and teacups flew together, saliva and the bench danced. In the boy next door of the man, each family agreed on their share, and then Mingjin stopped. "Soldiers, uncle." We adjusted our suits and ties, then touched the sparse hair and got together after we were ready. "Golfing during the day is a great sword at night." The young people said whether they should have a drink at night and engage in partying, even Fisher. She was very interested in going with Ruth and her girlfriends, but she was pulled back by her father before she left the house. "Be busy with business, let's go." Led by the attendant, they walked through the hallway in the conference hall and entered another small, dark house. "I hope I'm not late." The cheap old man opened the door and said to the few people who were swallowing clouds, "No, close the door." A middle-aged uncle sitting directly opposite the door waved, and then pointed to the position beside him. "This is probably the real principal of the Boston Consortium." Fisher glanced roughly and confirmed that these guys in the same grade as his father are almost important roles in each family. "Well, Ethan, you called us here specifically, what do you want to say?" "Chris, I heard that you have recently been battered by the Macallan Group in Africa and Europe, right?" "More than that." The man named Chris rubbed his brows, and Fisher remembered that this old man was Ruth's cousin. "And the rubber from Southeast Asia, the French offal, directly carried the ticket to the local army commander, and the one who gave money to the beauties took the rubber there, and then raised the price for Lao Tzu. What made me angry most was that they made the threat of a car accident. The police still shied away from the people I sent. James Macallan, he is just like a traditional Frenchman who pretends to be high above him. No way, after all, the French helped us achieve independence. No, it was Louis XVI who helped us. They have had their heads chopped off. Now the French has nothing to do with us." Fisher said, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha, this is, what, did James Macallan mess with our giant?" "Almost. In the recent exoskeleton armor trade, the Macallan Group used our products as targets." Fisher also admitted generously. "The Macallan Group has a specific market value of 500 billion, and they even have an unclear relationship with the French government. If they want to start, will it cause diplomatic controversy? What if there is a problem with their relationship with the French government?" Fisher took out his invitation. "James Macallan would like to invite me to participate in his activities, and by the way, agree on a new international arms order. Stark is not dead yet. The Macallan Group can't wait to sprint to the first place." Fisher's old father Ethan Adams showed disdain. "I'll go to the bottom first, and see what can be used. By the way, I don't believe that James Macallan's is clean." Fisher can remember the Macallan thief shouting to catch the thief in the movie, but it seems that the United States still there is no special force called G.I. Joe. Can I give the Pentagon an opinion that day? After a brief exchange, several people have reached an agreement. Of course, this agreement is not counted. If the Macallan Group does not leak, they will stand still, but if there is any problem with the Macallan Group, these guys will feel like smelling it. Bloody sharks swarmed up. And how to get Macallan, this is a question that needs to be studied carefully for Fisher. "Ha, the status has changed, so what, can I ask for a ticket for a reward? In addition, my editor really didn't tell me that the longer the name, the worse it is. Maybe only the great will be reminded. I'm on the street, as long as I keep changing it." End of this chapter. Chapter 53, The Butterfly Effect. Chapter 53 Butterfly Effect. Brazil. A small village in the Amazon rainforest. Obadi walked out of the cabin he built with his upper body naked. As an old man in his 60s, it is rare to have a toned body, and Obadi is just such a person. Randomly took a coconut piled next to the room. Obadiah took a knife 3 times and 5 divided by 2 to peel the coconut only white skin, and then hit it with a punch. The coconut was smashed open with a big hole. Grumbling, pouring the coconut juice in a big mouth, Obadiah wiped a beard sticking to the water stains, quite like a Liangshan hero. Throwing the coconut husk after drinking into the haystack at will, Obadiah looked at his mobile phone, and an unknown message was displayed on it. Are you serious about your price? This miser. After seeing the news, Obadiah snorted disdainfully, then walked to the other wooden room and opened the door forcefully. After the dust dispersed, Obadiah walked into the room and looked at the humanoid object wrapped in rain cloth under the two hydraulic columns in the center of the house and lifted the phone. Kawika wipe a few photos sent over, the phone buzzed, and another unknown appeared. I want to see the goods. If there is no problem, you will get what you want. These French bastards! Obadiah yelled at the news. He was a big name, and the tiger was bullied by a dog. If he dared to talk to him like this, there were only a few thousand people in the United States. Bear it. Obadiah also suffered as a child. Born in the war years, he dared to go to the war zone during the Vietnam War to ask soldiers for opinions on Stark Industries weapons. This kind of working attitude was naturally gained. With the appreciation of Stark's father, the two made Stark's industry bigger and stronger, so even if he lives in a dilapidated Amazon house now, Obadiah is still not discouraged. As long as he finds an opportunity, he can immediately stand up. Paris, France. James McCallan lay on his soft boss chair and hummed the Community. The mobile phone in his hand vibrated from time to time, but McCallan did not pay attention, but reached out to the female secretary squatting under the chair. Awesome patted the female secretary's face to express encouragement. Then McCallan picked up the phone and swiped to unlock it. Then a few pictures of the Mark I armor jumped out, along with a few messages. This is my bargaining chip. Looking at the news, McCallan let out a triumphant laugh. Then he also sent a message in the past. Address, I will send someone to pick you up. A few seconds later, a string of latitude and longitude jumped out. After copying and pasting the address into the browser, McCallan found that the address was in South America. Anna, you and Bai Yaling go to this place to pick someone up. Remember, be polite, this is our big baby. After confirming the address, McCallan picked up the phone and dialed a number again. Amazon. After confirming that the other party would come to pick him up, Obadiah sighed. In the past, he was dismissive of jumping clowns like James McCallan, but now, in order to get revenge, he has to seek help from this guy's power. What? Why didn't Obadiah choose Justin Hammer? Obadiah dared to pack the ticket. After receiving his call, Justin Hammer would immediately bring the FBI to arrest him, and then take Mark I war armor back to his company, saying that this thing was developed by him alone, and Justin Hammer after fighting for more than 10 years. I'm not polite to say that when Justin Hammer slapped his ass, Obadiah knew what he was going to do. Capitalists, especially those who seem to be benevolent on the surface, are the most untrustworthy. Even with McCallan's cooperation, Obadiah also kept a hand. Swish! A wind whistling sound different from the rainforest's movement was transmitted to Obadiah's ears. Obadiah, who is very familiar with engines, could not tell what type of engine it was, but he could be sure that this engine it must be ion-propelled. The treetops trembled more and more urgently, and then Obadiah saw a streamlined UFO hovering and roaring above his small ruined house. It seems that I still underestimate McCallan. Obadiah frowned, and just subconsciously thought about how Stark Industries should respond, and then he realized that he was no longer in Stark Industries anymore. Smiled self-deprecatingly, and then Obadiah walked towards the aircraft that was slowly landing. Are you Mr. S? A cabin door was opened on the side of the aircraft, a row of suspended ladders was lowered, and then a black-haired beauty in a leather coat stepped on her boots and jumped out of the aircraft. Yes, it's me. Obadiah looked at the beauty who was struggling to pull her boots out of the mud, suddenly wondering whether his choice was correct. Haha! The black-haired beauty struggled a few times without pulling out her shoes. She was embarrassed to ask Obadiah to help, so she could only let her companion come over. White ghost. A white figure flew out of the hatch. After a flexible harrier turned over in the air, he stepped into the mud with one foot, but he moved fast enough and jumped out before sinking. "Pull me out!" The black-haired beauty stretched out her hand to the white-clothed man, staring. When the two abandoned the boss and struggled out of the mud, Obadi had already pulled the Mark I prototype out of the house. "I'm Anna, this is the White Ghost, welcome to the Macallan Group." The black-haired beauty touched the mud, showing an ugly smile, and pointed to the other side of the white-clothed Asian man who was wiping the mud. "Let's go." Obadiah nodded, indicating that he knew. Fisher didn't know that because of his butterfly, Marvel's plot had begun to collapse, but even if he knew it, he didn't care. Although his current strength is not enough to become the world's hegemon, he uses missiles to wash the world. Pody can still make it. If it's a big deal, we will lift the table, and everyone don't play. Why are you staring at this cup? Kate looked at Fisher, who had been motionless for almost half an hour. I'm trying to make this thing float. Fisher still stared at the cup. After returning from Mars, he didn't pay much attention to his star torch, so he didn't expect that his upgrade on Mars also gave him 2 more ways to use Shinix in his mind. No, 2 to be exact. 1 way to cast spells, the first is thought power. You need to know that in 40K, a Shinicist who can use thought power may not necessarily be a strong one, but a strong one will definitely use thought power. A Shinicist of an astral army can use thought power to set off a Riemann Rustenk weighing tens of tons, or use an invisible giant hand to slap the opponent, and a stronger Shinicist, such as the speed of the motorcycle, he can create a block with a finger. 10 invisible shields with explosive bullets can also pierce the high-speed attacking Star Warrior into the marble sculpture to make the opponent immobile. Of course, there are more powerful ones, but these Fisher is far from reaching him. The current level is not even qualified for the Astral Army. To die is to be a PDF. After all, he doesn't even master the method of using mind power, so he can only work hard. This is not going to the toilet. No matter how much you hold back, you won't let the cup float up. You can fart at most. Kate said irritably. You might as well help me look at the report if you have this skill. No, there is a second one. Fisher took a fruit knife out of the dining room and slashed his hand under Kate's puzzled gaze. You're crazy. I'm going to get the medical kit. Kate was so scared that she was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Fisher. Don't worry, look at this. Fisher slowly covered the wound with his right hand, and scratched the skin little by little, and the place where he had rubbed his fingers became intact. Where did you learn the magic? No, this is not magic. Fisher picked up the knife with his own blood still stained on it. That's right, this is the second ability that Fisher acquired, heal, but the limit of this ability is there. Haven't tried it yet. I still can't believe it. Believe me, in a few years, you will find something more amazing than this. Fisher is not worried about Kate's leak. The two have known each other for more than 10 years, and they have been on the battlefield for 3 years. Fisher even saved Kate's life. According to Kate's words, from the moment Fisher rescued her seriously injured from the destroyer that was hit by a torpedo, she already belonged to Fisher. Then what is this stuff, magic? Or what genetic mutation? I call it Shinic power. Although it has similarities with magic, the source of power is completely different. Then, can this or any kind of Shinic energy only heal your scars? No, there are many functions, but my strength can only do this. Then, can I also have this Shinic power? Theoretically speaking, it should work. Fisher thought for a while, and logically speaking, the two had so many times, Kate should have been transformed by the power, but now it seems that there is no response. Shouldn't it be increased efforts? Maybe I will have something to do after a while. Then I'm going to read the report. When Kate turned around, her hair was shaved off a document that Fisher had placed on the table, and several sheets of paper floated out. Damn! Fisher subconsciously stretched out his hand in the direction of the paper, and then he found that it seemed as if the paper had stopped falling. Then Fisher activated the psychic energy, slowly raising his palm, and the piece of paper slowly rose with his movements. Fug! Fisher immediately released his palm happily, and regardless of the document falling on the ground, he turned his gaze to the cup that hadn't moved the boss before. Feeling his own state carefully, Fisher found that it was like an invisible big hand lifting the cup, and then he tried the bench, the coffee table, and Kate's camisole. "Do you want to die?" Kate, who felt cold in his chest, glared at him, but looking at Fisher, who was like a fool, could only hold his forehead and sigh. "Is it time to change the boss now? Thank you Xiao Ano Lumia for the reward of 10,000, thank you for the 300 reward for the Hope of Fuse hostages, the 100 reward for Mo Baikan 1911, and the 100 reward for Ubi, thank you boss." End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Work Together. Chapter 54 Working Together. Compared with the Americans, the French pay more attention to delicate feelings, which may be inherent in them, such as the fanaticism during the Revolution and the anger during the First World War. James Macallan is naturally such a person. At that moment in Obadiah, he jumped up with excitement, regardless of whether the opponent was an old glass. But even if Obadi is an old glass, I guess Macallan will not care about it. Maybe he will take the initiative to push up his and help me become the king of the world, please. "Oh, my dear Mr. Obadiah, your arrival has made my humble house shine." James Macallan pointed to his 65 million manor and said, "It's really a humble home." Obadiah took off his coat that he hadn't washed for several weeks and threw it on the Macallan 500,000 leather handmade sofa. Macallan looked at the dirty sofa and the two men who were equally dirty, and could only cough once. "Well, Mr. Obadi, you have worked hard along the way, I will send someone to take you to rest, take a bath, eat, sleep well, and then we will talk about cooperation slowly." "Yes, lead the way." Obadi had no objection. He didn't worry about what Macallan did to him, and he didn't worry about what would happen to the mark he kept. Anyway, Tony Stark's reactor was here. Mark's first battle armor is just an iron shell. If James Macallan wants that M134 machine gun, give it to him. After Obadi left, James also waved his hand and asked his two best men to wash up, especially the white ghost, who was almost turning into a yellow ghost. He was originally yellow. "Boss, is this old guy really that important?" The white ghost of Kyo turned in his hand and said puzzledly. "He is a businessman, he is also a scientist, and most importantly, he is a former executive officer of Stark Industries. Do you think he is wanted now, so there is no use value?" Bai Yawling stopped the kunao in his hand. He really didn't understand. In fact, Macallan was also quite difficult. Among the capable men and strangers under his hand, the most capable of fighting was Bai Yawling. He was born in Japan. He has been valued by the local ninja school since he was a child, and he has become the apprentice of the master Lanying, but he was forced to leave when he was 10 years old for some reason. Years of martial arts career and displacement made him not much. After going to school, he was very murderous. He has a natural contempt for technicians. Do you know what is the use of knowledge of wool? Isn't it something I can hack to death with a single knife? Even if you are great, it is only a matter that can be solved with $2. But this is exactly what Macallan is looking forward to. A killer who is aggressive and not very concerned about modern technology, and an action team member who is always holding a computer and carrying high-tech weapons. Which one would you choose? Obadi has a deep foundation in the Americas. Otherwise, how could he stay so stable in South America? You must know that South America is the back garden of the United States. The CIA, NSA, and even the FBI have countless informants in South America, those warlords. It can be changed every 3 days, but he is okay, which already shows the problem. In addition, he himself is an excellent doctor of mechanical engineering. Which one shall we prepare for him? The black-haired beauty Anna, who was standing beside her, interrupted. No, it's not time yet. Obadi is still suspicious of us. Does the iron armor you brought back feel familiar? Macallan pointed at Mark while holding the tablet. I don't know, how much can this thing stop me? He was still a confused and confident white ghost. That's aerospace-grade titanium armor, and your knife is not valid for that thing. Anna poured cold water on the side. If you're talking nonsense, I will kill you, my apprentice. What Bai Yaling can't hear the most is that some people say that his sword is not good. This is true, but Obadi is there, maybe he can contribute some formulas to strengthen your knife. I feel that this black tin can is similar to the tin can that appeared on the news not long ago, but this one looks uglier and bigger, and that golden red thing looks more beautiful. Unlike Bai Yaling, Anna on the other side usually reads dramas and watches the news. She can tell the origin of this thing at a glance. You mean, this thing has nothing to do with Stark Industries? Right. Yes, it's probably that stupid work. James Macallan tickled his teeth at the mention of Stark. Speaking of the hatred with Stark, James Macallan had a bitterness to pour. That year in Switzerland, James Macallan, who was eager to open the American market, felt that Stark should be a breakthrough, so he enthusiastically went up to say hello. I thought that with his identity as the only designated arms dealer in France, Stark could take a high look, but the other party asked him what he had to boast about. James Macallan said a bunch of airplanes produced by his company. Missiles or something, but the other party shook his head, saying that these are non-technical stuff. And no one even wants them to be sold to North Korea. The conscience of heaven and earth, at that time James Macallan was thinking about growing his home. He spent every day in the research institute. The equipment developed by Britain, France, and Germany was good. How could it become in Stark's mouth? More importantly, at that time, Macallan also fell in love with a girl, but the Starkla went to play a threesome. If this revenge is not revenge, Macallan swear not to be a man. Then let me kill him. Hearing that his boss has so much hatred for that Stark, Bai Yaling yawned and said boredly. No, I'm going to ruin him, if you just kill him, it would be cheaper for him. Macallan picked up a metal mask hanging on the wall behind him, and said viciously, I want him to die. This is the ending that suits him best. Snee. Stark, who was far away in New York, was still a good baby in his own mansion at this time. There was no way. He had an incident at the east window. After the improved dress Mark II, Stark, who had just returned from a street policeman, came back. He asked Jarvis to dismantle his armor, and Pepper suddenly walked into his room with the file. Because Tony gave Pepper permission before, Jarvis would not call the police when she came in, so Stark died socially instantly. Pepper, listen to my sophistry. No, it's an explanation, it's not what you think. Stark decided to preemptively, so he spoke first and interrupted Pepper's questioning. I haven't said anything yet? What are you doing in such a hurry? Pepper also suddenly forgot what he should say because of Stark's quick answer. Let me talk about it first. Let me talk first. Then you speak first. Then you speak first. Speaking of which, I don't know we have such a tacit understanding. Stark poured himself a glass of gin and sipped it. What are you going to say? Then speak quickly. Pepper also blushed because of the unison of the two. Actually, the one just now belongs to me, my high-tech prosthesis, you know, because of the chest injury, my condition has not been very good. Although the shrapnel has stagnated and flowed, it still has a lot of mental torture. It has a big side effect, so I made such a thing, which is used to help me walk. Walk? Actually, occasionally I also choose to fly. You know, flying has always been my hobby. Anthony Edward Tony Stark. Pepper's expression was extraordinarily serious at the moment. Do you think I am like a 3-year-old girl? Don't you think I don't watch the news? You think I'm so cheating, don't you? It is not my fault. Look at these. Pepper was like an angry tigress at the moment. She stepped forward and pointed to the small holes in the steel suit that were punched out by bullets and shrapnel. I understand you, but you should also understand that you are just an ordinary person, and these bullets are fatal. Your luck this time does not mean that you will be so lucky next time. In fact, the defensive power of titanium alloy is very good. It can resist the close-range shooting of large-caliber weapons. I am a professional. You have to believe me, Pepper. But guns, artillery, bombs are dangerous, so you can't learn from Mr. Fisher? He has a lot of soldiers, so can't we also form a security company, and then recruit some people to do what you want to do? Why did I make this thing then? Stark stretched out his hand and stroked the Mark's battle armor, which had condensed his efforts. This is the most flaunting work in his life. It is also the first one he made not for killing but for killing. Works for protection. Then you must promise me one thing. 10 pieces will do. No, just one. Protect yourself, we can't live without you, Mr. Stark. Certainly. Pepper came to Stark because the reactor that the company was going to deliver to the Titan was a controlled item, and it had to be signed by Stark for confirmation, but he didn't expect to break Stark's other identity here. Surprise joy! The 4 reactor cores for the Titans have been completed. Should we ship them now or wait? The final payment for the Titans has not yet been settled. Send it to them. I have a hunch that Guy Fisher Adams will definitely make a big news recently. Stark thought about the satellite drawings that Guy sent him last time, and suddenly felt that he should do it too. A similar thing, this satellite can launch its own battle armor, so if the battle armor is damaged and needs to be replaced, it can be carried out directly on the battlefield without returning to the base. Jarvis, calculate how much this satellite will cost. Starkla produced 3 views of a square satellite and asked Jarvis to start creating data. Sorry, Pepper, I just had another idea. The company, it's up to you to decide. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Departure to Europe. Chapter 55, Departure to Europe. Speaking of it, Fisher found that no matter which world he was in, old Europe didn't have any sense of existence. If there was, it would not be a good picture. For example, after the arrival of the 3 princesses of Asgard, Germany knelt down a street, and Malky after SI arrived, he inserted his boat on the British soil and arrogantly broke the British F-35. As for France, the only famous one is that during World War II, half of the experimental materials in Hydra were produced by the French. And Fisher's impression of France still rests on the Black Buddies who overturned the ashes of the Pantheon, but now it is 2010, and it is about to enter 11 years. At this time, the Black Buddies in France seem to be noisy and not too fierce. Moreover, there are big guys like the Macallan Group in this world, and they must be able to recruit more idle labor. According to Fisher, Macallan has many sweatshops in Africa and Eastern Europe. Workers, there are dozens of people living in the chase shop. There are only countless tortillas and vegetable soups. There is occasionally meat and 16 hours of work a day. The key is that the civilians in Eastern Europe are quite paying for it, because they eat. The endless tortillas can be taken back to the family. Fisher is particularly jealous of this kind of treatment. No, it is not contemptuous. You must know that he has fried chicken soda for employees in the factory in Boston, and he can also have big watermelon after dinner, and pay him overtime. 3 times the overtime pay. After the treatment of the workers, many guys in other states came to try their luck. The result was that the Boston Police Department had to recruit more police to ensure those with various ideas. The guys are on their own. What, are you going to France to participate in the auction? After learning that Fisher's cheap father and mother were going to go far away, they looked excited when they heard the news. France, Paris is the capital of romance. I think your dad and I were blowing the wind and eating delicious food on the banks of the Seine. It's so refreshing. Mom Fisher pulled out her collection of postcards and pointed to the lavender on it. Said, "This is Provence, where your dad proposed to get married back then. I'm going to participate in the auction, not traveling." Fisher took out a pot of washed cherries from the dining room table and lay on the sofa in the conservatory. He could even see the distance through the cool glass. If it weren't for New York in October, which was not suitable for sunbathing, Fisher would carry his own air bed to the beach. "Then when are you going?" "I'll go with your mother, and you can relieve our youth." Fisher's father is playing snorkeling in the indoor swimming pool next to the conservatory, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. This is his habit, as long as he can swim for half an hour every day, but the swimming style is a bit ugly. "He is going to do business, we can bring a few bodyguards on the first-class flight." Seeing my mother's posture that I want to save money for my son, Fisher was not touched at all. In fact, his parents had used his private jet before, C-17. This is a military transport plane. It's definitely not as comfortable as a business jet, so from then on, once you have to fly, 2 people who are 100 years old in total would prefer to choose first class. "Are you going to take Kate this time?" "No, in case my mouth is high, if you offend powerful Europeans, the less people run, the easier it is." Fisher has made up his mind. This time he will only take a team from the Titans. The elite who are carefully selected, no one else will bring them. "Take that Prestist, it's there, so let's rest assured." Mother Fisher pointed to a German blackback running around in the yard and said, "Ha, will my dad agree? This is his darling." Fisher can remember that this German blackback was given to his dad by someone before. The blood is super pure, and it is worth hundreds of thousands of green tickets. As long as you don't lose my dog. Iraq. Titan Base. Report, the action team is in place. A Titan security force officer pushed open the door of Cormac's office and reported loudly. "Let's go and see." Cormac nodded. Although the resumes of these people have been read on the data, it is related to the safety of the boss, so he still needs to check again. On a training ground not far from the headquarters building, a team of arrogant soldiers has been waiting here. They are respectively Sniper Kiji Kimura, codenamed Scout, good at long-range sniping and reconnaissance, from Japan. Heavy Fireman Irene Baker, codenamed Gunner, good at blasting and heavy fire operations, from the United States. The Barrier Breaker Tony Walsh, codenamed Ruins, is good at mobile shooting and firepower breakthrough, from the United States. Ambushman Taff Rojas, codenamed Ronan, is good at setting booby traps and survival in the wild. He is also proficient in dog training. He is from Colombia. Fireman Killen Mackay, codenamed Kyunkan, is good at blockades and ambushes, is more enthusiastic, likes to fight injustices, and comes from Scotland. Tactical Command David Wicks, good at shooting combat driving, is one of the few all-round talents among the Titans, and is a reserve candidate for frontline commanders. He is from the United States. Medical Chiao La Baz Basra, codenamed Suan Lei, is good at battlefield rescue and proficient in multiple languages, excellent team support, from Australia. Fireman Kritof Hayak, codenamed Fire Barrier, good at using flamethrowers and chemical protection equipment, from the Czech Republic. The breakthrough player Kirk Russell, codenamed AAS, is good at defensive counterattacks, proficient in light weapons shooting, from South Africa. These 9 people can be said to be the representatives of the entire Titan security force. They come from all corners of the world. Many people are excluded by the original troops for their own reasons, such as Ruins and Kyunkan. The former chose to rescue the trapped because of refusing the commander's offensive order. The friendly army was dismissed by the military court. The latter was because the commander of the training camp violently taught the recruits. After several people were injured and hospitalized, he chose to put a powerful laxative in his commander's coffee, which caused the commander to make a fool of himself in the military meeting, and was kicked out of the army. Although these unruly stinging heads are difficult to tame, it does not mean that they are mediocre. The ruins can throw thunders into the windows of a car driving 40 meters away, and the prophets, known as humanoid decisive weapons, can be even more capable. Hit the heart on the poker card with a Lucas sniper rifle from a kilometer away. The Sir, all stand at attention. Seeing Cormac approaching, the prophet who stood in the first shouted immediately. Then the other 8 people who were a little sloppy in an instant stood up quickly, waiting for their superiors to arrive with their heads upright. Sir! Stop! Cormac looked at the people in front of him and waved his hands in an easy-going manner. Sir, is there any task to summon us? Yes. Cormac nodded, beckoning the soldiers behind him to take several backpacks. This is Baker, codenamed Gunner, is a muscular female soldier with a pink mossy dry head. She curiously opened her backpack and found a pile of documents inside. Your cover status and activity funds. You will set off tonight, enter Paris, France through a different method, and gather in the safe house in the 3rd arrondissement of Paris. There, the boss will give you an account of your mission, understand? Boss? Which boss? Killen Mackay, codenamed Kyunkan, was puzzled. Which boss is the one who pays us the salary? I is on the side hates iron and steel, you respect the leader anyway. My fault. Kyunkan scratched his beard embarrassedly. He was really embarrassed. Since he came to the giant, although the training has been harder, there are no officers with convulsions and no bad food. As a result, he forgot the name of the boss. After I come back, I will run 10,000 meters on the playground and write a review of 20,000 words. I have to read it to the boss. He nodded. I don't care. Cormac said with a dark face. Yes. After the episode, Cormac returned to his serious expression. Everyone, before the boss gives you a task, I first give you a task. No matter what happens, you must ensure the safety of the boss. Understand? Don't worry, sir. The prophet with a dirty braid nodded. He was poached by Fisher himself, who had performed well in the army, so it was naturally impossible for Fisher to do anything. Your equipment will also be sent to the safe house. Now, if you need any special stuff, just say it. I want a sniper rifle. This is the Scout. Grenade launcher. This is Baker. After writing down the needs of the action team, Cormac sent them to the airport. Then these action members disguised as different nationalities and identities would transit through airports in several countries, and finally arrived in France. On Fisher's side, because he had to take C-17, Fisher only took John and a 6-person security team. Of these 6 people, only 2 were responsible for following him and John, and the remaining 4 were prepare for the safety of the aircraft. After confirming that the action team had set off for Paris from Cormac, Fisher also boarded his C-17, and the plane would cross the Atlantic Ocean, across the British Isles, and reach Paris, France. So, how do you choose your transportation? It's too high profile to see 6-wheeled armored vehicles on the streets of Paris. As Fisher's bodyguard and driver, John pointed to the wheeled armored vehicles parked in the cabin. This car has been modified. The appearance does not look like a murderous military vehicle, but a heavy off-road vehicle that looks very sci-fi. Even the weapon system only has a M247 self-defense machine gun. It is still built in, but the armor and power still maintains the original configuration. Indeed, it's a bit high profile to drive an armored car in the Romance City. Then I'll change the car. Fisher nodded, and then amidst roars, a blue Lamborghini LP560-4 Spider sports car slowly drove into the hangar. Well, good idea, the Lamborghini sports car is relatively low-key. John nodded, but it seems that if you drive this car, you don't need me as a driver. Actually, I really want you to drive, but that 6-wheeled armored car also needs a driver. Okay, you and the dog go first, I will take them to follow you." John nodded, indicating that he would definitely follow Fisher closely. From New York to Paris, if it is a military aircraft, generally 4 hours are enough. If it is civil aviation, it takes 8 hours, and Fisher's C-17 only took less than 3 hours. Fisher has not even after watching a set of 10 episodes of TV series. The plane was already parked on the runway of Charles de Gaulle Airport. "Welcome to Paris, Mr. Fisher Adams." The majestic C-17 parked in the special hangar of the airport under the command of the guided vehicle to greet Fisher's staff, who looked at the huge transport plane and couldn't help but stunned. It's not that they haven't received rich people who flew in private jets before, but it was the first time they met with rich people who flew military planes. "Do you need us to provide you with hotels, order meals, and watch business?" Unlike the beautiful welcome lady that Fisher imagined, the one who came to receive him was a fat uncle in his 40s. His blue overalls were covered by his body. It was stretched tight, as if it would break away in the next second. "Of course, I want the best." Fisher nodded. "There are about 18 hours before the auction begins. Naturally, this time cannot be wasted." He is going to go to the hotel to rest for 2 hours, and wait for the profit to be in the safe house. After the team is assembled, go over. Although the image is a bit poor, the fat man who claims to be Shire is very efficient, and he finished Fisher's hotel in less than 10 minutes. "Peninsula Paris, Mr. Fisher, this hotel is near the Charles de Gaulle Square, close to the Seine River, and convenient transportation. Maybe you want to choose the Champs-Élysées, but I don't recommend you to do this. It's a shopping street. It is very prosperous, but lacks privacy. The Peninsula Hotel is also very close to the Champs-Élysées. The most important thing is that the rooftop restaurant there is the best in Paris or even France. You definitely don't want to miss it." Charles worried about Fisher had any worries, so he put out his thoughts. "No problem, the arrangement is very good, thank you very much for your help. Now that the hotel has been booked, don't grind." Fisher took out his wallet and handed Shire 4 €50 notes as a tip for him. "Ah, this." Charles looked at the €200 in his hand, his bright smile became more eager, and he followed Fisher all the way to C-17, which was opening the rear door, when he saw Fisher was about to get in the car. He also snatched John's job easily and helped Fisher open the car door. "If there is anything I need to do, please let me know." After Fisher got in the car, Charles respectfully handed over his business card. "Well, good, then Mr. Charles, goodbye." Fisher took the business card and stuffed it into the car, and then stepped on the accelerator. The roar of Lamborghini made Prisco a little excited, and he whimpered a few times. "I'll go first, you follow." After greeting John, Fisher left the hangar in the sports car. 4,000 words are done, sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, I want to make a new rule. Chapter 56, I want to make a new rule. The blue Lamborghini sports car pulled out a beautiful curve, drove through the Arc de Triomphe Square, into the bustling street. Watching the traffic flow, Fisher had to say that his choice was correct. Lamborghini really low-key a lot. At least the streets of Paris there are no arrogant armored vehicles running rampant all the way. After turning the front of the car into Quai Street, the Peninsula Hotel was close at hand. Fisher parked the car at the entrance of the hotel and a doorman wearing a top hat stepped forward to greet him. "Welcome to Paris." After receiving the key in Fisher's hand, the porter cautiously drove the sports car out of the gate and headed to the parking lot. And Fisher led Prisco into the lobby of the hotel. The receptionist who had confirmed Fisher's identity early on was already waiting in the lobby, and greeted him when Fisher entered the lobby. "Is it Mr. Fisher? I am the personal butler of the hotel, Carmel Charlotte, who will serve you during your stay in Paris. I hope you have a good trip." The face of the lobby manager who speaks fluent English with a professional smile, he bends down slightly. His professional attire involuntarily reveals a deep career line. "Hello, Ms. Charlotte, can you take me to my suite?" I've been on the plane for several hours and I am a little tired. Fisher's attention was not on the other party at all. He would be really a bit tired. Hungry, plus the C-17 pilot was a Mazee pilot who drove the White Swan before, so he really didn't rest well on this journey. Book a 1-month suite first, and this will bring me a glass of ice water. Then prepare some food to send to the room. Fisher took out his credit card and handed it to the other party. Please wait a moment. Camille nodded, then turned and walked to the lobby bar to get the room card, while Fisher led Preschool to the rest area. It was the evening at the moment, and many people were tasting coffee and desserts in the rest area. As a privacy-conscious hotel, the spaces between the rest area compartments of the Peninsula Hotel are relatively large, and the lights are relatively dim, while in the rest area. In the center, there is a long reservoir. Water flows from the pool and flows into a special pipe beside the pool, and then from under the floor to elsewhere. Wow! Seeing the pool, Prescott looked very excited. Want to play? Go! Fisher smiled and rubbed the dog's head, then untied the rope and let the dog go to play in the water by himself. The shiny black back jumped into the pool with a 100-meter dash, and started playing with it. The splashing water and the movement of playing also attracted the attention of many people. Sorry, sir, your dog is playing in the pool. A young man with a manager hanging on his chest came over. Although what he said was dissuasive, his tone seemed a bit yin and yang. What's wrong? Isn't this pool here for playing? Fisher picked up the sugar cube and put it in the coffee just delivered. No, this pool is a decoration. The guests here are all high-class people. If you indulge your pet like this, it will cause us a lot of trouble. High-class people. Fisher swept around the onlookers, and saw that many of them looked like eating melons while watching the excitement. Okay. Fisher took out the checkbook from his pocket, tore off a page and started writing. Sir, this can't be solved with a tip. Seeing Fisher's actions, the French manager sneered in his heart. These American upstarts are really lacking in quality. No, it's not a tip. Fisher finished writing the last zero, then got up and threw the check into the manager's hand. I want to buy this hotel and make a new rule. You can play in the pool. This. The manager looked at the string of zeros on the check, feeling a little at a loss for a while. He looked at Fisher, only to find that the other party had lost the thousands of dollars of custom-made suit on his body and entered on his own. The pool played with Prescott. Fisher's generous performance really shocked everyone present. The guests who were waiting to see Fisher's jokes all raised their ears and waited for how things would go down. Sorry, Mr. Fisher, your room has been cleaned up. At a critical moment, the personal butler, Carmille, who was arranged by the hotel for Fisher, came over, sent Fisher's credit card back, and then stared behind him. The colleague who took the measures took a look. I'm sorry for the trouble you have caused. Regarding today's matter, the hotel will give you a satisfactory answer. In addition, you and your pet can play here anytime. I have to say that the same is at the manager level, and the difference between Carmel and the other person is highlighted. Okay. But I still want to buy the hotel. The Peninsula Hotel doesn't sound good, so let's rename it to Atlas. Fisher took the wet dog out of the water, and followed Carmel. Back on the elevator. You have only been in Paris for less than 3 hours, so you bought a hotel and made a new rule. Are you serious? Fisher just lay in bed after taking a bath and getting ready to sleep. Kate called. Yes, this hotel sounds good, the environment is beautiful, the facilities are first-rate, but the people are a little bit silly, buy it as a company benefit. Fisher took a look at the time, he can sleep for an hour and a half. Employee benefits? Thank you for having a boss like you. You have spent an extra 7-figure amount of wronged money on buying a hotel. Isn't it good to use this money as a bonus? Kate, money is called money only if it flows. What's the point of saving it? Okay, you rest, I will be responsible for the follow-up." Kate rolled his eyes when he heard the words, and then hung up the phone. And Fisher was relieved, put his head under the pillow and fell asleep comfortably. Woke up and refreshed. When Fisher walked out of the bedroom shirtless and wrapped in a bathrobe, he found that Carmel was squatting on the ground and feeding Preschool with nutrition cream. The dog looked at with watery eyes. "It's quite lethal. You fell into it." Fisher couldn't help but interrupt when he saw Carmel preparing to unscrew another nutrient cream. "This guy usually cheats my mom on snacks." "Ah, Mr. Fisher." Carmel heard the voice and stood up hurriedly. "Sorry, I'm here to send you clothes. I have already sent your suit for dry cleaning. After finishing the cleaning, I will bring it to you personally. And, here are your car keys." "Okay, thank you." Fisher nodded, then took the replacement clothes on the sofa and walked into the bedroom. "Do you need me to help you?" "No, thank you." Fisher is very clear about the other party's idea. For this kind of woman who is close to him with a very strong purpose, Fisher does not like it very much, because once a problem occurs, it will be very troublesome. Justin Hammer is a good example. Justin Hammer and Tony Stark can be regarded as the two most stalled arms dealers in the United States. Of course, Stark is by nature, and Justin is purely trying to compete with each other. That's it. For example, Stark likes magazine cover girls, while Justin likes to find Hollywood movie stars, so the problem arises. Stark's cover girls only need Pepper to fix them, and sometimes those people just want to touch them. Stark's pectoral muscles are enough, there is nothing else to ask for, and the ones Justin finds will always make Justin make all kinds of bad checks, such as money and fame. I really don't want to spend millions on a one-night stand. For this reason, I have to go to court with the female stars who were voted for by him. The New York tabloid also wrote a joke specifically for this. The legal department of Stark Industries is in the fight against piracy, the legal department of Hanmer Industries is attacking the New York tertiary industry, and Justin Hanmer has the largest legal team in the United States, but it is only used to help him calm his bad reputation among actresses. And this Camille was so deliberately to please Fisher, he just wanted to go a step further in the hotel. Fisher didn't mind helping her get another level up. Of course, sleeping together is fine, sleeping with a dog is more fun than a woman too much. "Do I need to order dinner for you?" No, I may not be back tonight, maybe you can prepare a breakfast for me." The well-dressed Fisher picked up the car keys and went out. Mr. Fisher, if you need to see the scenery of Paris, I can be the tour guide or the hotel can arrange it. We also provide a shopping membership card and special car transfer." "No, thank you, I'm just going to do a private business, and the schedule for visiting Paris has to be arranged later." Leaving a somewhat lost personal butler, Fisher drove all the way to the safe house, and he should go to the auction in 4 hours. He had to make arrangements for it. The safe house set up by Cormac is under a noisy bar. The owner is also a member of the Titan. Because he lost an arm in the battle, he chose to retire after undergoing prosthetic surgery and returned to his hometown to open a bar. "Boss, welcome to Paris." Seeing Fisher coming in, the bar owner was particularly surprised, leaving behind a companion who was drinking and bragging, and led Fisher into the backyard of the bar. "They are in the wine cellar," I went to the front and stared. "Okay, hard work." Fisher still attaches great importance to such veterans. One day when the giant U decides to rebuild the world order, they will be very qualified leaders and dark children. Therefore, regarding their welfare and subsequent treatment, Titans always try to do their best. After the boss left, Fisher opened the door of the wine cellar and walked slowly down the wooden steps. Rows of huge oak barrels came into view, and the air still had a faint aroma of malt. There was a long table in the innermost position of the wine cellar. At this moment, the action team members were eating a simple dinner around the table. It looks like the food is good. Although the tableware and environment are a bit simple, the food on the table is not. Filet mignon, seafood pasta, and fried crispy pork ribs and beef tongue. Look at Fisher's belly. Also groaned. If it's good, come here. The prophet let go of his stool, beckoning Fisher to sit down, and then he pulled a chair and sat next to Fisher. It should not be as good as what you usually eat, don't dislike it. Boss. The gunner handed Fisher a plate full of food, quite embarrassed. I usually don't eat so well. I dislike it. If you don't believe me, ask the prophet, he knows. Fisher was also polite, taking a fork and stuffing a full of noodles and steaks into his mouth. I'll testify on this. The prophet nodded. He and Fisher had known each other as early as the army, and naturally they knew Fisher's usual situation. By the way, what are you going to do if you call us secretly? After wiping out the food in front of him, the prophet poured Fisher a glass of freshly squeezed juice, curiously asked. I'm going to an auction later, and I need to get the same item. You are my backup. If the thing is successfully photographed, you are responsible for sending it back to the Iraqi base. If it is not photographed, we will take the thing. Come over. Can you tell me what it is? It is so important. The ruins looked puzzled. Vibration. Vibration? What is that? The youngest AAS was puzzled. A rare metal, rarer than gold. The prophet explained to others. Yes, this kind of metal is very important for the development of our air and space forces. I came here to make sure nothing is wrong. Are there any questions? Fisher looked around and asked. Where are the enemies we might encounter? The scout raised his hand. Are we allowed to use lethal force? The enemy may only have light infantry. It does not rule out that the opponent has heavy armor. I have prepared an expert exoskeleton for you. This can be solved. As for lethal force, it must not be used without endangering your life, understand? Understood. Okay, this is the satellite map and 3 views of the environment for the auction to be held. Prophet, I will leave it to you. Fisher patted the opponent on the shoulder. Of course, leave it to me. Oh, by the way, what about your safety, or you take the ruins? That kid is a good hand. Once you fight, 4 or 5 guys can't get close to him. On your side there is only 1 John and 2 bodyguards, it is difficult to deal with problems. The prophet put forward his own opinion. It's okay. You forgot, I was also from the Marine Expeditionary Force, and the focus of the evening is on the vibrating, not me. If something goes wrong, the enemy will only come to the vibrating, understand? Okay. Keep the communication open that night, and call whenever possible. Of course. Fisher still respects the prophet. Although the other party is a bit black, he is more like an Englishman. He is calm, decisive, and good at thinking. There is no such thing as any task he has performed. Failure. After 1 hour. Well, everyone, check the weapons, we are ready to go. 4000, sleep to sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, King Broker and Career, Part 1. Chapter 57 The King Broker and the Career, Part 1. While preparing for Fisher's side, on the other side, James McCallan was also listening to his report. He really bought that hotel? James McCallan asked with interest, playing with the accessories in his hands. Yes, because his dog likes that pool, and he is a rich man. A big man with a beard sitting on the sofa diagonally across from McCallan swayed his wine glass and couldn't help but exclaimed. What is the rich man? Firefly. McCallan was a little unhappy, he was also rich, and according to him, he was also a rich man. I'm envious, boss. The man called the Firefly waved his hand wildly, and then picked up a bottle of Royal Salute from the table. With a bang, a bottle of whiskey worth more than $1,000 was opened, and then the bottle was picked up by the Firefly and directly blown into his mouth. Looking at the other side's cow chewing peony, McCallan is very distressed about his wine. Of course, he is not distressed about the money, but the fate of this bottle of wine is no different from that of 15 yuan a bottle of whiskey. Drink less, there will be work to be done later. Macallan couldn't help reminding him as the royal salute was about to meet. You don't understand. For us Brits, this bit of whiskey is just an appetizer. Firefly hiccuped with satisfaction, and then sat up. Then our goal at night is the 3 weapon-grade uranium rods at the auction. Yes, God knows how those guys got out of the heavily guarded military base, but now he should be mine. Macallan first despised the original owner of the uranium rod, and then he turned to the warrior who made the uranium rod. Expressed his admiration. If it were not for such a warrior, there would be no chance for him to make trouble. Sir, we are all assembled. At this time, a man in a suit pushed open the door and walked in, and respectfully reported to Macallan that there were a few scars behind the man's ears. Let's go, I'm looking forward to the auction at night. Macallan smiled and took his suit and walked out. A long line of Mercedes cars had been parked outside of his mansion, full of black men, appearing to be ostentatious. It's very lavish, it doesn't look like attending an auction seriously, but it feels like it's aggressively messing up. Outskirts of Paris. Lorisque Manor. As a building left over from the Sun King period, Lorisque Manor, like other castle manor houses in Paris, has welcomed countless owners. During World War I, it was the official residence of Marshal Fuchsie of France. Hermann Meyer lived there. After the war, the Lorisque Manor was taken back by the French government because it could not find an heir. It was later sold due to financial problems. The new owner was unidentified and the only information left was know that the buyer is a woman. And now, the owner of this manor chooses to hold a grand auction in the manor. When Fisher drove his Lamborghini into the manor, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Sir, your invitation. Just after the car was parked, before Fisher could take a closer look at the overview of the manor, 2 black suits with headphones came over. It looks like the evening event is quite formal. Fisher took out the invitation card and handed it to one of them. Sorry, have a nice evening. After confirming the authenticity of the invitation, the black suit nodded respectfully, and then a waiter came and led Fisher to the venue. Is it the first time for Mr. to come to France? The waiter who led Fisher looked very talkative. I have been here a few times before, but this is the first time I have visited this manor. It looks very good here. Your boss must be very rich. Thank you for the praise, but our boss is just an ordinary businessman. The 2 of them crossed the path made of green plants, through the garden corridor exuding the charming fragrance, and went straight all the way. After crossing the long bridge, they entered the main building of the manor. Boss, I brought things. Not long after Fisher came in, John and the 2 bodyguards also rushed over with 2 black boxes. The profits are already in place. Okay, I get it. Fisher nodded, indicating that he knew it. Because the auction has not officially started, the guests who came to the auction gathered in the 2-story banquet hall of the main building, but almost everyone did not pay attention to the sumptuous meal on the long table in the center of the banquet hall. Instead, they gathered in groups to discuss the content of the auction at night and the identity of the owner. Fisher swept around and found that most of the people who came to the auction were arms dealers from Western Europe and Russia. Among them, there were even a few acquaintances. At the beginning, Fisher did not take away the rich inventory of the former Soviet Union from them. The arms dealers also saw Fisher, and the 2 sides got together and talked about gossip. Speaking of which, I didn't expect to see Mr. Fisher here. I don't know what good things are attracting you at the auction tonight, a Russian businessman with a heavy Russian accent curiously asked. I'll join in the fun, see if there are any good collections, buy some, go back to the store, and sell it when the price increases. Oh ha 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 ha. A group of businessmen could only ha 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 when they heard such a standard answer. Isn't this nonsense? Who is here for this purpose? Isn't it possible to come here to find a woman? Speaking of which, I heard that there will be nuclear warheads to be auctioned at the auction tonight, is it true? An audio dealer from the Netherlands whispered. I also heard that there is a vibrating auction tonight. Another businessman, not to be outdone, also bought his own channel. Nuclear weapons? Jin? All the people present unanimously turned their attention to Fisher. Among these customers, the only one who had the courage to use these gadgets was also Fisher. Is this the purpose of the other party? Don't look at me, I'm not interested in nuclear weapons. It was the first time that Fisher even dared to sell warheads when he heard of this auction. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be any secret agent organization lurking in this place to stop the auction. Profit, confirm the surrounding environment. John, who stood behind Fisher, did not need Fisher to ask, and asked quietly in his headset. Nothing unusual around. Wait, there is a convoy. The Prophet squatted far away on a huge tree branch not far from the manor, and his sniper rifle quickly aimed at the parking lot outside the manor. Field. Sir, Macallan is here. He brings a lot of people. The Prophet, wearing the cloak of optical invisibility, couldn't help but mocked. This is the sight of others, and how many people it takes is their freedom. Fisher held the juice and looked at the door. In the next second, the wooden door of the banquet hall was pushed open heavily, and then James Macallan, wearing a white suit, walked in with his head high. Behind him was a dozen bodyguards, these bodyguards every 2 meters stood still, facing the guard arranged by the owner of the manor. This guy is so arrogant. Can you not be arrogant? People are aristocrats from their ancestors and the best arms dealer in Western Europe. Guests at the NATO joint meeting have arrogant capital. Everyone's discussion has actually been heard by Macallan, but this is exactly what he expected. Unlike Fisher, who usually likes to be a little low-key, Macallan feels that the more famous he is, the more proud he is. Oh, look, who is this, my friend, Mr. Fisher Adams. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, Macallan glanced around. After seeing Fisher standing in the corner, he opened his arms and walked up with an extremely enthusiastic expression. And Fisher couldn't hide, so he walked forward with 2 glasses of juice, and before Macallan hugged himself, he gave the other person the juice. Macallan's smile solidified on his face. He looked at the juice in his hand and then at Fisher, not knowing how to continue. Sorry, I drive, I can't drink, long live France. Fisher raised the glass, touched the opponent, and then drank the juice in it. Okay. Long live France. Macallan, who put away his exaggerated smile, had to drink the juice as well, and then shook hands with Fisher. Actually, you should think carefully about our cooperation proposal. Of course, I think deeply every day. The Macallan Group has always been an important strategic partner of Titan. I have also been advocating deeper cooperation with the Macallan Group within the company. Unfortunately, the Titan is not my own. Forget it, many shareholders are annoyed by Mr. Macallan's aggressive posture in the American market, so I can only convince them slowly. Fisher never let go of the other party's hand, but took Macallan to the banquet. In the corner of the hall, bitterness was poured on the other side. Looking at the other person with embarrassment, Macallan might have believed it if he didn't know that the giant was Fisher's word, but he couldn't tell the truth, he could only let Fisher haha. In fact, the cooperation between the Macallan Group and the Titan is profitable and harmless. We can start some small-scale cooperation in certain aspects, such as energy. The Macallan Group owns nearly half of the energy supply channels in Western Europe, and the Titan, the crude oil extracted in Iraq's oil fields, can be sold to the Macallan Group nearby. It's great that we monopolize the energy supply of Western Europe together. However, the price offered by the East is higher, and as far as I know, the Macallan Group bid for the North Sea oil development last month was jointly launched by the British and German governments. Then we can carry out deeper cooperation in the military, right? Titan's security business can be merged into the Macallan Group. We have billions of orders in Europe every year. But the Iraqi government has already handed over the power of homeland defense to the giant. We can't let the 30 million Iraqi people down. It seems that cooperation can't be discussed anymore. No, 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 I believe that Titan and the Macallan Group can seek common ground while reserving differences. It's just that cooperation is very important. Both of us must study carefully. Once the results are achieved, we will definitely give you a satisfaction. Reply: how? I hope so. In fact, an important reason why Macallan is so anxious to get Fisher is that the market is becoming increasingly saturated. At present, the largest customers of the Macallan Group are Germany, France, Italy, Poland, and then the countries in southern Morocco. The defense budget is very limited, and the giants occupy the American market, the Asian markets, and even the small countries in the United Kingdom and Northern Europe that are not bad money have also fallen into the arms of the giants. If they can no longer open up new markets, Macallan, the development of the group will tend to stagnate, and there may even be a series of unpredictable effects, but the way Fisher left and right haha made him uncomfortable, so he could only give up and talk about other topics. Fisher's attention at the moment was on a man behind him. The man had a messy head, a large respirator on his face, and whirring sounds from time to time. Fisher carefully looked for the other party's information from the slightly vague memory, vaguely remembering that this man was probably the technical officer of the Macallan Group and the commander of the Cobra organization. What is he doing? Maybe he noticed Fisher's gaze, and the man wearing the respirator nodded politely at Fisher. This is Mr. Rex, the chief scientist of the Macallan Group. He suffered a trauma to his respiratory system because of an experimental accident, so he had to use a respirator. Seeing Fisher staring at his men, Macallan Karen introduced casually. Oh, in fact, you can come to the giant, we will install a mechanical respirator for the wounded with respiratory damage, so you don't have to be so uncomfortable. Fisher remembered that Rex was not right with Macallan. In the end, he kicked him out of the Cobra, and directly digs up the corner of the wall. Thank you Mr. Fisher for your kindness, but I will talk about the respirator later. I still have to help Mr. Macallan now. Oh, that's a pity. Fisher could only shook his head regretfully. Sorry for the long waiting, now the auction is about to start, please come in. Fisher wanted to say something, but a thin and tall man with a mustache suddenly walked in from the door inside the banquet hall, interrupted him. In this case, let's participate in the auction first, and let's talk slowly after the end. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, King Broker and Career, Part 2. Chapter 58 The King Broker and the Career, Part 2. Chaka stared at the leopard-style helmet in front of him. This is an ancestral craft. Although the materials have been improving, the appearance of the leopard's head has never changed. Your Majesty, we are here. A female voice interrupted Tkaka's contemplation. He turned and looked behind him. Two bald female guards wearing red woven suits and holding vibrating spears were looking at him respectfully. Okay. Your Majesty, I am here. The female guard on the right raised her head, not knowing why Her Majesty called her. Am I getting old? Your Majesty. Okoye looked at the king in front of him. There is no doubt that Tkaka is a good king. After he succeeded to the throne, Chwankanda, no, the contradictions among the tribes in Wakanda have been obtained. Alleviation, the people's life is happier, and the king is not satisfied with being successful. He also changed Wakanda's previous foreign policy and actively devoted himself to international affairs. At the same time, he sent many Wakanda's elites to conduct intelligence-gathering activities in various countries. Help the retired Wakanda understand the world. But even no matter how strong the lion is, it will have a day of old age. As the guardian of Wakanda, every king will drink the heart-shaped grass juice known as the small potion of Wakanda honey. This purple grass juice is like the super soldier serum injected by the US team. It can turn a frail young man into a strong man whose chest muscles can pinch people. Well, the effect may not be as powerful as the super soldier potion, but it is also a human body strengthening potion. Enhance the user's various attributes, the stronger is stronger, and most importantly, the heart-shaped grass can also strengthen the user's spiritual will. However, the heart-shaped grass alone will not help users increase their lifespan. Chaka is now in his 50s, and his sturdy figure is no longer there, but he still goes into battle without hesitation, just for one person. Ulysses Sklaw. This man led an army to invade peaceful Wakanda more than a decade ago, and also colluded with Chaka's good brothers and stole Wakanda's extremely precious wealth. They stored vibration gold, and after stealing the vibration gold, in order to get rid of Wakanda's pursuit, Ulysses Screw also detonated a giant cloud bomb at the border. Wakanda, who suffered a lot of death and injury, regarded the other party as a serious concern. Chaka has continuously fought out over the past 10 years, trying to bring the other party back to the country to justice, but the other party is as cunning as the loach. King Ka can catch him every time he sees, but he will run away in the end. Your Majesty, we just scanned the entire building, and no trace of Crow was found. Did he escape? No, Ulysses Scrawl is also learning fine now. We are going to arrest him. He doesn't want to kill us. He must be here, waiting for us to appear. Chaka looked in front of Genjin. The real image depicted by the rosary suddenly asked, "Who are the people who are here tonight? Have you found out their identities?" Arms dealers, brokers, and a few private defense contractors. These guys are not worth mentioning. Oki looked at the information on the tablet in his hand and said contemptuously. It's not worth mentioning, you look down on them too much, Oki. Chaka swiped the screen onto Fisher's head. Fisher Adams, his Atlas, is now almost the largest private armed force in the world. They have large-scale armed forces stationed in many countries in Africa, and even the nearest military base is only a short distance from Wakanda. Less than 800 kilometers. But they are still using outdated firearms. Their power of firearms and weapons is not much worse than ours. Chika remembers the microdrone energy weapons and smart tracking weapons used by the Titans when dealing with African warlords. If it were not for his acquaintances in the Mozambican government, he nor would it have imagined that the level of technology in the outside world is rapidly approaching Wakanda. And this Macallan, Okoi, never underestimate them. I have passed over, Your Majesty. No, this can't be blamed on you, I can only say that we rely too much on vibrating, you know? I'm looking for a new way to continue our country so that if one day, our vibrating is exhausted, you can also use other technologies to develop. Chaka sighed. Thanks to the convenience brought by Genjin, Wakanda has always been independent of the world, which not only allows them to have a prosperous life, but also cultivates the mentality of being superior to the Wakanda people. For the Wakanda people, they are the number one in the world. Genjin has been integrated into all aspects of their lives. The means of transportation is Genjin, clothes are Genjin, and even shoes are Genjin, but Genjin is a non-renewable resource and is brought about by meteorites. Wakanda's gold vibrating has been mined, so where should Wakanda go? In fact, the kings of the past have not thought about this problem, but there is no solution. Asking foreign powers will only make others covet their vibrating gold. Just like Crow, he not only robbed the vibrating gold, but also bombed the house, and in the end it was even worse. Showing off outside is like a navigator who has opened up a new route. Your Majesty, Crow has appeared. Under the leadership of the waiter, Fisher came to his seat. I do not know whether it was intentional or unintentional. The owner of the auction arranged Fisher and Macallan in the left and right C positions of the corridor, but compared to standing behind him twice. The three men on Fisher's side, Macallan, who was the bodyguard, looked a little shabby. With all the guests seated, the spotlights on the auction venue suddenly went out, leaving only the spotlights on the high platform in the center of the venue. Come on, it's the main game. Fisher, with his legs folded, took out his phone, but found that there was no signal. It looks like they blocked all signals except our overclocking communication. What's the situation outside? Profit. Putting the phone in his pocket, Fisher took out a Bluetooth headset and put it on. Another group of people came, all with heavy firepower. What are they transporting? Scout, scan to see what it is. Received. The scout with the gunner lying on the lawn not far away released a bionic drone the size of a dragonfly and controlled it to fly over. The dragonfly drone quietly landed on the box carried by several armed men, and then a small pulse transmitter popped out of the abdomen. Okay, now let's see what's inside. The scout pressed the control panel, and a pulse wave was sent from the drone and landed on the box. After waiting for a few seconds, the scout that had no echoes fired again, but still no feedback was received. The pulse has been absorbed. It should be what we want. The scout controlled the drone to return and reported to Fisher. Well, then keep an eye on it, this thing has been requisitioned by the giant tonight. While Fisher was muttering and arranging affairs, a tall blonde woman in a white dress with a backless white dress walked up to the high stage with a microphone. Welcome everyone to France. My mother used to say that France is a very beautiful country. She has very deep memories of her here, as well as me. After her death, everything here has remained the same, and will still provide you with such a platform to communicate. My mother is convinced of the paradox. Then, I wish you all a happy evening. Head, I found out her identity, Margaret Max. Her mother is the former international arms dealer Mrs. Max. It looks like it was her mother's business that she took over half a year ago, so we don't know anything about it. John calmly handed the tablet in his hand to Fisher. Prosperity and beauty, I love it. Fisher looked at the other party's barefaced photos on the tablet, and suddenly became curious about the other party, mainly because he looked like such a weak woman and took over an extremely large middle broker. But the business cannot go wrong, and even the business is very colorful. It is not greedy for the other party's body, he is an honest child. After a round of applause, Weidel took the microphone off the stage and handed the stage to the MC, quietly sitting in the dark place in the first row. Sir? Where are you going? Seeing that there was an empty seat beside the other party, Fisher stood up quietly and walked over. My eyes are a bit short-sighted, I can't see clearly when I sit in the back row, go to the first row to be clearer. The nonsense that came out made the waiter convinced that he even helped Fisher bring a pair of crystal glasses. The other party was obviously surprised when Fisher was suddenly sitting next to him, but after seeing the glasses in Fisher's hand, Margaret said with a smile, "It's not a good habit to go out without glasses." "Yes, actually, my eyes were normal a minute ago, but after seeing you, I can't see anything else." Fisher turned his cheek and looked directly at the other person. At this moment, he was bright. There seemed to be thousands of stars in his eyes. "Have you always been this sweet-mouthed, Mr. Fisher?" "It's mainly because of the aroma in the air, Fraz, right? Do you know perfume well?" Marguerite was a little surprised. "Generally speaking, few people use this perfume. So few people know it. British perfume, my mother likes this too." "Then, now, I am a little interested in you. So, what auction item is Mr. Fisher interested in when he comes here?" "Naturally is the best." As he said, Fisher raised his right hand. At the moment, a crystal crown from ancient India is being auctioned. The main body is made of silver, with diamonds inlaid and surrounded by gold wire. In the center of the crown, there is a very beautiful ruby crystal gem. This jewelry, the starting price of the auction is $100,000, and each increase cannot be less than $3,000. Many of you are interested in this, so the price doubled in less than a minute. $220,000. After seeing a few others who were going to increase the price, Fisher directly added $20,000 in one go. This. Although the crown is expensive, the price of Fisher Plus suddenly exceeded the psychological price of other sellers, and the crown naturally came from him. "Nice crown, Do you mind if you put it on and let me see the effect? After the waiter delivered the lot, Fisher raised the crown with both hands and asked politely to the lady on the side. Of course. After Margaret said that there was no problem, Fisher carefully put it on for her. Very beautiful, Princess Margaret. Then you crowned me. Of course, Your Highness Prince. Seeing Fisher teasing the owner of the auction from ear to ear, James Macallan let out a sigh. It's hard to be a big deal to be seduced by beauty. But, if even the woman you like doesn't have the courage to talk, how can such a person make a big deal? Rex laughed a little bit and said to the side. Shut up, Rex. Macallan glanced angrily at his men, then raised his hand and took a picture of a French sword from the Bourbon period. Seriously, this is the first time I have seen a broker like you. If every lot of the auction here is known to the governments of all countries, I am afraid I will be crazy. Fisher looked at another Egyptian antique being delivered. Showcase, sighed. These auctioned cultural relics are not mine. I am just a publisher. Someone comes to me for auction. I am just a middleman at best. Marguerite raised her eyebrows. The middleman, I actually came for one thing. Fisher put his glasses on the small plate in front of him. Vibration. I guessed it. If an international arms dealer like you came to me to shoot cultural relics, it would be better to go to Sotheby's. Marguerite nodded, then, please come with me. My pleasure. In the darkness, almost no one noticed their departure. Following Margaret through the corridor covered by the curtain, Fisher finally came to a relatively private reception room. At this moment, there is already a rough middle-aged man waiting here, standing behind him more than 10 famous bodyguards, and there were more standing outside the reception room. When he saw Fisher coming in with Margaret, the big man's eyes lit up. Long admired the name, Mr. Fisher Adams. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, King Broker and Career, Part 2. Chapter 59 King Broker and Career, Part 2. Long admiring the name, Mr. Fisher Adams. Although he said so, Fisher could not see that the other party meant to admire himself for a long time. Please sit down, Mr. Fisher. Crow Dama sat down on the sofa and made a please gesture at Fisher. Ladies first. Margaret was naturally unable to leave as a middleman, and then she sat one position away from Fisher. It seems that you are very insecure. Mr. Crow. Fisher raised his legs and squinted at the row of bodyguards behind Crow. Most of these bodyguards are Eastern European faces, with a strong military atmosphere on them, and there are occasional black men in them. These bodyguards are all bulging around their waists. Why, Mr. Fisher is scared. Don't worry, these people are not aimed at you. Crow grinned and laughed like he had eaten more than a pound of stimulant. Even the men behind him laughed. Leaning back and forth. I'm really curious, who did Mr. Crow prepare for? Fisher didn't pay attention to the other person at all. He really thought the people ambush outside were here to travel? Fisher carefully observed the drawing room when he came in. The left side of the room is a patio, the opposite is a promenade, and the red brick wall on the right is the outer wall of the manor, this kind of stone hundreds of years ago. The building is a joke in front of the Storm PSR sniper rifle equipped by the Prophets, from the Call of Duty 9 Odysseus level, where the FA-38 fighter jets equipped by the US military are super similar to the YF-23. The full-powered Storm can even shoot through 2 steel plate after meters. Fisher can say unceremoniously that as long as he taps his finger, the dozen guys on the opposite side will have to lie down within a second. Who is it for? Ha ha ha, Mr. Fisher is here to buy vibrates, then do you know where these vibrates come from? Crow swayed his big head back and forth, inadvertently showing the tattoo on his neck and scar. Wakanda. Fisher waved his hand, saying that Crow is also reckless. He and the brother of Wakanda, Prince Nikobe, that is, Chaka's brother, colluded with each other to steal gold. Smashing, looting and burning into Wakanda, after taking the vibranium, he prepared a big bomb for the opponent in order to escape. Wakanda was dead and lost his fortune. It's the blame for not arresting him. However, you stole the vibrating gold and bought it as soon as you bought it. Crow did not. He also ran around very high profile, and this hatred was properly filled. Yes, it is Wakanda. How much do you know about Wakanda, Mr. Fisher? Black people, mountains, and barriers. Fisher was really curious about the principle of Wakanda's shield. It not only has its own optical invisibility, but also has a defensive function. He has been squatting in Africa for so many years, and other countries have. I didn't find it. Fisher knew that the world's major powers have been flying satellites into the sky in these years, but apart from the unusual energy fluctuations found in the sky above Wakanda by Titan's anti-radiation satellites, other countries really have nothing to do. Aware. Ha ha ha, black people, mountains, barriers, it seems that Mr. Fisher is also a little knowledgeable. Do you know the City of Gold? The City of Gold? Isn't it in South America? It was built by the Maya, and later robbed by the Spanish, and then the gold ship was driven into the seabed by the British. Ha 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 ha. Crow heard a big joke, and smiled like a 200 child. You are wrong, the City of Gold is in Africa, Wakanda. A trace of yearning flashed in Crow's eyes. You don't think where I saw anything, vibrating gold, piles of vibrating gold, they have only mined a little bit for thousands of years. Wakanda's vibrating gold is more than just metal, they are used as a means of transportation. Make clothes and even make weapons. Crow thought that Fisher would respond when he heard the weapon, but the other party still looked calm, making him a little doubtful whether this uncle was not at all no Jin. We have weapons, too. Fisher would be thinking about a question, saying that vibrato is indestructible and can bounce all energy, so is there no upper limit for this thing? Your weapons. Klaus shook his head. I admit that Titan's technology is leading in the world, but it is still inferior to Wakanda. You will know it when you meet them. Okay, no more gossip, let me see the goods. Yes. Crow waved his hand and asked his men to carry a large box into the room. When I left Wakanda, I took away only 0.25 tons of vibrating gold. I have sold 0.1 tons before, and 0.15 is left. I will keep some for my own, and the rest is here, totaling 100 kilograms. Then how do you want to trade? Fisher changed his position, supporting his chin with both hands and looking at the container handed over by Crow from the box. 1 gram of 10,000, cash, online banking, checks, anything else will do. By the way, I want 20% of the arms to repay the debt. I have been greedy for a long time with the weapons of the giant, but it is a pity that you have hurriedly released those realities to the private market. Not very good. I can only figure out a way to get some elimination from the government army. Yes. Fisher nodded, and then John carried the suitcase and opened the suitcase in front of Crow. This is. When Crow saw the contents in the box, his breathing suddenly rose. Even Margaret, who had been a transparent person next to him, couldn't help but stop breathing for a few seconds. The box is densely packed with broken diamonds, which come from Titan's diamond mine in Congo. Fisher planned to establish a weapon test base. He spent 6 million from the local warlord to buy thousands of square kilometers of land for weapons experiments. As a result, the missile struck a mountain, and then the experimenters found a diamond mine in the mountain with not a small reserve, so Fisher also started mining. Part of the diamonds mined were used for weapon research and development, and the other part was regarded as marriage benefits are distributed to all employees of the giant who want to get married, and what he gives to Crow is just the leftovers. This is a deposit of 30 million yuan. After the Genjin is completely sent back, I will give you the rest. No, the deposit is at least 50 million. I need these for arms. Crow took out a PDA, threw it to John, and then John handed it to Fisher. Xi'an transport aircraft, yes, armored vehicles, light and heavy weapons, and smart missiles are not. This is explicitly prohibited by Congress. I can add 100 tactical robots to you. Our new product can perform more complex tasks, such as grasping, arrest, escort, and fight. Of course, if you want him to drive, it's okay as long as you dare. The most important thing is that they completely obey your orders. After roughly scanning the list, Fisher gave for its own price tag. The tactical robot was developed by Dr. Samuel Hayden in the reverse direction of C6, but because some conditions are not up to the level of the COD-13 world, these first batch of robots can be said to be experimental products. Robot. Crow was obviously a little moved. He has been running around in recent years. He has seen brothers fratricide, and he has even been betrayed by people around him. He completely obeyed his robot. It feels good. Then, is the price set? Crow nodded. Yes, of course. When Fisher was about to shake hands with the opponent to say goodbye, the prophet's warning sounded in the channel. Fisher, there is an unidentified flying vehicle overhead with stealth function. It is not clear what kind of force it is. I see. Fisher nodded, then looked at Crow. It looks like the person you are waiting for has arrived, Mr. Crow. What? Crow looked at Fisher in a puzzled way, but only saw the other party putting Margarita into his arms. Then in the next second, John and the other two bodyguards filled the empty box with diamonds. Shake and pull, it becomes a folded shield. What happened? Margaret was still in a daze. She and Fisher were in close contact with each other now, and the heat that Fisher exhaled brushed her ears, making her a little flustered. A guest is coming. Feeling Fisher raised his head and looked at the ceiling. The next moment, the ceiling burst, and then a vigorous figure suddenly leaped down. The sharp claws instantly resulted in two Crow's guards. Ha ha ha, my brother, teardrops will never hate. Crow looked at the black figure, laughing like an old friend, while his men swarmed up, desperately using what they had in his hand. The submachine gun fired at the shadow. Claw, you can't run. At this moment, everyone can see his appearance clearly. He is dressed in a black tights and a black leopard mask. Faced with the incoming bullet, the mask is connected a little bit. It didn't mean to block, let the 9mm and 5.7mm bullets hit his clothes. What? This would be Margaret. When she saw those bullets hit the opponent, not only did she not penetrate the clothes, but even turned into a flat piece of copper, she was so frightened that she couldn't close her mouth. Welcome to the new world. Fisher blew a prank in the opponent's ear. You. Margaret glanced back, then squeezed into Fisher's arms. This should be the Panther, Fisher thought, I just don't know if this is the old Panther or the new Panther. Are all the other soldiers dead? Or is it true that the Panthers are like the volunteer generals who are proficient in toilets, whose name is the boss, but the younger brother? At this moment, Crow's little brother left behind was basically cold. In fact, the Panther did not intentionally kill, but with the addition of the suit and his own enhancement, several hapless guys were beaten to vomit blood and died. By this time, Crow had already ran out for several tens of meters. Okay, Junjin is here, ready to recycle, I will chase Crow. Chaka glanced at Fisher, who was heavily surrounded by 3 guards. Not only did he not have a trace of fear, he even had some in his eyes. Fanatic, could it be said that this guy has any special hobbies? But isn't the other person still holding a beautiful woman in his arms? Double eating? Chaka has been dealing with high-level foreign politicians in recent years, and he has heard a little about the perverted hobbies of high-level people in Europe and the United States. However, the task is important. He just called the guard to recover the vibrating gold, and he jumped up again and crashed. Go to the wall and chase Crow. What the is this? Super soldier. John, who was holding the MP-11 submachine gun with the folding in his hand, was confused. It's not for us anyway. Fisher took out his mobile phone, clicked on a small program, and then the six-wheeled armored vehicle parked in the parking lot suddenly started and slammed into the wall of the manor in the surprised eyes of the security personnel. "Quick! Stop that car! Sorry, darling, your manor may have to be redecorated," Fisher said to Margaret, looking at the closer and closer wall on the phone screen. "What's up?" As soon as the voice fell, there was another gap in the exterior wall that had just been hit by the Panthers. The armored car rammed into half of the cars wildly, making the messy room even worse. "We should go now." The door opened, and John and the two guards lifted the box and were about to lift it up. Suddenly a spear flew over and nailed it to the wall. "Sorry, that box belongs to us." A black female soldier with a bald head appeared in the patio at some point, looking at the people in the room with a serious face. "But I just bought it." Fisher made a gesture not to fire, and then walked out from behind the bodyguard. "That's the wealth that Crow's stolen from our country, Americans. I have shed enough blood today, but I don't mind keeping more," the female soldier said with a grimace. "Actually, I don't want to, but maybe I will meet again in the future." "I'm very sorry. Could you please sleep for a while?" After that, Fisher gave an American military salute to the opponent. "What?" When the female soldier was about to rush over to solve a few people, a dart hit her exposed skin. "This is..." The female soldier drew out the dart. She felt dizzy, and even the Fisher in front of her turned into three. "Only anesthetics, they use this to beat elephants, don't worry, you can wake up after about 3 days of sleep." Fisher adjusted his suit and watched John finish loading the box. "Don't stop all the way, go straight back to the base. Prophet, if someone stops, kill him and his family. Understand? What about you?" "I have something else." Fisher took off the earphones. At this time Margaret's defense was too late, and his gun was aimed at Fisher. "Put down all the guns, I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher. Tonight something like this happened." Margaret took the initiative to send Fisher out after asking her subordinates to send the sleeping bald black female to the hotel next door. At the gate of the manor, the riots just now made the guests run out of sight, especially Macallan, who ran the fastest. "Do you think you should make up for me? Because of tonight, I almost lost 100 million. Then how do you want to compensate? Our dog can stand upside down and backflip. Would you like to see it? 4,000 words are done, sleep." End of this chapter. Chapter 60, Hydra Invitation. Chapter 60 Hydra Invitation. In the Peninsula Hotel, the originally neat, clean, and bright suite is now unsightly. Broken pieces of clothes and shoes have been thrown from the cloakroom all the way to the dining room, and from the dining room to the bedroom. "I think compared to the Pant Herman last night, you are really not a human being." Margaret, who only felt that she was going to fall apart, lay on the soft pillow with her eyes closed, hoarsely accusing Fisher of what he had done to him. "Devastated. But I think you enjoyed it." Fisher supported the bed with both hands, and walked along Margaret's belly to kiss her collarbone. The latter urged and pulled Fisher into his arms. Prescott could only whimper and scratch the door when he heard the movement in the room. After Fisher came back last night, he threw it behind his head. Although he is not worried about eating and drinking, the dog also has to exercise, especially Pu Lesko still has a black back, and he has to exercise more, but now Fisher is busy. John and others have returned to Baghdad with vibrating gold, and Presco can only run in the 100 square meter living room of the suite. Started a circle and demolished the house by the way to show his dissatisfaction. Some were happy and some were worried. When Fisher climbed the peak and was getting better, King Chaka of Wakanda was in a complicated mood at the moment. Lao already has a complete set of procedures for fighting against Panthers' raids. T'Chaka, who attacked alone, was hit by a 40mm grenade and returned to his hometown of Happiness as soon as he went out. His battle suit did not have the ability to absorb kinetic energy. It was completely resisted by the internal nano coating and the external vibrating armor. 50 grams high explosive grenade explosive range can throw fragments 20 meters away, and the shock wave can knock an adult several meters away, not to mention the impact brought by the 350 mm flight speed per second. Ahem. Tagaka was lying on a messy lawn and couldn't help coughing twice. He was really old. Chaka just got up thinking this way, but another Mercedes cross-country vehicle was oncoming him. Repeated collisions and crushing gave Crow more than 10 minutes to escape. When the recovered Chaka dismantled the off-road vehicle and its bodyguards to pieces, Crow had run out of sight and stayed on the field. It was a few dead men he had hired from Africa. The black sorghum who had been knocked out of the potion was with a bomb and pounced on Chaka, and the panther hesitated for a few seconds when he wanted to take their lives. He understands the minds of black people, especially those who are determined to lead Africa to the future like Chaka, but he does not want to kill his compatriots does not mean that his compatriots will not kill him. Crow gave these black brothers a big price to ensure they had no worries about food and clothing, and these black brothers did not let him down. The bomb's explosion made Tagaka fly out again. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Another female guard who stayed on the aircraft hurried down to check the situation. "I'm fine." Chaka, who was black in the bulletproof leopard suit, took off his helmet and couldn't help coughing twice. "The suit needs improvement, but I have no chance to wear it again." After looking at his helmet for a while, Chaka suddenly remembered that there was another person. "Where is Okoi?" Through the positioning system on the Okoi suit, Chaka found the Zhengxiang Okoi who was sleeping in the hotel. "Your Majesty, okay her?" "It's okay." Chaka recalled the look that Fisher looked at him before, waved his hand to let his subordinates pick up Okoi, and they were going to return to Wakanda. After this mission, he knew that he was no longer suitable for being a black man. Leopard. James McCallan was also unhappy at the same night. The uranium rod he was going to buy was gone, because the seller ran away after hearing the gunshot and took the deposit from McCallan. The frustrated McCallan left the manor under the protection of his men and returned to the mansion in Paris to find a beautiful girl to relieve his depression. "Then, please let me say goodbye first." Rex chuckled the air and bowed slightly. "Okay, let's go first. I will think of a solution for the uranium rod, but the project you are responsible for cannot be stopped. The Arctic base and the missile silo must be completed as soon as possible." McCallan shook his head and said, "Clear." After Rex left, the impatient expression on McCallan's face disappeared without a trace. He turned his head and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Follow him. See what he is doing." "Yes, sir." The captain of the bodyguard nodded, and looked at Rex's vehicle leaving without expression. The scar behind his ear wriggled a few times inexplicably. "Ha ha!" Rex let out a sneer of inexplicable meaning in the passing vehicle. McCallan didn't believe him. He also didn't believe in McCallan. He was bombed by friendly forces when he was on a mission. Fortunately, he was bombed by friendly forces. He was rescued by a doctor who worked hard at McCallan, but the doctor was actually a Hydra scientist. Under his leadership, Rex swore to join Hydra and was lurking in the McCallan group, preparing to borrow chickens. Lay egg. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long. The doctor died in the internal struggle of Hydra, but Rex was fine. He inherited everything: status, technology, and power of the doctor. Over the years, he used McCallan. The internal funds of the group continue to contribute to the great cause of Hydra. Combining the remnants of the super soldier's potion left by the Hydra, and based on the doctor's nanoworm technology, a Cobra potion is created, which is based on nanoworms. After being injected into the human body, it can greatly enhance the strength and physical fitness, that is, the ability to resist. As a high-tech talent with a PhD, Rex is very clear that the so-called super soldier potion is actually very random. Otherwise, for so many years, Captain America would be the only one who really succeeded, so he studied Cobra potion. The original intention of Rex was not to recover, but to weaken the effect. In the Macallan group for so many years, Rex has been greedy for Macallan's money, and then in a blink of an eye the money went into Hydra's account, or turned into various resources or sent to Hydra's warehouse. And the most important thing is that the medicine Rex developed has a back door. As long as he wants, those who have been injected with the Cobra medicine will instantly turn to his camp. Of course, Macallan also knows this, because the second owner of the potion was him, but he thought he was the first owner. So, no matter what Macallan says, as long as he has a bodyguard by his side, then Rex will know it in less than 3 seconds. Tell him I'm going to the Eiffel Tower for lunch. After arbitrarily arranging a reason, Rex drove to the villa where Fisher was staying. He had an arduous mission to win Fisher. Make it a member of Hydra. It's just that when Rex came to the hotel, he found that it seemed that something was wrong. Why was it all at noon, and Fisher hadn't come down yet, so he didn't even eat lunch. At first Rex thought that Fisher was gone, but the blue Lamborghini was still there, which made Rex puzzled, but he couldn't help it. The boss arranged the task, and he could only sitting in the car silently and waiting. This wait is one afternoon, and the two who are hungry and can't stand it get up until 6 o'clock in the evening. I'm sure now, you are not a human, you are a real dog. Margaret, who has no strength at all, was carried into the bathroom by Fisher, and waited until the two of them had washed and prepared to go to the Eiffel Tower restaurant for dinner. At that time, it was already 8 o'clock. Sir, they are out. Rex, who was hungry and tired, was awakened by his subordinates in a daze, and almost jumped from the back seat of the car. Seeing the beautiful jeweled girl leading the dress up and the Fisher holding the dog, Rex burst into an unknown fire. I waited for you all afternoon so hard, but you were engaging in pornography. At this moment, Rex's eye really wanted to take up the nanopharmaceutical and give Fisher to him, but when he thought of his boss's instructions, he regained his senses and got out of the car and walked towards Fisher. Mr. Rex? What's the matter? Fisher turned around when he saw Presco's sudden woof, and found that it was the Macallan technical officer whom he had met before. The latter politely stepped forward and invited Fisher. Mr. ER gets on his Mercedes. But, we are going to have dinner. I know, it only takes 5 minutes, and the executive chef of the Tower restaurant will wait for the two to arrive in the restaurant. Rex made another gesture of invitation. Okay, sorry, please wait a moment. Fisher stepped forward and kissed Margaret, and after handing the dog to the other party, he got into Rex's Mercedes. Now, what can I say, Rex technical officer? Of course. Rex took out a bottle of champagne and a bottle of Evian mineral water from the freezer of the car. I am here this time to invite you to be one of us. You guys? Macallan. Fisher seemed to be disdainful on the surface, but he still made waves in his heart. It seems that this Rex is also a 25 boy. Sorry, I can't name our name until you agree, but I can tell you that our comrades are all over the country, and we are everywhere. Rex took off his respirator and resisted the discomfort. The end of these words. Then your boss, won't he not show up? As long as you nod, he will be able to meet with you immediately. Of course, what I can tell you is that he is one of the few powerful lords in the world at present. Powerful? Fisher remembered that there seemed to be 2 Hydras in high positions. One was Gideon Malik from the World Security Council, and the other was Alexander Pierce, who established the Snake Shield. I just don't know. Rex, which school do you belong to? Gideon or Pierce? Fisher changed his position and asked with a smile. You. Rex was shocked. This is a secret within the organization. If you are not a middle-level or senior cadre, you don't know that it will be a secret. Even he was only known after his mentor died. Why am I so clear? Mr. Rex, let alone your organization, tell me if you are loyal to humans. Fisher sat up straight, staring at Rex with his eyes fixedly at this moment. Fisher I felt Rex's heart, his dissatisfaction with the US government that betrayed him, his disdain for Macallan, and his ambition to lead mankind to a new era. Naturally loyal to humans. Rex looked at Fisher's eyes, with golden flames shining in them. This power made him feel a touch of intimacy, as if at this moment, the mission of mankind has been taken by him. Shoulder. So, what if one day, you discover that the organization you are loyal to has betrayed humanity? Rex trembled. He seemed to see countless aliens raging on the earth, the resistance of the army, the crying of civilians, and a deep shame. I will always stand by the human side. Very well, I hope you remember your vows. Rex. Fisher let out a sigh. As a technical talent, Rex has a high value. Doesn't Hydra like borrowing chickens to lay eggs? Then he also borrowed chickens to lay eggs today. The word loyal is like a brand, deeply rooted in Rex's heart. From today, your subordinate is no longer a cobra, but Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell. You are the guardians of human civilization. After that, Fisher wiped the sweat from his head and turned around. Got off the car. But how can I explain to Pierce? Rex asked rhetorically. Tell him that I am not interested in Hydra ruling the world. It is what we are going to do to let humans go to the future, not to let some aliens ride on our heads. Rex. Yes, Your Majesty. Rex's eyes also flashed a golden flame, and then disappeared, but this time, he suddenly had a lot of thoughts. Driving, let's go to the airport. Rex put down the soundproof windows of the Mercedes car and told the driver. After watching Rex leave, Fisher couldn't help showing a smirk of conspiracy. He had long prevented Hydra from staring at him. He didn't expect to really stare at him, but fortunately, they sent it. Rex, although he was the founder of the Cobra Army, he is still a scientist after all. He is very proud of mankind in his heart. After all his achievements are derived from human wisdom rather than gifts from others, so it is easy to do. Fisher broke through his atrium. Of course, he will still work hard for Macallan and Hydra at the moment. Only when Fisher needs it, he will rise again. As for the name Cerberus, in fact, it was Fisher's unintentional act, but he was really human supremacism. If placed on the stars, his attributes would become military platoon plus human supremacy, just like the ground alliance that was bombed by Europa 7. What did you talk about? You laughed so happily. Margaret asked curiously, holding Prisco's head. Talked about some things about the future. We reached a lot of consensus, and he helped me solve a lot of possible troubles. Then we can go to dinner. Of course, I think after dinner, we can still stroll around the night view of Paris. End of this chapter.